Ancient imperial city stood tall and mighty. This place was the king of all cities found outside of Crimson Dragon City. The reason for this was simple. A holiness of Nirvana ranked in the regional king rankings lived within the city. It was none other than the ninth servant. However, the battle that had been fought 2 years prior had threatened ancient imperial city's place, meaning that its status was vulnerable to being taken by some other city. Furthermore, the ninth servant had returned from that battle in Chinya City severely injured. He spent most of his time training in isolation, not picking another fight with Chinya City. It was apparent that the ninth servant was unsure of his chances of taking down Chinya City. Those from ancient imperial city definitely wanted to probe into Chinya City's movements. He knew that the holiness of Nirvanas had never left the city since then. He also knew that they had put down sword matrices of the void. If he were to attack them again, the sword matrices would be activated once more. He knew that if he were to sustain such a massive attack from the sword matrix again, he would be severely injured. He had no certainty of being able to take those matrices down. At the grand, magnificent ancient hall of ancient imperial city, Xing Qiu stood on top of its steps. He had only emerged from yet another period of training and isolation recently, but the results were not apparent. That battle fought over 2 years ago had affected him greatly, especially when it came to his elder brother's death. He hated himself for being incapable, yet there was little he could do about it. It was the first time ancient imperial city had ever felt helpless. They were unable to take down even that puny Chinya city. Yet at that moment, someone emanating a terrifying aura arrived, causing dazzling lights of space to appear in the air. A tall, imposing figure was standing in the air. It was none other than Gai Huang. Terrifying will of the great path of space appeared before him, turning into a screen of light of space, shrouding the space. He shouted, "Sir, there is a sword coming." Yet another terrifying aura was sensed as he spoke. The ninth servant, who was dressed in a gray robe, appeared. He extended his arms, a cold glare in his eyes. It was apparent that he had regrown the arm he'd lost 2 years ago. Nothing looked out of place at all. A screen of swords appeared in the sky. A sword matrix designed to tear the sky down had enveloped the entire place. Countless people in ancient imperial city looked up at the sky. Terrifying storms of the sword whipped up around them all of a sudden. Everyone was thoroughly frightened, and all of them looked terrified. If that sword matrix hit them, there was no doubt it would kill them all instantly. That sword matrix shrouded the sky as millions of sword auras rained down from above. Blinding flashes of the swords pulsed at the center of the sword matrix, tearing through the sky and heading for the ground. Boom! Gai Huang's defense crumbled right away. The ninth servant took to the air and said to Gai Huang, "Stand down." The offensive powers of the sword matrix of the void were not something that even Gai Huang could stand against. The ninth servant lifted his hand, shrouding the sky as the towering will of the great path engulfed the air around them. An extremely huge palm print appeared in the sky. The ninth servant thrust his hand, causing the palm print in the sky to shake the entire space. The palm print stacked further until it seemed as if thousands of prints were there, rumbling high up in the air. The sky seemed ready to shatter. The swords rained down as the space crumbled like a scene from Doomsday. Countless sword auras rained down and deafening rumbles were heard. The city lord's office of ancient imperial city was being destroyed in a frenzy. Under the bombardment of the boundless sword wills, the place was quickly reduced to rubble. Tall, magnificent ancient halls were razed in the blink of an eye. Boom! A rumble was heard and the ninth servant was sent reeling back, coming to stand on a broken pillar with a grunt. However, that sword matrix had been more than half destroyed. The might of the sword gradually dissipated. Those in ancient imperial city who saw the rubble before them from afar shuddered, their minds reeling from what they had just seen. That's the might of the sword matrix of the void? The city lord was injured by something like in the past? What had happened moments before was incredibly terrifying. The force from that attack could have destroyed a city, yet the ninth servant had stood at the forefront and torn it down with sheer brute force. However, the city lord's office was reduced to rubble. It did not seem that the sword matrix was out to kill them. It had served more as a warning. The ninth servant had arrived at Chinya City 2 years ago and raised the city lord's office. On this day, the sword matrix of the void had torn through the sky, proving its formidable powers and destroying the city lord's office of ancient imperial city at the same time. It had served to remind him that the sword matrix of the void was capable of killing remotely. If anyone were to anger the person wielding such powers, they would be able to destroy their city without being present. Was this considered a threat? Everyone was puzzled as to why those at Chinya City would have sent such a sword matrix all the way to ancient imperial city, as doing so wasted a very well laid down super matrix for killing. Furthermore, the results did not seem to be proportionate to the effort. From a practical perspective, the attack seemed rather pointless. It was obvious that the move had not been worthwhile. Many wondered what Chinya City was up to. The ninth servant lifted his head and gazed in the direction of Chinya City. His eyes remained cold. This was the first time he'd been threatened by someone else. Gai Huang, Xing Qiu, and some other people appeared behind the ninth servant, all of them still reeling from what had just happened. That attack, which was capable of being launched remotely, indeed represented a huge threat. If the ninth servant were to attack Chinya City and they retaliated by throwing one such sword matrix at ancient imperial city, things would turn disastrous very quickly. Someone else flashed in after a while, looking at the scene and shuddering deep down. That person then bowed to the ninth servant and said, "Everyone at Chinya City left their city lord's office not long ago." All of them? The ninth servant raised his brow slightly. Indeed. Yi Futian and Xiaqing Yuan also emerged from the regional palace. What happened took place after they returned to the city lord's office of Chinya City. They probably headed back to Emperor Xia's realm. The person elaborated. The ninth servant realized something. So, they were sending a warning before they left. Yi Futian was indeed an insolent PR**CK. After what had happened all those years ago, the relationship between Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm continued to worsen. Conflicts commonly broke out between those of the two realms. Emperor Li's realm had been very aggressive at the start of the conflict, gathering their troops at the border. After Xiaqing Yuan brought several holiness of nirvanas from Emperor Xia's realm to Crimson Dragon realm for a bit, another 3 mighty figures were brought back to Emperor Xia's realm to serve the realm. The tide turned quickly after that. The top-notch powers of Emperor Xia's realm became stronger than Emperor Li's realm, which had lost the people of the Imperial Advisor's residence. However, the Dali dynasty was a dynastic force, meaning that they were able to command the forces found throughout the realm, something which Emperor Xia's realm was unable to do. As such, despite the turning of the tide, neither realm crashed head-on afterward, only fighting small-scale skirmishes here and there. At that moment, the lieutenant of the army of Tian in Emperor Xia's palace, who was also Xiaorong, the eldest prince of the realm, was about to meet his father. He was dressed in martial regalia and was brimming. He then said to his father, "Father, our holiness of nirvanas are the ones with the edge now. Why not just order the forces found throughout the realm to lead their people to join the battle against Dali right away?" Emperor Xia naturally knew that his eldest son, who'd grown up in the army, was a war hawk. From his perspective, that decisive move he'd pulled back in the Crimson Dragon realm had made him realize his ideals, yet it also made him seem cold and unfeeling. Except for the top-notch forces, the overall strength of Dali remains higher than that of Emperor Xia's realm. If we fight a realm war now, many will perish on the battlefield if we do not have a decisive edge against our enemy, Emperor Xia said. That is the nature of war. The Dali dynasty has always been eyeing us, wanting to hit us. If not for the imperial advisor of Dali not seeing eye to eye with King Tiandao in terms of political ideals, they would have long ago sent their armies surging through our borders. There is no need for you to show that much consideration, father. Xiaorong continued. Wars make people change and evolve. Those from Emperor Xia's realm who have experienced war had to grow stronger to survive. If there are massive incidents in the future, we of Emperor Xia's realm will have enough power to deal with them. Emperor Xia knew what Xiaorong was getting at. However, the emperor did not wish to ever see something like that happen again if possible. At that moment, Emperor Xia lifted his head and looked far away. A warm, brimming smile crossed his face, puzzling Xiaorong. Your little sister has returned, Emperor Xia said. Xiaorong turned around and looked far away as well, adding, "I'll go out and get Qing." He then turned around and headed out right away, waiting outside the royal palace. Some time passed and a group of people was seen in the sky, heading toward the royal palace. Emperor Xia had a teleportation matrix that was linked to the Crimson Dragon realm. There was also a space matrix there linking to all realms of the region. However, the toll was prohibitively high and most people would not be able to use them. When Futian and the rest returned, they dropped many of their own from various top-notch forces off along the way. All of them had been training for years outside. Now, it was time for them to check how things were going back home. The others were not idling by while Futian was training in isolation in the regional palace. All of them had been making progress in their training in various places found in Crimson Dragon Realm. Xiaorong stood outside the royal palace and cast his gaze on Futian, whose bearing became even more exceptional. Xiaorong found that he had become a saint of true self. What surprised him more was that few at Futian's side emanated immeasurable auras. They were all more powerful than him. That meant that they were all holiness of nirvanas. They were probably mighty ones of the 9 tribes that Futian had subjugated in Crimson Dragon Realm. They were people like Zhu Kong and the rest. A large group of mighty ones were behind them, which made it look like Futian had brought an army with him. All of them were mighty ones whose training was above that of Saint of True Self. Xiaorong turned his eyes towards Xia Qingyuan. He then flashed a warm smile and called out, "Qing." Xia Qingyuan took a look at him, and her expression turned rather cold. She was unable to forgive him for what he had done in the past. Xiaorong was exasperated after seeing Xia Qingyuan's expression. She was still bitter despite that all of that had happened years before. An elder brother could never compare to her beloved. Futian. Xiaorong turned his eyes toward Futian again. Xiaorong was just about to say something before seeing the other man continue on his way, walking past the prince and heading to the royal palace, leaving Xiaorong where he stood. Futian was expressionless. He did not even bother looking at Xiaorong. Regardless of what Xiaorong's stance had been, regardless if it had been the right thing or the wrong thing to do to the prince, that was Xiaorong's own opinion. Futian was unable to forgive what he'd done back then. Xiaorong's decision back in Crimson Dragon Realm had destroyed the Imperial Advisor's residence, causing his teacher to be reduced to a weakened and imprisoned state. If the Imperial Advisor had not chosen to take on the consequences of what had happened all on his own, there was no way Futian would have been able to stand where he was in the present day. Xiaorong was very clear about what his actions would result in, yet the prince never hesitated. He had been decisive and brutal, which had considerably weakened Ali's powers. But at the same time, that had completely offended Futian. Xiaorong probably would not have minded it back then. In that case, Futian saw no need to pay any attention to Xiaorong either. They were both from the same background in that they all served Emperor Xia. Futian held immense respect and gratitude for Emperor Xia for what the emperor had done for him, but that had nothing to do with Xiaorong. Xiaorong stood frozen. He did not turn around to look at Futian. There was nothing to be seen in those deep eyes of his. It seemed that there was no chance of reconciliation between the two of them. Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and Yao, she came to meet the emperor within Emperor Xia's palace. All the others stayed outside the hall. Futian and Emperor Xia were closer to each other after all, and they needed Emperor Xia's approval if they were to meet him as well. Queen Xiao was there as well. Her eyes looked gentle. It had been years since she last saw her daughter. "Father, Mother. Greetings, Your Majesty and Your Highness." Futian bowed. "Not bad. You've been achieving significant progress with your training, I see. You've now become a saint of true self. Seems like you've gained quite a lot in your 2 years of training in the regional palace." Emperor Xia smiled and continued, "Qingyuan, you need to work harder." Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. She, however, had no interest in comparing herself to Futian. Emperor Xia then looked at Yao Shi and said, "That goes for you too, Yao Shi. I'm the outsider here. Please continue without me." Yao Shi smiled plainly before turning and leaving. It was rather unexpected that she just left like that. While Yao Shi had been to Crimson Dragon Realm as well, but Xia Qingyuan looked at her like she was watching over a thief. She was very much on guard against her. She said that she was an outsider, which was quite true. Futian was keeping a distance from her somewhat. From the looks of things, she was able to tell that there were still things that one could not have obtained, simply because one was willing to fight for it. Emperor Xia felt rather exasperated watching her leave. While Yao Shi had joined the royal palace's ranks, but it seemed that she was still unable to truly put some loads she had on her mind down. However, that was all up to her, and the emperor had no intention of interfering. Qing Yuan, how was Crimson Dragon Realm? The queen smiled and asked. Very good. There are many exceptionally talented cultivators at Crimson Dragon Realm. Many in the regional palace were like me, coming from other Renhuang realms to train, Xia Qingyuan elaborated. It did her a lot of good training in a better environment. You brought holiness of nirvanas with you on your way home, and you did look like you have had a good time. Emperor Xia then added, So, what are you doing bringing so many cultivators with you this time? I'd like to ask for your help, father, Xia Qingyuan said right away. It is me who needs your help, your majesty. Yi Futian bowed and added, I'm sure you know that I owed a lot to the imperial advisor of Dali. He is in his current predicament all because of me. I remembered the last time I went to Emperor Li's city with you. I told you that the imperial advisor is still someone from Dali. Even if you truly intend to head to Emperor Li's realm, what would you do if Emperor Li intends to kill you? Emperor Xia asked. Emperor Li could not have killed someone from Emperor Xia's realm himself, but killing a traitor of Dali was something no one would have stopped him from doing. If they were to send forces to rescue the imperial advisor, it would have truly made the imperial advisor a traitor, after all. The last time we deployed, we did so in the name of staging a war between the two realms, instead of doing so for the sake of the imperial advisor. But the operation this time won't be for taking out cultivators of Emperor Li's realm. It is to take the imperial advisor of Dali out of the picture, Yi Futian said. Emperor Xia's eye twitched, getting what Yi Futian was trying to do so. They wanted to rescue the imperial advisor of Dali, and they needed an excuse. Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and Yao Shi came to meet Emperor Xia in his palace. The others remained outside the hall. Approval was necessary to meet the emperor, though Yi Futian and Emperor Xia were close. Queen Xiao was there as well. Her eyes looked gentle. It had been years since she last saw her daughter. Father, mother, Xia Qingyuan said. Greetings, your majesty, and your highness. Yi Futian bowed. Not bad. I see you've achieved significant progress with your training. You've now become a saint of true self. Seems like you've learned quite a lot in your 2 years of training at the regional palace. Emperor Xia smiled and continued. Qingyuan, you need to work harder. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly, though she had no interest in comparing herself to Yi Futian. Emperor Xia then looked at Yao Shi and said, That goes for you, too. I'm the outsider here. Please continue without me. Yao Shi smiled plainly before turning and leaving. It was rather unexpected that she just left like that. While Yao Shi had been to Crimson Dragon Realm as well, Xia Qingyuan looked at her as she would a potential thief. She was very much on guard around her. Yao Shi had said that she was an outsider, which was quite true. Yi Futian had kept something of a distance from her. It seemed she could tell that there were still things that could not be obtained simply because one was willing to fight for it. Emperor Xia felt rather exasperated watching her leave. While Yao Shi had joined the royal palace's ranks, she was still unable to let go of her burdens. However, that was all up to her, and the emperor had no intention of interfering. Qingyuan, how was the Crimson Dragon Realm? The queen asked with a smile. Very good. There are many exceptionally talented cultivators at the Crimson Dragon Realm. Many in the regional palace were like me, coming from other Renhuang realms to train, Xia Qingyuan elaborated. Training in that environment had done her a lot of good. You brought holiness of nirvanas with you on your way home, and you look like enjoyed it, Emperor Xia added. Now, have you brought so many cultivators before us? I'd like to ask for your help, father, Xia Qingyuan said. It is me who needs your help, your majesty. Yi Futian bowed. I'm sure you know that I owed a lot to the imperial advisor of Dali. His current predicament is all because of me. I remembered the last time I went to Emperor Li's city with you. I told you that the imperial advisor is still someone from Dali. Even if you truly intend to head to Emperor Li's realm, what would you do if Emperor Li intends to kill you? Emperor Xia asked. Emperor Li could not have killed someone from Emperor Xia's realm himself, But killing a traitor of Dali was something no one would have stopped him from doing. If they were to send forces to rescue the imperial advisor, it would have truly labeled him a traitor. The last time we deployed, we did so in the name of ending the war between the two realms. But this time, our goal would be liberating the imperial advisor of Dali, Futian said. Emperor Xia's eye twitched as he understood Futian's intention. They wanted to rescue the imperial advisor of Dali, and they needed an excuse. They did not intend to use that as the reason to deploy their troops. The realm would have served as that reason instead. Futian intended to force Emperor Li to hand the imperial advisor over. By doing so, they would have to exercise restraint to avoid infuriating Emperor Li. The realm will deploy an army, yet they will be forbidden from killing any important figures of Dali, as the aim is to save the imperial advisor. I have no doubt it is all within reason from your perspective. You owe a debt to the imperial advisor. But as for the others, I'm afraid they might not be willing to help, Emperor Xia said. We would have an absolute advantage so long as you give the word, Father. We'll be the ones with the overwhelming edge, and the losses would be small, Xia Qingyuan said. Other than the 3 holiness of nirvanas from the 9 tribes that they brought back to the realm, there were also Wu Yong, Shun Tianzhan, and 3 other holiness of nirvanas. There was also Yaya as well. Yin Yuan was unable to fight in the war. The star-plucking saint did not come with them, and Futian was naturally unable to order him to do so. The star-plucking saint had only been out to help him before. His case was different from those of the 9 tribes. Even so, Emperor Xia's realm, which already had an advantage in terms of a pinnacle combat force, had 4 more holiness of nirvanas and Yaya. There were also many unblemished saints from the 9 tribes, which would have enabled them to gain an absolute advantage. It is easy to give the generals direct orders. As for the leaders of the other forces, I shall invite them to the palace. If you want their help, you'll need to ask them yourself, Emperor Xia said. He looked at Futian, who appeared calm after hearing his words. Futian then bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Rescuing the imperial advisor was his own matter. Emperor Xia had already mobilized those elite figures many times. They had also been to Crimson Dragon Realm twice. It would not have been a good thing for the emperor to keep ordering them about, just because he was the emperor. Xia Qingyuan did not know what his father was up to, but she nonetheless saw her mother smile while looking at the emperor. Emperor Xia had invited these people to the royal palace before, asking if they were interested in letting their younger members follow Futian to train in Crimson Dragon Realm. Each forced it so. The emperor had given Futian a chance to meet up with those people by letting him ask them himself. If Futian had been the emperor's son, he would have been the top choice in the succession of the throne. Futian's talents and renown were such that no one in Emperor Xia's realm did not know of him. He had quite a reputation in all of those elite forces, and many thought highly of him. He had also created his own legend in Crimson Dragon Realm. The queen wondered if Emperor Xia had thoughts about allowing Xia Qingyuan to marry Futian, and then having the young man succeed the emperor as his son-in-law. Everyone in the royal palace knew what her daughter was thinking. She had yet to marry, but there was already a man that she kept following around. In name, she was the princess and Futian was her subordinate. But from what the queen heard, it had almost always been Futian calling the shots. Queen Xiao then smiled and said, "Go rest. I'll talk with Qingyuan for a bit." "Yes, Your Highness." Futian nodded and left, leaving Xia Qingyuan alone in the hall. Both the emperor and Xia Qingyuan looked at her. The queen then said, "Come over and have a seat." Xia Qingyuan went to her mother's side. The family of 3 acted more relaxed with no one else around. Queen Xiao was not the emperor's first wife. He already had a spouse when he was young, who died in chaos. Emperor Xia was still a saint back then. He fell in love with Queen Xiao after becoming a Renhuang, but it took a long time before they were finally married. In truth, she was only a concubine instead of a true queen. However, his wife did not mind any of that. It was perfectly fine for the emperor to want to remember his late spouse. Despite technically being a concubine, she was hardly different from a queen. "So, how have things been going for the past few years?" Queen Xiao smiled and asked. Xia Qingyuan was dumbfounded. She looked at her mother and realized what she was getting at. She lowered her head immediately and said in a tiny voice, "What do you mean?" You two have been going in and out together all the time. Are you still trying to play dumb here? Emperor Xia smiled. Qingyuan, why are you still dressed like a guy? This is getting ridiculous. It's not what you think. Xia Qingyuan turned her head to the side. There was hardly any expression on her face. Emperor Xia smirked at his little girl's embarrassment. Wait, that bastard didn't do anything at all? Sheesh, what the hell? Emperor Xia cursed. Qingyuan, do you want me to just order you two to marry? I have no idea what you're getting at, Xia Qingyuan said. Furthermore, Yi Futian is married, and he's busy looking for his wife. While it may be possible that his wife is still alive, the chances are incredibly slim. Well, at least he is indeed loyal. I'm rather relieved to know that. Emperor Xia then smiled and looked at his daughter. Wait, didn't you just say that you didn't know what we were getting at? Seriously, she thought. Xia Qingyuan glared at her father before standing up. I'd like to excuse myself, father. All right, we'll talk about what happened in Crimson Dragon Realm then. Emperor Xia pulled Xia Qingyuan over and gestured for her to sit again. Xia Qingyuan did so in exasperation. You two have been through thick and thin for the past few years in Crimson Dragon Realm. Are you telling me that this kid feels nothing at all? He might be very fixated on Hua Jieyu at the moment, but when he's finally given up on her, that's where you come in, Emperor Xia said. Wait, what? Didn't you say the subject is over? She thought. One could only imagine what outsiders would have thought if they saw this side of Emperor Xia. Despite it being said that saints and Renhuangs were no longer mortals, they were nonetheless still human. Emperor Xia was still a father, and fathers treated their daughters differently than their sons. Many legendary figures arrived at the royal palace several days later. All elite cultivators were there. In pretext, the banquet was held to welcome Princess Xia Qingyuan and Yao Shi home. But those of the elite forces more or less knew what the banquet was really about. Their younger members had already brought the subject up. Yi Futian would not have brought so many mighty ones from Qinya City back for anything else. Was he trying to usurp the throne of Emperor Xia's realm instead? Ridiculous. There was only one possibility, Dali. The Swordmaster of Lihan, the Palace Lord of Xinyuan Palace, the Jiutian Temple Lord, and many elite figures were present. They all looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was given a privileged seat right below Emperor Xia and beside Xia Qingyuan, which struck everyone present as interesting. Emperor Xia had naturally sat at the very top, the most privileged of seats. He smiled while looking at the crowd and said, I'm sure you've all heard about the incident at Qinya City. Qingyuan and Yi Futian took the city back and established a base for us at Crimson Dragon Realm. Now, Qinya City has also become one of the strongest cities to be found in Crimson Dragon Realm. Qingyuan, Yi Futian, and Yusheng are all training in the regional palace, a holy land of training in Crimson Dragon Realm. This truly calls for a celebration. The Jiutian Temple Lord lifted his cup with a smile. We thought it would have taken quite some time before Yi Futian became a dear general. We didn't expect this to happen so quickly. Congratulations are indeed warranted, Your Majesty. Congratulations, indeed. Emperor Xia nodded. The mighty ones all lifted their cups to toast the emperor. It was an extremely rare chance to be able to drink with His Majesty, and it was all thanks to Yi Futian. As they congratulated the emperor for finding a capable general, in truth, they all knew that His Majesty treated said general like his son-in-law. They had all heard of the commotion Yi Futian had been whipping up in Crimson Dragon Realm. They were all very impressed, despite being holiness of nirvanas themselves. Yi Futian was indeed living up to his reputation as one in a million. It was more than just being peerless in Emperor Xia's realm. It seemed that none in Crimson Dragon region could match his achievements. At the very least, there was no peer among the other young ones. Because Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian had grown so close, and because Emperor Xia valued Yi Futian so much, everyone present knew one thing for certain. Yi Futian was being groomed for rule. But then again, that was little more than a stray thought. Judging from talents displayed by Yi Futian so far, he would have no problem going to Renhuang Plain. If he were to one day rule Emperor Xia's realm, he might bring the realm to greater heights. The mood of the banquet was great. Everyone was having the time of their life. It was some time after the banquet began that the emperor addressed the crowd. Other than to welcome Qingyuan and Yi Futian home, I've invited all of you here for another matter. This is a matter for Yi Futian to tell you about, so I will excuse myself. Please go on without me." The emperor got up and left. Everyone cupped their hands to send him off. Their eyes turned back to Yi Futian after the emperor left. Other than some important figures of the royal palace, every single person who remained at the banquet was a core member of their respective elite force. Yi Futian looked at all of them and said, "Over the past several years, I've come to each of you for your assistance on many occasions. I shouldn't impose on you seniors any further, but there is something that I can't ignore. As such, I'm afraid I must request your help again, seniors." Everyone had a good sense of what he was leading up to. The swordmaster of Lihan looked at him and asked, "What do you want us to do?" The Dali dynasty had lost an important figure in the imperial advisor, while Yi Futian had brought back many nirvanas of holiness. Judging from the powers of both sides, Emperor Xia's realm now had the absolute edge. Yi Futian looked at the swordmaster of Lihan. "I'd like to request that all of you attack Dali dynasty at the same time." "The target?" the swordmaster of Lihan asked. "I'd like all of you to enter Emperor Li's realm from different directions, then converge in the imperial city. I want Emperor Li to promise me one thing, and I'm sure many of you can guess what that is," Yi Futian continued. The swordmaster of Lihan did not ask any further. Charging inside Dali dynasty, marching into the imperial city, and then threatening the emperor? The plan was ambitious, but he had to admit that the chance of success was extremely high. If they agreed to help Yi Futian out, the differences in power would become apparent. What would Emperor Li do if he saw enemy troops right outside his palace? He would have to make compromises, whether he wanted to or not. And Yi Futian would achieve his goal to force Emperor Li into releasing the imperial advisor of Dali. "So we're threatening the emperor himself then? This plan is indeed bold," thought the swordmaster of Lihan. Then he nodded and answered with two simple, yet powerful words, "Very well." He was at the battle in Crimson Dragon Realm. He was very impressed with the imperial advisor's bearing, so much that he doubted he could have done the same in that position. Such a cultivator, even one on the opposite side, was worthy of respect all the same. Furthermore, this operation posed little risk to him. So long as they refrained from unnecessary killing, things would be relatively safe. "Thank you, Swordmaster." Yi Futian rose. He sipped his drink, then said, "If you require anything of me in the future, Yi Futian swears to see it done." None had helped him more than the Swordmaster of Lihan. If the Swordmaster accepts the proposal without hesitation, I see no reason not to do the same. The Jutian Temple Lord smiled. "I still remember that time when you and those from Lihan Heaven fought at Jutian Temple. I surely did not expect to see you sitting side by side today. It's all in the past. Please let it rest, Senior," Yi Futian said with a smile. His state of mind was very different compared to back then. The Swordmaster of Lihan had returned Yi Futian's enmity with kindness, lending his sword to one of Yi Futian's people after reaching the 33rd level of heaven. That incident had had quite an effect on his training from then on out. "Count me in. Hasn't Dali Dynasty always wanted to attack us anyway? Now we can oblige them this. Too bad we can't kill them, though." The Palace Lord of Xianyuan Palace laughed, showcasing his frank and straightforward temperament. The purpose of the operation was to rescue the Imperial Advisor, so naturally they would have to restrain themselves and not cross the line. Yi Futian was rather touched, finding so many elite figures who agreed to help him, especially when he just sprung this on them. He raised his cup with both hands to his lips and drank again. Then he bowed to them. "If any senior present should ever need anything of me, I promise to see it done." With these elite figures by his side and the powers of Emperor Xia, the operation had now gathered most of the pinnacle forces found in the realm. Couple all that with those he had brought from the Crimson Dragon realm, and it was now possible to overrun the Dali dynasty. It was just as the Swordmaster of Lihan put it, the battle would have been quite an easy one. "I rather look forward to such a grand battle. Now that everything is in order, let's set up a plan and get prepared," said the Jutian Temple Lord. Everyone nodded in agreement. The banquet ended shortly after, and all the guests went home to begin preparations. When they were alone, Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She naturally knew that they hadn't agreed so quickly just because of her father. It was also because of Yi Futian himself. He was an inspirational figure, and everyone saw the potential he had. Emperor Xia's realm became busy after the banquet was over. Forces gathered and mighty ones went in and out of the royal palace, delivering news. Those at the upper echelons of Emperor Xia's realm knew that a grand battle taking place between the two realms was imminent. Xiaorong had gotten busy as well. He prepared to return to the army, and he met up with his father one more time before he departed. Xiaorong felt rather complicated. He had been asking his father to wage a realm war, and his father had always ignored him. However, it took only a single word from Futian after he returned for Emperor Xia to agree to it, starting the storm that would engulf two realms. Just who was the prince of Emperor Xia's realm supposed to be? But then again, he did not bother to think much about any of that. He simply said to his father, "Father, we now have the absolute advantage in this war. Why did you agree to Futian's proposal of simply suppressing them? Why not go further and completely wipe out Emperor Li's realm?" Futian was only doing so to save the imperial advisor, but what the prince wanted was something else altogether. This battle is being fought because of Futian. If not for those powers he brought from the Crimson Dragon realm, we wouldn't have been able to do this. So we'll do it his way, Emperor Xia answered. Father, do you think it's all right to let this chance slip past our fingers, just for the sake of the imperial advisor? Xiaorong asked. Emperor Xia eyed his son, who stood tall and proud. While the prince had indeed sensed powerful pressure, there was not a single hint of retreat in his deep eyes. He looked his father straight in the eye. Xiaorong, Emperor Xia continued after being silent for a while, this is not only for the imperial advisor, it's for you as well. Do not forget who caused all of this. It had been Xiaorong's decision that led to the imperial advisor's current predicament. The emperor had agreed to Futian's proposal to resolve the problem Xiaorong caused. Deep down, Xiaorong knew what his father meant. But other thoughts were interfering with what he knew to be true. Does Futian mean so much to father? He thought. Return to the army and do as you're told by your sacred general. Don't indulge your own smart ideas anymore, Emperor Xia reminded him. Cultivation itself is of greater importance than anything else. I do not think I'd need to remind you of that, given your current situation. Xiaorong was not a member of the younger generation who were incapable of forming their own opinions. On the contrary, he was too opinionated. As an unblemished saint, there was little need to say anything about Xiaorong's state of mind. It was, after all, what enabled him to make such a decision back at the Crimson Dragon realm. However, that was not the outcome he wanted to see. Yes, father. The emperor had made himself very clear, and Xiaorong naturally did not see the point in pushing the matter further. He then excused himself and left. Due to the scale of commotion in Emperor Xia's realm, there was no way Emperor Li's realm would have been oblivious to it. Both Runhuang realms had placed their spies in each other's territory. Futian's return was not even a secret to begin with. It wasn't long before word of these activities quickly reached Emperor Li's realm. In the imperial city of Emperor Li's realm, a frail old man sat in a prison, held down by a ritual implement. The old man appeared shriveled, his aura was weak, and his hair was unkempt. Footsteps approached, and they stopped before him. Imperial Advisor, a familiar voice said. The imperial advisor of Dali slowly lifted his head and saw the man who stood at the pinnacle of Dali. He exuded a regal, majestic air. He was none other than Emperor Li himself. Your Majesty. The imperial advisor's voice was weak. Though his eyes brimmed at times, the imperial advisor's entire being was otherwise tremendously dejected. News has come from Emperor Xia's realm. Your student is getting ready to amass an army to attack Dali. What do you think of that? Emperor Li asked. Student? The imperial advisor thought. He looked rather puzzled, but he quickly understood who the emperor was talking about. It was not Yin Yuan, nor most others he could think of. The only one it could be was definitely Futian. There is a reason why you are the imperial advisor. You have good eyes. You picked him over Di Hao or Dong Chun, and time has justified that choice. Futian has indeed proven himself far more extraordinary than the other two, so much so that any comparison to them would be laughable. He is now a city lord in Crimson Dragon City and has inherited the Runhuang ruins. He's being served by several holiness of nirvanas, which have enabled him to turn the tide of the war. Emperor Xia's realm no longer has any disadvantage. And now, he is about to lead an attack into Dali. I'm sure he's doing it for you, don't you think? Ironically, he was the one person you were willing to sacrifice yourself to protect. And now, he is now about to attack Dali. It remains to be seen how many people will pay with their lives. What are your thoughts, Imperial Advisor? If it had not been for the Imperial Advisor's treachery, Yi Futian would have perished long ago. The Imperial Advisor lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, when Yi Futian acted out against Prince Li Yao, it was only to avenge his wife as well as the lives of many others. The prince is no longer present, so maybe there is still a chance to turn this around. He coughed lethargically after he finished. To him, being able to survive alone had been a luxury. Emperor Li looked at him silently. Turn things around? How naive, he thought. The emperor turned and left. He had not expected the young man he had met all those years ago could have grown at such a frightening rate. It was so much that even him, a Run Huang, felt somewhat threatened. The elite forces departed from Emperor Xia's realm several days later. They headed towards the battlefield and prepared to rendezvous with the 8 legions. Yi Futian sent 4 Holiness of Nirvanas out as well. He sent Yaya out with them too, but she was following the ones from the sword clan of Lihan. The swordmaster of Lihan and Yaya had both fought to be the top swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm. Presently, both renowned swordsmen joined hands as they made for the inner parts of enemy territory. None was able to stand in their way. They could have let Emperor Xia take them to Dali Imperial City right away, just as they had done previously, yet they did not. They went on to wage a war across Emperor Li's realm instead, charging towards the palace. That was the only way they would have been able to truly lean on the emperor. What they were really doing was waging a realm war, not staging a rescue operation. Every single group that departed had several demonic beasts with them, all of which had been enthralled by Yi Futian. By doing so, each group could communicate with the others. Yi Futian served as the hub, knowing at all times what others were doing. Yi Futian kept only one Holiness of Nirvana by his side, and that was Wu Yong. The leaders from the Nanli tribe, the Bailey tribe, and the Vermilion Bird clan, as well as Shan Tianzhan, had all departed. Yi Futian remained back at the royal palace, not because he wouldn't participate in the fight, but because he had a mission of his own. Emperor Xia arranged for Yi Futian and his people to have their own palace within the royal palace. No one other than royal relatives had ever enjoyed such a privilege. Even people like the great shaman had only been granted access to training grounds and their quarters, instead of being given their own palace. However, none found that arrangement peculiar. Emperor Xia had long treated Yi Futian as a member of his family. Yi Futian's actual status with the emperor was an open secret. That palace had pavilions, towers, and even a waterfall, making the place look like a paradise. Yi Futian and the 5th prince, Xia Luan, were engaged in a game of chess. Xia Qingyuan was present as well. I just recalled that I have something to attend to. Please excuse me. Qingyuan, take my place, Xia Luan said to his sister. He rose and patted himself. Without even turning his head around, he began to leave, looking dashing and carefree. 3 losses straight, Xia Qingyuan said in a low voice. What a formidable player indeed. Xia Luan's mouth twitched, but he still did not turn around. He walked away with his head held high. He was feeling rather frustrated. It was not only that Yi Futian was very talented in cultivation, which made the princes look bad, but many outside the royal palace were talking. They had been saying that Yi Futian looked more like the emperor's son than the princes. Xia Luan was very proficient at the art of chess, and he had actually intended to kill some of Yi Futian's brimming might, saving some face for the princes. The outcome was horrendous. The games only made the prince feel that Yi Futian's ability at calculation was horrifying. You're up for a game, princess? Yi Futian asked Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan shook her head. I'm not a player. Allow me instead, interjected Yin Yuan as he approached the pair. All right, older brother. Let's do this. Yi Futian set the board up. Nanzhai and Fei Xue were there at the side as well. Both of them started playing, and Yi Futian found that Yin Yuan was also a very skilled player. An intense game emerged between the two masters. Yi Futian learned how to play chess at Chess St. Willem many years ago, but that did not mean he was invincible. The chess saint was but a common saint. Yin Yuan, on the other hand, had become a holiness of nirvana. He wondered just how capable his older brother was at calculation. Furthermore, Yin Yuan did not let up at all, surrounding Futian on all sides. It seemed to reflect his current state of mind. Yin Yuan must have been worried about the imperial advisor. They wanted to help, but they were unable to. It would have incurred Emperor Li's wrath otherwise, and their teacher was still a prisoner of Emperor Li. No need to get too worried. Emperor Li isn't dumb. He wouldn't have acted against our teacher before things became more apparent. They would have been at an absolute disadvantage otherwise. They're scared of pissing us off, Futian said. After all, the invasion was done in the name of waging a realm war. Right? Yin Yuan nodded. As a holiness of nirvana, his state of mind had long transformed, becoming indomitable. However, the matter at hand still had to do with their teacher, so it was unavoidable that they still felt frustrated. Even though they were practically able to see the outcome, they still worried nonetheless. Yin Yuan was not the only one who felt that way. Nanzhai, Feishue, and the others were quiet as well. It was apparent that a load rested on their collective shoulders. But then again, they were all very supportive of Futian's operation. If they were to simply leave their teacher locked up in a cell, no one could tell what would happen to him. Their teacher was no longer what he had once been. His training had been wiped clean and his life might be in an extremely frail state. It was quite a pity. Despite all of them having trained in the deed of thorough comprehension, none of them were able to immerse themselves as deeply in the method as their teacher. They were unable to see fates and luck in the great path. You guys are really taking your time. The new voice belonged to the fourth prince, the incredibly dashing Xiaokuan. He approached the game. Your Highness. Futian rose and bowed, showing his respect. Xiaokuan smiled. Save the formalities. I'm just here to look around. All right. Futian sat and continued to play. Xiaokuan was only there to watch. He then said, Bravo. I didn't know that Sir Yin Yuan and Futian were so good at chess. I'm sure my brother was having a hard time earlier. The fifth prince is very skilled as well, Futian replied. He'd like to think so. Xiaokuan smiled and then followed up with, Qingyuan. Since when have you been interested in chess? I'm just watching, Qingyuan said. Well, we never saw you watch a game before. Xiaokuan chuckled. Qingyuan eyed him with a speechless look. All right, I'm done bothering you guys. Come to my place if you could spare the time, Brother Yi, Xiaokuan said. Futian smiled and nodded. He received a telepathic message from Feishue. His hand hung in midair, the chess piece still in hand. Futian then lifted his head and asked with a smile, How is the Xiao clan doing now that Xiao Sheng is gone? Xiaokuan stopped and turned around, freezing in place. He then turned his head to look at Futian. He saw that Futian was talking to his sister. Futian turned to look at Xiaokuan and asked, What happened, Your Highness? Nothing. Xiaokuan shook his head, before turning around and leaving. Qingyuan shot a puzzled look at Futian. That question sounded like it came out of nowhere. Neither she nor Xiaokuan knew how to react. I've never left the royal palace since I returned, so I have little idea. But after what happened, grandfather felt he should keep a tight leash on the clan, Qingyuan answered. What's done is done, and Xiao Sheng paid for it. Don't let this get between you and old man Xiao, princess, Futian said and looked at Feishue, who was at his side. Feishue's expression changed slightly. I sense a murderous intent, she said to him telepathically. Futian's hand froze again. Then he moved his piece on the board. Feishue's abilities were only known to those from the imperial advisor's residence. He hadn't told anyone in Emperor Xia's realm, not even Qingyuan. If that ability of hers became known, people would have been on guard against her at all times. After Feishue's telepathic message, he deliberately asked Qingyuan about the Xiao clan, specifically bringing up Xiao Sheng's name. He was doing that just to see how Xiao Kuren would react. The prince covered himself pretty well, but hints were there nonetheless. Then again, that hardly proved anything, as turning around would have been normal. But that emotion could not be fake, and that was not something he was able to cover. Murderous intent welled up in Xiaokuan's mind as soon as Xiao Sheng's name was brought up. He wondered what exactly that meant. They couldn't find the culprit back then. All the evidence had been destroyed as well. However, as the investigation went on, Futian speculated that the likeliest suspects could have only come from the royal palace. Only someone in the royal palace would have been able to learn everything he was doing, as well as determine that he had headed to Emperor Li's realm back then. However, that was all just speculation. His status didn't allow him to look into those from the royal palace. It was impossible without hard evidence. Xia Qingyuan frowned after Xia Kuan left. She looked at Futian and asked, "What was that about?" She was not dumb and had naturally known something was amiss. She believed Futian might have been probing. But then again, she was unable to understand why he wanted to probe her fourth brother all of a sudden. Furthermore, he had only probed her Xia Kuan and no one else. Futian looked up at Xia Qingyuan, feeling rather complicated. This was not the outcome he wanted. The matter had to do with the princes. He was at a loss about what to do. A question lingered on his mind. He and Xia Kuan had not been acquainted before. If there were concerns about the succession of the throne, Futian would serve an important role by Xia Qingyuan's side. But it was not Xia Kuan who would be concerned. "Princess, which prince was Xia Kuan closest to?" Futian asked. Xia Qingyuan's expression kept changing in response to the question. It was apparent that she recalled something extremely bad. So bad that she couldn't bring herself to say it. "Princess," Futian called. Xia Qingyuan turned her head around, looking somewhere else. It was apparent that she had managed to figure something out herself. "Is it him?" Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes back at Futian. Futian looked at her the same way and said, "There is no mistake about it. Even if he isn't the one, he knows something, or may have been directly involved." Why else would Fei Xue detect a murderous intent in Xia Kuan's mind at the mention of Xiao Sheng's name? His current status and power were such that even if he had wanted to kill Futian all those years ago, he would have been able to easily conceal his thoughts. However, the incident with Xiao Sheng had been an unresolved threat, and it had something to do with what happened back then. As such, it became apparent that Xia Kuan was involved. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Xia Qingyuan asked. "Let's just leave it at that. It has to do with some other people, and I don't want to see them involved. Do you believe me, princess?" Xia Qingyuan did not say anything else. She actually had an answer deep down. Her instinct was to believe him. The results of the investigations back then strongly suggested someone from the royal palace was involved. It could only have been someone important. Couple all that with the way her brother had reacted to Futian's question, and she realized what was going on. She felt pained at the complications. It was the last thing she wanted to see. Emperor Xia had 7 children, 5 princes and 2 princesses. Xia Qingyuan was the only princess before Yao Shi came to the royal palace, and she had been the youngest. The brothers shared an amicable relationship with their little sister. The brothers doted on Xia Qingyuan, especially the eldest, who doted on her the most when they were young. Xia Qingyuan grew up being showered with love all the time. Even though the princes might have had a somewhat strained relationship with each other, she was never caught in their squabbles. When Futian asked her who Xia Kuan was closest to, she naturally had the answer. Xiaorong, the eldest prince. Back then, Xiaorong was not in the royal palace, but Xia Kuan had been present. Both brothers shared the same ideal. They were warhawks and incredibly talented in cultivation. What those 2 brothers did put Futian's life in jeopardy, so much so that he almost died. And they were doing it through the hands of Emperor Li's realm. One could only imagine how complicated she felt at that moment. All that time, she'd resented what her eldest brother had done and how he ignored her concerns. She was unable to forgive him. However, if Futian intended to settle the score with her brother, she wondered what she would do. Those 2 occasions had been brutal for Futian. While the actions were not specifically directed against him, the ones closest to him had suffered the consequences. Long Linger and the imperial advisor of Dali were almost killed. She and her brother still had blood ties despite what happened, but not Futian. After watching him all these years, she knew how he would treat enemies who went out to harm those closest to him. "We'll talk about this at a later date, princess." Futian knew that Xia Qingyuan was going through a hard time. He could relate. Everyone had their own stance in terms of sentiment, and the world did not revolve around him. The other princes had little care for him. From their perspectives, It would have been completely normal for them to act against him to achieve their own objectives. But all of that could be tabled for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was the war with Emperor Li's realm and the rescue of the imperial advisor. Everything else had to wait. Mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm charged from the western region of the Dali dynasty's territory. The armies fanned out as they entered Dali, with each keeping a certain distance away from the rest. A holiness of nirvana led every army. Doing so guaranteed that if anything unforeseen were to happen, there would always be a holiness of nirvana present, ensuring flexibility by enabling those people to provide reinforcements across the region at the greatest speed possible. Even though the elite forces had the absolute advantage, they were nonetheless on enemy turf. The Dali dynasty had the home advantage, and the possibility of being ambushed as the armies moved deeper into the territory was very high. As such, they did not charge straight in without planning and fanned out instead, doing everything to ensure that they went at the same pace. The demonic beasts could sense what was happening, which was convenient. Information was constantly being updated and streamlined. That was why such strategies were formulated in the first place. They were sending in massive forces after all, and it would have been ridiculous if they were to do it without proper planning. Every single army had detailed maps of Dali dynasty. They were all given their missions and moved simultaneously. A group of swordsmen rode their swords towards the western region. Their aura was incredibly strong. The ones leading the charge were none other than the swordmaster of Lihin and Yaya. They brought the mighty ones from the sword clan of Lihin deep into enemy territory. They consisted of an independent army and were also the smallest among all deployed. But then again, the swordmaster of Lihin and Yaya were more than enough to take on the massive armies themselves. "We're almost at Daily Mountain," the swordmaster of Lihin said. All faces became even more serious. They were bursting with sword wills, yet remained cautious. Daily Mountain was the camp where the western army of Dali dynasty was stationed. It had also once been the second largest holy land for cultivation in Dali dynasty. King Tiandao was in charge there. However, he had once spent time at the front lines fighting against the army of Tian, so he had not always been at Daily Mountain. Clouds in the sky turned as the swords zipped past. A group of people went down at blitzing speeds. People below sensed terrifying sword wills coming from above and looked up. All of them shuddered deep down. Yaya waved her hands about and conjured a huge sword matrix in the sky. She gestured and the sword matrix fired at the tall, majestic halls right before them. The might of that sword matrix was not all that powerful. The attack was only meant for probing. From what they were able to sense, Daily Mountain seemed rather empty. Boom, boom, boom. Swords rained on Daily Mountain, and the palaces and halls collapsed one after another. Yet no one emerged. That was supposed to be where the Western Army was stationed. It was extensively huge, yet it appeared to be empty. No one is here. The swordmaster of Lihin turned a bolt of dazzling light from his sword on Daily Mountain. The tall, majestic buildings remained, yet the place was truly rendered empty. Not only was everyone gone, but it was also presumed that they took all cultivation resources with them as well. King Tiandao really was something. He ditched his base of operations just like that. But then again, in a situation where they knew the forces of Emperor Xia's realm were going to hit Dali, Daily Mountain would have definitely been the first to get hit. King Tiandao had obviously abandoned the base and left a shell of a city behind to prevent them from getting wiped out. Cutting off certain parts to keep the whole alive had been a wise move. But then again, where would the mighty ones of Daily Mountain have gone? The Imperial City? There was also the possibility that they were scattered right below Daily Mountain, or they were hiding in plain sight. We shall cease moving forward for now. Send word to the other armies. The swordmaster of Lihin told a flying demonic beast at his side, which was enthralled by Futian. The demonic beast relayed the news to Futian after receiving its orders. Futian, who was far away at Emperor Xia's palace, felt the news was unexpected, but he was not all that surprised. It was within reason. He relayed the news to all other armies invading Dali and took out a map, sending out the next set of orders. Besides having his own mission, the other reason why he stayed behind was that he was the one in charge of the entire operation. He could control demonic beasts, and only he would have been able to see what was going on with all armies. He had to know the locations of all armies at all times, and what predicament they had gotten themselves into. The mighty ones led by the swordmaster of Lihan were still at Daily Mountain. That demonic beast then said in human speech, "Swordmaster, please depart. Now that you're deep inside Dali's territory, the enemies are hidden and eyes are everywhere. Chances of ambush are very high." "Yeah." The swordmaster of Lihan nodded. "Let's go." The group then continued riding their swords and headed into deeper parts. Several hours later, the swordmaster of Lihan raised his hand. His sword stopped moving and everyone else followed suit. Huge stone pillars were found below and mystical auras permeated the place. "Matrixes," Yaya said. "Possibly illusory ones, which are meant for concealing auras." Voom. The swordmaster of Lihan waved his hand and countless beams of swords shot through the air, raining down upon the stone pillars. Rumbles began within mere moments. Devastating powers were felt and terrifying dragon roars seemed to have been heard. The huge stone pillars crumbled and the matrix of illusions seemed to have crumbled as well. A terrifying aura was felt and countless dragon specters suddenly filled the sky. Someone was then seen shot to the air. At the same time, many mighty ones rose from that area. They all had terrifying auras about them. The massive group of mighty ones was an army of saints, laying low and waiting to ambush them. Furthermore, two more extremely terrifying auras were sensed as well. King Tiandao, Prince Regent, the demonic beast said after seeing both of them. Two of the most powerful figures below the emperor appeared at the same time. They were also likely the most powerful of saints in all of Dali. Not only that, the people they brought were far more powerful than those mighty ones behind the swordmaster of Lihan. It was obvious that they had a good grasp of the makeup of the army when the swordmaster of Lihan had stopped at Daily Mountain, and they went on to set up an ambush. The enemy army seemed to have laid down a matrix. Thousands of true dragons roared in the sky. "Get into formation," the swordmaster of Lihan said. His sword aura permeated the sky within an instant and enveloped him. The mighty ones from the sword clan of Lihan drew their swords and prepared to fight. Terrifying storms of the sword art of Lihan appeared all around them within an instant, with the swordmaster of Lihan in the center. Those swords whipped about furiously, seemingly without order. They formed a huge net of swords at the same time, tearing up the space around them. True dragons roared as they charged. They were immediately cut into countless pieces as soon as they came near the net of swords. Yaya was positioned in her sword matrix and diagrams of sword matrices appeared around her. She devoured the aura of the sword arts all around her in a frenzy, imbuing those powers within the diagrams. At the same time, the army that was closest to the swordmaster of Lihan's was led by two holiness of Nirvanas. One of them brought a group and headed out for reinforcement as quickly as possible. Back at Emperor Xia's palace, Xiaqing Yuan, Yin Yuan, and the others looked at Yi Futian. "The fighting has begun?" "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent appeared at the same place at the same time, intending to surround the swordmaster and his people. But they are defending with sword matrices. The enemy stands no chance. "Does that mean the Dali dynasty army is setting up an ambush in the city?" Yin Yuan asked. "Most likely. Looks like it's our time to head out." Yi Futian then looked at Yin Yuan and said, "Elder brother, Feishue, wait for my news." Yin Yuan and Feishue nodded seriously. Yi Futian, Xiaqing Yuan, and the others headed out, leading a group of mighty ones for the teleportation matrix. Not long after, terrifying light emanated from the portal. Yi Futian and the others disappeared from the royal palace. The place they were heading to was not within Dali dynasty's territory. They headed out to the realm that the three imperial realms had fought over long ago, the Empty Realm. Empty Realm was home to a passage connecting all three imperial realms. The realm that contained powerful resources was still a chaotic place at present. After Yi Futian won in that battle of Empty Realms years ago, Li Yao broke the rules of engagement and attempted to kill him. The relationship between the realms of Emperor Xia and Emperor Li quickly took a turn for the worse after that, with conflicts occurring regularly. As such, order at Empty Realm was broken, with the realm currently being split into three factions. Three imperial realms remained in a standoff and battles erupted now and then. All of them competed for the realm's resources. At present, all three factions had mighty ones carving out their territories. In Emperor Xia's service, the army of Do was in charge, with the holiness of Nirvana taking command. The leader was none other than Lu Yu, who had been protecting Princess Xia Qingyuan for quite some time. There was also a holiness of Nirvana from Emperor Li's realm present, King White of the Four Kings. The holiness of Nirvana from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was a monster. It was a protector at the Emperor's side and was known as a king in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. It had the title of Idol King and possessed formidable powers. All three factions had fought skirmishes against each other time and again, but they had never gone too far. That was because Empty Realm was directly connected to the three imperial realms. All-out wars could have broken out if they were not careful, and all factions could have had people from their respective realms coming to take charge of things. As such, Futian also chose to go to Empty Realm only after King Tiandao and the Prince Regent emerged to intercept the Swordmaster of Lihan. He wanted to confirm that enemy officers at the very top had been deployed. If he were to invade Empty Realm without confirming that, there was the possibility of ambush. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent stood at the very pinnacle of Dali dynasty. If they were absent, Futian would still have been able to handle any ambush he ran into. At that moment, a group of people descended from above Emperor Xia's city of Empty Realm. It was none other than Futian's party, and Xia Qingyuan was with him as well. Lu Yu and the sacred general of Do took to the air and called, "Princess." Lu Yu had served as Xia Qingyuan's bodyguard for many years, so it could be said that he was very familiar with her. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly, and both of them turned to look at Futian. Lu Yu met him many times before, yet it was the first time for the sacred general of Do. The general eyed the genius whose name became known throughout Emperor Xia's realm. He had heard that it was this young man who led this war. Not even the sacred general of Tian, the top general of the 8 armies, had commanded such authority before. But then again, he heard that it was Futian who invited the Swordmaster of Lihan and many other legendary figures to participate in the war. "Senior, sacred general." Futian addressed them with his hands cupped. "Sir Yi." Lu Yu nodded. "Your reputation precedes you, Sir Yi. I finally get to meet the man in person." The sacred general of Do had a brimming aura, yet he had the look and bearing of a scholar, appearing well-mannered and elegant. However, there was no mistaking his extremely formidable combat prowess. He was already at the pinnacle of unblemished saint level. "You're too kind, sacred general. How are things here now?" Futian asked. "Quiet. There is no movement from Dali's side, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm seemed like they're just watching the world burn. They probably won't get involved," the sacred general of Do said. "That won't be it." Futian shook his head. The sacred general of Do looked at Futian and asked, "Do you think that they would choose to ally with Emperor Li's realm and take us on instead?" Emperor Xia's realm was, at the moment, the most powerful among the three. The ones from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm might have allied with Emperor Li's realm out of concern that Emperor Xia's realm would have taken the chance to seize permanent control of Empty Realm. "Would you mind going to Peacock City with me for a bit?" Futian smiled and asked. The sacred general of Do looked rather puzzled, wondering why Futian would have wanted to do that. He was unable to read the young man's intentions. "Very well." The sacred general of Do nodded, and the group departed. It did not take them long to arrive at the Empty Realm base of operations for Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, called Peacock City. The group barged into Peacock City right away, landing at the central area. A stout man who emanated brimming might sat before them. His form looked mighty and larger than most. His eyes were very huge and his nose was unusually long. Those eyes had extremely overbearing pressure emanating from them as they gazed at Futian. That being was none other than the idol king of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. As Futian felt the weight of his vague aura, it seemed the aura was capable of crushing him to death on its own. Even the sacred general of Do looked rather alerted. "I'm Futian. Pleased to meet you, idol king." Futian bowed slightly to show his respect. "You are indeed the cream of the crop, City Lord Yi. No wonder the princess spoke so highly of you." The pressure from the idol king dispersed, and he laughed heartily. The sacred general of Do was baffled. He knew of Yi Futian's current status within Emperor Xia's realm and about his rather peculiar relationship with the princess. Yet it seemed Yi Futian had a similar relationship with the princess of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. He wondered how that happened, especially because some years ago, Yi Futian had gotten on the bad side of Kong Xian during the Battle of Empty Realm. The sacred general of Do then looked at Yi Futian's face, wondering if Yi Futian could do as he pleased because of his handsome features. That's quite flattering, Senior. Princess Kong Xian has superb talents, and she will be quite the demon empress herself in the future, Yi Futian smiled and replied. The Black Wind Condor was still training at Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and he had long reconciled with her. The relationship between the two was quite amicable. If he were to have Kong Xian on his side, then Dali could have been effectively kicked out of the realm. Then the realm would have been subjected to joint rule by Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. In Kong Xian's perspective, it all had to do with her coming to terms with Yi Futian and how the bird was training under a super monster as well. There was also the factor of Yi Futian's extraordinary performance in Crimson Dragon Realm at play. As such, Demon Peacock Emperor's realm would have naturally leaned towards having a good relationship with him instead of making an enemy out of him. The joint rule of Empty Realm would have been beneficial to both while causing no harm. As for Dali, Yi Futian intended to take them on, and Dali Dynasty was in a ditch themselves. They could not have so much as even an opinion, let alone getting on the bad side of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. As such, after receiving Yi Futian's invitation, Kong Xian had returned to Demon Peacock Emperor's realm right away to report. She also relayed the news to Empty Realm through the Black Wind Condor, who enabled Kong Xian to converse directly with Yi Futian. All of that culminated with this meeting between Yi Futian and the Idol King at Peacock City. Senior, it was Emperor Li's realm who broke the rules of the pact between the three realms back in the Battle of Empty Realm. We should have kicked them out of Empty Realm back then, and the realm should be jointly ruled by us, Yi Futian continued. That was the agreement he reached with Kong Xian. Well said. The Idol King nodded. Emperor Li's realm was the one who broke the rules. That is how we should deal with them. The sacred general of Do, who was at his side, was completely dumbfounded. Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had indeed picked a side, but it was their side that they allied with. How could Dali Dynasty fight this anymore? I'll head back to Emperor Xia City and rally our forces. We'll expel Emperor Li's realm once and for all. Yi Futian cupped his hands before excusing himself. The Idol King looked at Yi Futian's back as he left, recalling how Princess Kong Xian spoke very highly of him. She claimed that his future would not be at either Emperor Xia's realm or Emperor Li's. The army of Dali Dynasty was stationed at Emperor Li's city. Empty Realm had rich deposits of sacred spirit stones, and they were all imbued with Empty Realm attributes. Furthermore, the realm was connected to three imperial realms, so Dali Dynasty would not have given up the place easily. At that moment, King White sensed a looming threat around him. The ones from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm are here, huh? He frowned hard. A mighty one whose aura brimmed stood at King White's side. It was someone whom Yi Futian had met quite a lot of times. Chao Kong, a figure of utmost importance among the demonic clan. There were many mighty ones from the demonic clan right behind him. King White was not the only one in charge at Empty Realm. The demonic clan's mighty ones were there as well. It was apparent that they believed Empty Realm to be important. Extremely formidable pressure of the Great Path rained down on them, and two armies came from afar. King White saw the silver-haired young man at the forefront and felt rather complicated. The Imperial Advisor had taken that young man to be his student back then, and Emperor Li had even wanted to marry off one of the princesses to him. It was quite a pity that he and Li Yao could not have gotten along, given how Li Yao had killed his wife. If the Imperial Advisor had not gotten into trouble, they would not have been on the defense in this conflict. The Imperial Advisor alone could have taken on armies. Yin Yuan, the eldest student of the Imperial Advisor, had advanced to become a holiness of Nirvana as well. However, it was done now, and there was no turning back. No one would have expected Yi Futian to have grown so much in such a short period. He had already brought a group of holiness of Nirvanas to Emperor Xia's realm. Idol King, Dali Dynasty, and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had shared amicable relations. Is Demon Peacock Emperor's realm wanting to get involved in the conflict with Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm now? King White asked as he looked at the idol king from afar. We're not interested in the squabbles between Emperor Li and Emperor Xia. But Li Yao broke the rules in the Battle of Empty Realm all those years ago, and that brought on the current instability. Without those old rules, fighting has continued for the past several years, and the order was disrupted, the idol king said. Since it was you of Emperor Li's realm who broke the rules, then we shall end the chaos with you. Emperor Li's realm shall leave Empty Realm. King White stared straight ahead. Emperor Li's city was one step behind him. It was obvious that the intrusion of Emperor Xia's realm into Empty Realm was meant to uproot Dali dynasty from the realm itself. Take Yi Futian out, Chao Kong said telepathically to King White. Those holiness of nirvanas served Yi Futian, so the fighting would end if Yi Futian were taken out of the picture. Your reputation precedes you, idol king, and I shall now see what you're made of. King White disappeared from where he stood. However, he did not charge at the idol king. Instead, he headed straight for Yi Futian's location. Chao Kong made his move as well. He stepped out and demonic might swept all over as he headed straight for Yi Futian. The two holiness of nirvanas targeted Yi Futian right away. Boom! A loud rumble was heard. The sky shook as if it had been pinned down. All of the mighty ones present felt as if a divine mountain had landed on them, intending to crush them outright. The idol king threw a single punch at King White's body, making it as he was about to crush his surroundings. Boom! Another rumble was heard and King White's advance was blocked. The idol king stepped out and said, "If you tell me, I'll happily oblige." Fighting erupted right beside them almost at the very same moment. Chao Kong threw a demonic palm print, which clashed with Lu Yu. His immense power threw Lu Yu back, and he continued moving forward. People who trained in demonic ways were extremely overbearing. He headed straight for Yi Futian after throwing Lu Yu back, yet he saw a shadow like a war god of flames standing tall before Yi Futian. That was the Chonglu battle form taken by Wu Yong. Yi Futian stood right behind Wu Yong, whose body seemed to have turned into a scorching sun. The terrifying will of the Great Path surged inside Wu Yong's body, enhancing his power and cranking his battle form up to the 12th layer. Chao Kong had been the main force when Li Yao intended to kill Yi Futian in Empty Realm. Yaya was badly injured and Wu Chen almost ended up killed. At the time of the Battle of Qinya City in the Crimson Dragon Realm, Wu Yong had used Yi Futian to exert incredible fighting power and shake several Nirvana figures with his performance. The strength within Yi Futian could directly increase Wu Yong's strength, allowing him, who had just stepped into the Nirvana realm, to appear as if he was at the peak of this state. Thus, while the leader of the Zhong clan could only reach the 11th phase of Zhonglo battle form, Wu Yong could reach the 12th phase, creating a towering, immense flaming battle form like a sun god of war. Wu Yong's eyes were as bright as the sun. Once again, he experienced that breath. It was an unspeakable power, just like the last time. When Yi Futian lent him the way, he would feel as if he had almost touched an even stronger way, like the source of the Great Path. His physical body was like the source of all flames, swallowing up the fire of the heavens, thus strengthening himself. He only personally experienced this feeling among the remaining 7 leaders out of the 9 major tribes. He also understood that this must have been related to what Yi Futian had obtained from the relics of Emperor Kwa. Wu Yong naturally would not reveal this. He knew very well that because of his original decision, now Yi Futian trusted him the most. On the other side, Chao Kong was incredibly fast. When the Zhonglo battle form finished being cast, Chao Kong had already arrived. His target was Yi Futian, and naturally, he would take Yi Futian down as quickly as possible. Yi Futian was right behind Wu Yong. Mighty demonic powers swept across the heavens, and an awesome demon appeared behind Chao Kong. Demonic clouds covered the sky. They contained a terrible power to consume, trying to devour Wu Yong's flame. He grabbed directly towards Wu Yong's body. Those who cultivated in the demonic arts were experts in close-quarter combat, so he was quite fearless. The giant palm expanded wildly, turning into a vortex of a black hole. It was surrounded by endless dark, magical currents, moving toward Wu Yong's Zhonglo battle form like demonic magic chains. The demonic chains that were formed by the demonic magical currents sheltered the sky and enveloped Wu Yong's body, wanting to imprison him. The terrible dark demonic currents swallowed the flames upon Wu Yong's body. A palm of the great path descended and blasted toward Wu Yong's head, wanting to end him then and there. "Let him," Futian said to Wu Yong. Endless flames also surrounded his body. The fire spirit orb of his life palace merged into the ancient tree of the world, and branches and leaves reached out and melded into Wu Yong's body. Wu Yong's Zhonglo battle form became even hotter. Like the center of the sun, flames continued to pour into the great palm print through his battle form, even allowing the chain that grabbed him to devour the flames inside his body. He knew very well that Chao Kong could not swallow this flaming force. Sure enough, Chao Kong's face changed in an instant. The chains became crimson as blood, as did the dark demonic palm prints. The terrifying red color blended into the darkness, and even the will that was madly swallowing up the flames between heaven and earth continued to surge toward his arm. A terrible sizzling sound was heard, and the endless chain of demonic magic started burning, and the great palm print exploded under the flame. Chao Kong's eyes changed, and his body retreated. He wanted to extricate himself. The temperature of the flames on Zhonglo battle form was getting higher, and there was an illusion of divine fire in this space. It seemed as if it would completely transform it into a world of flame. Boom! Just as Chao Kong attempted to retreat, many flaming arms suddenly appeared upon the 12th phase of the Zhonglo battle form, sheltering the sky. When Chao Kong just wanted to get out of there, he saw that Lu Yu had appeared behind him. He raised his hand to blast out a great palm that struck Chao Kong back, causing him to be surrounded by flaming arms. Chao Kong's pupils contracted slightly. There were 3 Nirvana figures on the other side, and because he was eager to take down Futian, he miscalculated Wu Yong's battle power, or rather, Wu Yong's power that was augmented by Futian. However, Chao Kong was a Nirvana-level demonic figure after all. Although he felt the oppression, he was still mentally solid. The monstrous demonic power now turned into an overbearing demonic sword, stepping out in one direction and slashing a way out, cutting off the arms that extended from the Zhonglo battle form. However, as he was about to open up a path, a strong sense of danger descended, and many solar spears fell down, piercing straight at his body. Boom! The magical power swept the world. His body seemed to have been covered by a demonic armor, both hands holding a sword, and slashed out, opening up a fissure with demonic magic. It split the void, breaking the solar spear. Sounds of roaring continued, and the towering battle form of Wu Yong came out. A sun appeared behind him, emitting infinite sun divine light of the sun. Each beam turned into a solar spear. Futian had inherited the relics of Emperor Kwa, and he now had mastered all the abilities of the 9 major tribes and passed them on to Wu Yong. Therefore, Wu Yong had been improving over the past few years. What he mastered was not just the Zhonglo battle form of the Zhong clan, but also the abilities of the Zhu clan. The demonic sword cut through the sky and kept splitting the solar spears, but there seemed to be an inexhaustible number of solar spears. The demonic currents around Chao Kong's body were burning up so that he felt as if he was in a solar furnace and bore the roasting of the solar true fire. A radiant sun fell, drowning Chao Kong, carrying endless solar spears. Everything about his body was burned into infinity. Chao Kong screamed as the storm intended to devour the flames, but he found that his great path of consumption was not nearly as powerful as Will of the Flames. He only felt that his body was burning, and even his spirit was bearing this power. In the past, when Futian led the way to Wu Yong, it was to fight against several Nirvana figures. He easily wiped out the Nirvana characters of the Chong clan. Now, Futian's cultivation was even more excellent than at the beginning, and his control of internal strength was much better. Wu Yong had also progressed. So, even though Chao Kong was extremely strong, he was still suppressed with absolute certainty. He couldn't attack, couldn't escape, and was trapped in it. The army on the battlefield had begun to fight. Seeing this situation, Lu Yu turned and headed toward the other battlefields. The cultivators of the Dali dynasty were not their equal and were overpowered. Screams were heard continuously. On the other battlefield, The idol king of the Peacock Demon Realm was also an extremely very powerful figure who could suppress King White. In this battle, there wasn't even a chance for the cultivators of the Dali dynasty to get close to Futian. Never mind attempt to take him down. Withdraw. King White retreated and ordered his men to retreat. If they continued to fight, they feared they might be trapped and destroyed right where they were. Chao Kong, he yelled out, but saw that Chao Kong was trapped. Countless flaming arms of the flaming war god attacked at the same time, everywhere. With a loud sound, Chao Kong screamed angrily and was hit directly. The flames invaded his body, boiling all of his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of burning blood. What humiliated Chao Kong even more was that Wu Yong didn't seem to want to kill him, but wanted merely to trap him with his Zhonglo battle form, continuing to attack him. King White's look changed as he watched the scene played out. He felt the breath from Wu Yong and knew that Chao Kong probably would not be able to extricate himself from the battlefield. He cast another glance at Yi Futian, who was behind Wu Yong. His return this time would spell another disaster for Dali. Who could have thought that the person who could sway the disputes between Dali dynasty and Emperor Xia's realm would be a young man? The death of Princely Yao was nothing worth tears. Everything had started because of him. Start the Matrix, withdraw. While King White retreated, he forced Lu Yu back, and as the army of Dali dynasty retreated, those who guarded the Matrix now initiated the Grand Matrix of Space. In just a moment, a brilliant beam of great path of space covered this immense land. Clearly, the other had prepared to evacuate at any time. Don't go over there. Get back. Lu Yu and Idol King also ordered. If the Matrix took anyone to Dali dynasty before the army had a chance to prepare, the outcome would be very miserable. The two sides disengaged in an instant, and each returned to their own camp. A loud roar came out, and Chao Kong went berserk. Knowing that King White had ordered the retreat, one could only imagine what he was thinking. However, he still couldn't escape the absolute control. Finally, Chao Kong, this demon, had finally revealed his panic. He was slightly pale when a beam of bright light rushed into the sky. It was like opening up a great path of space. A group of figures crossed the space and disappeared, leaving Chao Kong there, fighting. Bang! With another loud sound, Chao Kong was blasted down by a palm strike and hit the ground. Hot blood came out of his mouth. His clothes were also burnt, and a flaming currents now leaked from his torso. I want him alive, Yi Futian said. The demonic might on Chao Kong was powerful, and he tried to get up as another flaming palm struck him down again. Chao Kong was a giant from the Dali dynasty, their premier demonic figure with great strength, who was highly respected. In Dali dynasty, he had the respect and fear of all. But, at this moment, his state was miserable. His eyes were pitch black. It was as if he was on the verge of turning into a demon. He tried to get up again and again, refusing to give in. However, he was repeatedly shot down. All of his organs were burning inside. The life force inside his body was being burned up, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Finally, after a long while, Chao Kong lost his ability to resist completely and just laid there, unable to get up. Wu Yong kept the battle form, looking down to survey the figure below. The Idol King and Lu Yu also came, looking at Chao Kong. The Idol King took notice of the desolate state of Chao Kong. After all, he was a leader of demonic magic. However, although he sympathized, he could not say anything. This was the grudge between the two major Renhuang realms. When Chao Kong first engaged Yi Futian, his ambush in the empty realm nearly made Yi Futian lose his life. No matter what Yi Futian did now, it was not excessive. Currently, Yi Futian's figure drifted down from Wu Yong, and his breath was gradually collected. He looked at Chao Kong below, and thought that he had dealt with Yaya this way once upon a time. This time, again in the empty realm, Chao Kong had wanted to ambush him with King White, thus falling into his hands. As such, he now had the first card in his hand. The existence of any Nirvana plane was extremely precious to Dali dynasty. Chao Kong was the leader of the Chao clan, and now that he had fallen into his hands, Emperor Li must somewhat consider Chao Kong's fate. At Emperor Li's palace, King White came straight away to inform Emperor Li about Chao Kong. After that, Emperor Li looked up into the distance, and might of authority shrouded the entire Emperor Li's city. Empty Realm was now taken away from them. The army guarding the Empty Realm was expelled. The Peacock Demon Emperor's realm joined forces with Futian, and Cao Kong was left behind. It was the perfect picture of this war. Emperor Li's city. Inside the palace, there seemed to be dark clouds hovering over it. Princes, princesses, nobles, and other magistrates converged, and troops guarded the whole city. Under the rule of Emperor Li, the imperial advisor of Dali oversaw domestic issues, while King Tiandao dealt with outside matters. This management system rendered Dali dynasty incredibly strong and prosperous, far exceeding the neighboring Emperor Xia's realm. Therefore, many in the Dali army and also many of the magistrates believed that they were in a position to initiate a border war and plunder the resources of cultivation from Emperor Xia's realm, thereby expanding the power of the Dali and making Dali stronger. However, this all changed a few years ago when Futian appeared in Dali dynasty. After that, because of him, the imperial advisor of Dali was admonished, and the imperial advisor's residence sat there, deserted. In a few short years, the invasion of Emperor Xia's realm swept from all directions, pressuring Dali dynasty. The situation was reversed so quickly. In front of the towering golden hall of the palace, Emperor Li stood on the stairs case. People were moving below. Messengers kept coming urgently to report the military situation. His Majesty, Sword Mountain and Sun City in the southwest fell. In the northwest, Emperor Xia's army had invaded Tianluo City and Yaodu. Directly to the west, Daili Mountain and the relics of the emperor were lost. King Tiandao and the regent failed in the ambush, with many casualties, and are now retreating toward the imperial city. The messenger relayed the news in one breath and then bowed his head on the ground, daring not to lift it. An important and strategic location in the west, in the shape of a fan, was lost successively, and even the ambush had failed. On the side of the empty realm, King White had evacuated, with Cao Kong left behind. The battle was becoming a one-sided situation. However, this situation was also expected. Under the circumstances, the opponent's cultivators of Nirvana Plain occupied the absolute advantage while Futian still brought many figures of the unblemished Saint Plain from the Crimson Dragon realm. The invasion by one realm was composed of all major top forces and the 8 great armies. As Dali had been weakened considerably by the loss of the imperial advisor's residence, in contrast, the disparity of power was one-sided. There was silence in the palace. Many ministers were quiet, and the princes and princesses were speechless. Some of the princes and princesses present even had dealings with Futian when he was known as the 7th swordsman in Dali, whose reputation rang throughout the realm. Who would have thought that the 7th swordsman now controlled this great battle of the Renhuang realm? What are your thoughts? Emperor Li looked at everyone in the hall. It was met by more silence. In the world of cultivation, power trumped all. Their previous strategy was to retreat proactively, avoiding direct, all-out confrontation with the enemy, using a few cultivators to ambush possible points of entry. After all, the invading army of Emperor Xia's realm was scattered. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent were undoubtedly the most promising. Supposing they could ambush and destroy one army of the enemy, they could immediately support other areas of fighting. Then there was the empty realm. In addition to King White, Cao Kong was deliberately dispatched to infiltrate the Emperor Li's city in secret and deal a fatal blow if the enemy intended to make a move on the empty realm. But everyone had seen the result. Futian had convinced the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm to join forces with him to attack Emperor Li's city in the empty realm, causing the capture of Cao Kong, the premier demonic figure of Dali. His Majesty, since this is already the situation, it is better to give up all the positions. I can't hold it. Is it possible to concentrate all my strength and use time differences to break through one by one? Someone suggested. There had to be a time difference with the arrival of the great army of the other side. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent originally planned to do the same, but the Swordmaster of Lihin and Yaya were the main forces defending the Sword Matrix. After the arrival of the reinforcement, the other party seemed to be able to communicate remotely and kept from consistently advancing together. The closer they were to the imperial city, their more positions seemed to converge to support each other quickly, reported the messenger. It is Futian's ability. He can control demons. That was the cause of defeat during the battle for the empty realm, someone said. Unless, the man who knelt on the floor continued. Emperor Li looked at him and said, unless what? Unless His Majesty leads us to the battlefield and smashes them one by one at the fastest speed. The messenger said, his head on the ground. When two armies fought, usually, Renhuags would not participate. If Emperor Li got involved, then it was possible that Emperor Xiam may get involved as well. Once a Renhuang intervened, it was possible to make the situation even more serious until it became uncontrollable. It could even trigger a battle to extinguish an entire realm. This kind of thing was not unheard of in history. Emperor Li's eyes were sharp as he stared at the other. The man continued, however, the army of the enemy did not launch a killing spree. Perhaps they have other motivations. It was an invasion initiated by Yi Futian, presumably because of the imperial advisor, the third prince of Dali said. He had participated in the Battle of the Crimson Dragon Realm and understood that the imperial advisor was punished because he had let Yi Futian go. The imperial advisor's behavior had indeed been a betrayal of his position. Now, Yi Futian was eager to provoke this war. His motivation was clear. He wanted to save the imperial advisor. Is it possible for the imperial advisor? Someone started, then shut up before finishing the thought. After all, Emperor Xia's realm was using invasion as a cover and did not say that the operation was to rescue the imperial advisor of Dali. If Dali dynasty used the life of the imperial advisor to threaten them in return, what would that look like? Emperor Li would be embarrassed. Furthermore, the other had already attacked. Would using the life of the imperial advisor even work? What would happen if it failed and Yi Futian ordered a slaughter? At this moment, someone came in, running. He kneeled on one knee and said, Your Majesty, the 9 armies of the Emperor Xia's realm are advancing at full speed and heading straight towards the imperial city. Without interception, it won't be long before the imperial army of Xia arrives at the same time. The space was still silent. They were crossing the territory of the Dali dynasty and heading straight for the imperial city. Dali dynasty was immense. Out of the countless cultivators, no one was able to intercept. Although Dali was a dynasty, it couldn't mobilize all the cultivators in its kingdom to participate in the war. 9 armies plus Yi Futian and his people from the empty realm should be 10 armies in total. The sword chi permeated the air, and a strong sword will descended in the distance. Everyone turned their attention there, knowing that the cultivators of Sword Mountain had arrived. Before the swordsmen of Sword Mountain entered the hall with their swords on their backs, the clan leader of Sword Mountain was at the forefront. He bowed, saying, Your Majesty, Sword Mountain was not able to block them. I have disappointed Your Majesty. Emperor Li waved his hand. Not your fault. It was expected that it could not be stopped. The clan leader of Sword Mountain let out a sigh. Once upon a time, Sword Mountain had invited Yi Futian to cultivate there. Although the army of the enemy invaded Sword Mountain this time, it was not a slaughter. The army of Emperor Xia's realm had only injured but did not kill. Clearly, Yi Futian had deliberately ordered his men to show mercy. Strictly speaking, there were also cultivators of Sword Mountain who were involved in the pursuit of Yi Futian while in the empty realm. It is commendable that Yi Futian could achieve such mercy. It was a pity that he was Yi Futian, not the 7th swordsman. If he was really the 7th swordsman of Dali, how perfect would it be? There was a strong breath coming from outside of the imperial palace, and the great army continued its return to the imperial city. Both King Tiandao and the Prince Regent returned and came to the hall, bowing their heads. They said, We have failed. Not only were they unable to kill the swordmaster of Lihan and his companions, but were attacked by them. Their sword matrix killed many of their people. Emperor Li said nothing, as there someone came forward again. It was King Li, who arrived with cultivators from the lower world. However, King Li Wang had not even reached the Nirvana plane, and his arrival could change nothing. King Li's daughter, Li Yu, was also present, and her expression was extremely complicated. Back then, she had a good relationship with the 7th swordsman, who came from the lower world to the upper world. She knew that Yi Futian had given up on his grudge against Li Yao and had wanted to leave, but the Prince Regent pursued him relentlessly. Furthermore, the imperial advisor of Dali was later dispatched to the Crimson Dragon Realm. The real mistake may have been this. Otherwise, the imperial advisor would not have gone to prison, and Dali would not be in this current situation. No one could come out and turn the tide. Dark clouds shrouded the imperial city of Li. The once prosperous Emperor Li's path seemed a little empty at the moment. The population was either converging at the palace or left this place altogether. Everyone was talking about just one thing. The great army of Emperor Xia's realm would soon arrive at the imperial city of Li. Moreover, the person who controlled this warfare turned out to be the seventh swordsman, a disciple of the imperial advisor whose name was known throughout Emperor Li's path. Had he come to avenge the imperial advisor? Many were thinking, in just a few years, what kind of genius had Futian become? What would happen at the imperial city of Li? In the imperial city, large armies from all sides continually gathered. They were the legions that guarded all corners of Dali dynasty. They had all returned now to prepare for the battle at the imperial city. But according to the information received by the people inside the imperial city, even if the entire army of the dynasty converged, they would still be suppressed in this battle. After a long while, someone rushed toward the palace. Soon, outside the imperial city, in various directions, the army of Emperor Xia's realm descended. Outside the city, people looked up at the void, their hearts trembling fiercely. Armies of saints had surrounded the city. 9 armies came one after another, appearing in different positions outside the imperial city. Their bodies levitated in the air, and they could see the adjacent army. They had arrived. The troops had come. No one would have thought that there would be a day when Dali dynasty would be pressed outside its own city wall with no means to strike back. In the empty realm, Futian had also ordered the army to gather and prepare. This time, with the troops marching to the imperial city, he did not believe that Emperor Li would not compromise and release the prisoner. Enter the city. A command was issued, and suddenly, the army outside marched straight into the imperial city in an awesome formation. All the cultivators within the city drew back with trembling hearts. Not only did the troops came to the city, but they had now marched into the city and headed toward the palace. Inside the imperial palace of Dali dynasty, Emperor Li looked up into the distance. He had sensed everything outside the city. The presence of 9 armies and a dozen nirvana existence. It was almost double their own numbers. He looked up at the sky and said, "Since you are already here, why not show yourself?" The hearts of the people inside the palace trembled, and when they saw a figure descended from the sky, it was Emperor Xia. When the army invaded the imperial city, Emperor Xia naturally had to be at the helm to control the situation. What if Emperor Li suddenly lost his composure and went crazy? But what was shocking was that beside Emperor Xia, 2 figures descended with him. One of them was an extremely beautiful woman who stood quietly next to a man. The middle-aged man was wearing a gorgeous robe that seemed to be cast by divine feathers. His figure was long and slender, and he had strange pupils. Even in his middle age, he still possessed a handsome and extraordinary temperament. To what do we owe the pleasure of the presence of the Peacock Emperor? Emperor Li said, which made the hearts of many tremble. The Peacock Emperor of the Peacock Demon Realm had also come. The Peacock Emperor stood quietly above the sky and said, "Just walking about. I heard of the dispute between Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm, so I came to take a look." Emperor Li's eyes were cold. In the empty realm, the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm had joined forces with Futian to fight against Dali. The appearance of the Peacock Emperor, at this moment, was naturally a cause for concern. "Your Majesty, at the time of the battle for the empty realm, Dali dynasty and the Demon Emperor's realm were allies and were going to join forces to deal a blow to Emperor Xia's realm. However, those from Emperor Xia's realm were extremely conniving. They gained control of the cultivators of the demonic tribe and disrespected Princess Kongxian. So now, why does your Majesty allow the idol king to join forces with the people from Emperor Xia's realm?" Some cultivator of Chao clan said with puzzlement. It was precisely because the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm and Futian joined forces that their leader had been captured. His fate was still unknown. This was also the question of many people. There was a time that Kongxian hated Futian and his cohort to the bone. Now that you mention the empty realm, I seem to remember, Emperor Li, that the rules of the battle for the empty realm were set by us 3 parties and lasted many years. Your son broke our covenant by disobeying the rules. According to the agreement, Dali will not be eligible to enter the empty realm. I am sure you understand." The Peacock Emperor did not respond to the man, but directly addressed Emperor Li. The man who spoke was pale, but Emperor Li was much calmer. The Peacock Emperor was making a point that he could not refute. When they were at the empty realm, it was indeed Li Yao who broke the rules. Well, now that the Peacock Emperor was present, was it to make Dali obey the rules? Of course, the Peacock Emperor said nothing, which only invited more speculation. But despite whatever happened in the empty realm, just the fact that the Peacock Emperor stood there was a kind of deterrence. "Emperor Li, you want to wage war to invade Emperor Xia's realm, and your elder brother, King Tiandao, does even more so and caused many provocations. Since you seem to want such an ending, then let the armies battle it out," Emperor Xia said out loud. Emperor Li was silent, like everyone else in the palace. A great battle? Their powers were in great disparity. Battling under such conditions would, no doubt, be a definite loss. At this moment, there was a strong space power blooming. The brilliance shone brightly, and the space above the palace seemed to radiate the brilliance of the great path of space. An ancient path of space appeared, and a group of figures appeared in that direction. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Had the main character arrived? Everyone in Dali Dynasty knew that in this war between two Renhuang realms, only Futian was the one to watch. He had instigated everything. Now, he came from the empty realm through the teleportation grand matrix to descend directly in Emperor Li's city. Behind Futian, there was another large army. Two Nirvana figures, Wu Yong and Lu Yu, were by his side, taking Chao Kong into custody. Chao Kong, at this moment, was barely breathing. He no longer resembled the awesome demon that he was known as. He had gone through some serious abuse. Futian and the others would not have allowed Chao Kong to maintain any power for fighting. "Sir." The cultivators of the demonic Chao clan looked extremely worried. That was their leader, the premier demonic cultivator of the Dali dynasty. But now, he was in such a miserable state. Even if he lived, how would this premier demon figure of the Dali dynasty face the world in the future? Futian stepped forward toward the crowd directly across from him and came to the front of Emperor Xia's army. Countless eyes from the Dali dynasty fell on him and his white garments and silver hair. Whether in appearance or temperament, he was extremely outstanding. Compared to the seventh swordsman of yore, he was even more distinguished. Naturally, all of Dali knew that the silver-haired figure they saw was the genius who had infiltrated the Imperial Advisor's residence, the seventh swordsman. He was chased by Dali before, but now he returned with such a dominant posture. He had come leading the great army of Emperor Xia's realm. Many people in the Dali royal family knew this former seventh swordsman, had even gone to the West Mountain to hunt together. Furthermore, the aggressive seventh swordsman had executed a descendant of the Prince Regent's residence without regard for anyone. Now, to behold the seventh swordsman again, the feeling was quite another. Emperor Li's eyes fell on Futian. Back then, he did not even realize that the seventh swordsman was using a disguise. Once, he had wanted to grant his daughter to Futian as a wife and make him a prince consort. To kill Futian at the time, Li Yao and the Prince Regent suggested that he send the Imperial Advisor to the Crimson Dragon Realm and execute Futian to neutralize this threat. And he had agreed. However, the operation failed, and the Imperial Advisor could not harden his heart to kill Futian. Futian didn't die. The Imperial Advisor was admonished and was imprisoned by him, and the Imperial Advisor's residence was history. Emperor Li, as a figure of Renhuang, did not expect that the history of the Dali dynasty would change because of a young man. Now, the troops were here in the city. Futian wanted to threaten him, the emperor, into compromising, to releasing the prisoner. "Futian greets your majesty, Emperor Li." Looking at Emperor Li, Futian said in a clear voice, but he did not bow in respect, and there was not much respect in his tone. One could even say that his tone had a touch of indifference. In the battle at Crimson Dragon Realm, it was impossible without the explicit consent of the emperor. Who could order the Imperial Advisor if not the emperor? Obviously, Emperor Li had the intention to coerce the Imperial Advisor. Although he valued the Imperial Advisor, His heart was closer to King Tiandao and the Prince Regent. After all, the same blood flowed within them. No matter how much the imperial advisor of Dali achieved, no matter how extraordinary he was always an outsider who could be used and even given enough respect. But when push came to shove, it was always blood that could be trusted more. If the imperial advisor was a relative of the emperor, perhaps the emperor would not have sent him to the Crimson Dragon realm. Emperor Li should have known how difficult it was for the imperial advisor. But Emperor Li had hoped the imperial advisor would make a choice. You have brought your men here, so don't bother with pretense. Emperor Li looked at Yi Futian coldly and said, Yi Futian, what do you want? When I cultivated in the 9 states, the lower world of Emperor Xia's realm, Li Yao crossed the Renhuang realm, leading people to lay siege on the clan I was with. This caused heavy casualties to my clan, including my wife. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Li and continued, in the Battle of the Empty Realm, it was another slaughter with total disregard of the rules, and in the Crimson Dragon realm, Dali Dynasty sent out 4 Nirvanas to attempt to kill me. It's not about what I want, but rather, Your Majesty, what do you want? Emperor Li stared at Yi Futian. If Emperor Li desires so much for me to be dead, well, here I am. Emperor Li could order them to do it. Yi Futian pointed to the people of the Dali Dynasty. No one made a move. On the side of the Dali Dynasty, there was dead silence. If the armies collided, they would suffer great defeat. There was no doubt about that. Once, Dali Dynasty had attempted to kill Yi Futian many times, but now there was no way that they could. When Emperor Xia saw Emperor Li's silence, he said, Emperor Li, you are, after all, an existence of Renhuang. If you hesitate without a decision, our fighting will be at a stalemate. Why not play a round of chess? Chess? At this moment, Emperor Li did not have the interest to play chess. He and Emperor Xia were equal in strength. One could not beat the other. If there had been a clear gap, there would never have been border wars. The hardest fist was not bound by rules. It was only when 2 sides were equal was there the need for rules. Your Majesty decide, Yi Futian said. Along the way, he didn't allow mindless slaughtering. It was obvious that he did not view this invasion as a true border battle. Otherwise, it would not have been so peaceful. Countless people of Dali would have fallen along the way. They had only killed those who fought against them because it was kill or be killed by the other. Emperor Li, of course, knew what he wanted. 10 armies descended today. With soldiers now in the city, all these thousands of men came for only one person. The majestic imperial palace, with its towering hall, stood there in extreme solemnity. Today, for the first time, someone dared to threaten the lord of the Dali dynasty, Emperor Li, to make a decision in this majestic palace. Countless eyes fell on Emperor Li and Yi Futian opposite him. The army encircled the palace, and dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening Emperor Li. Although the reference to a decision was not stated, everyone knew very well what he meant. He wanted the emperor to let the prisoner go. The entire hall inside the palace was filled with pressure. Inside the imperial palace, in the jail cell suppressed by the ritual implement, the imperial advisor of Dali sat there with weak breath, guarded by cultivators next to him. And now, the 2 who were guarding him were actually on the unblemished saint plane. The 2 unblemished saints looked into the distance and knew what was happening. They felt pity in their hearts and looked at the imperial advisor of Dali. Once, he was the first person of Dali dynasty under the emperor. Once, he ruled the realm. All had respected him. Even now, though he was imprisoned, a bloody storm of a war started because of him. Emperor Xia's realm had sent its soldiers to the imperial palace. A fierce battle would be launched if Emperor Li did not comply. Imperial advisor still has power. Even in prison, there are still those who will shed blood on account of the imperial advisor, an unblemished saint remarked. The imperial advisor of Dali raised his head and looked into the distance with a faded gaze. Although his cultivation was obliterated, he could still feel the horrible atmosphere of the entire palace. The entire palace of Dali was facing a great enemy. He knew Yi Futian had come. He valued Yi Futian's talent, and his ideal of boundless great path. Of course, he was reluctant to kill such a character. So, he released Yi Futian in the Crimson Dragon realm. He knew what it meant to release Yi Futian when he had personally witnessed the death of Li Yao. It meant that he had burned all the bridges, but still, he did it. Someone like Yi Futian should not die, let alone by his hands. He knew that Yi Futian would inevitably create into a realm far beyond his own, but he did not expect that Yi Futian would come so soon with his troops. "Why bother?" muttered the imperial advisor. It was true that he did betray his position and betrayed Dali. Thus, his cultivation was obliterated. But he did not blame anyone. This was his own choice and the ending that he deserved. But thinking of Yi Futian's arrival, he smiled again. Perhaps he was happy because he had such a disciple. He had thought that his life would end in a whimper, and he would be content for Fei Xue to live a little longer. But Yi Futian had cured Fei Xue, and Yin Yuan and the others had also escaped this place, flying free like birds. Now, there was a disciple of his who may leave a mark in the history of the 3,000 realms. What dissatisfaction could there be in such a life? Even if he were to die now, there would be no regrets. At the imperial palace of Dali, the mighty armies were facing each other. 3 major Runhuang figures appeared here. Although the palace was very peaceful at the moment, everyone knew that once it exploded, it would be earth-shattering. The whole point now hinged on whether or not the two sides could reach an agreement. Yi Futian launched the war this time and led an army to invade the imperial palace of Dali. His purpose was not to slaughter. Otherwise, the way over would not have been so quiet and countless cultivators would have perished. He came for the imperial advisor of Dali and wanted to force Emperor Li of the Dali dynasty to decide to release the imperial advisor. But could he persuade the emperor? At this moment, Emperor Li looked toward Yi Futian. In his cultivation until now, in the Renhuang Plain, he had ruled a realm respected by all in Dali dynasty. He wanted to strengthen the Dali dynasty so that even in times of trouble, they could conquer or defend. He wanted to glorify the name of the royal family of Dali, so that it would be known more than just in the one realm. The imperial advisor was competent and was valued. In his view, the imperial advisor would be the main force in his plan to strengthen Dali dynasty. He had even vacated the power of the prince regent and gave all the power to the imperial advisor. However, the imperial advisor had disappointed him. After all, the imperial advisor was not part of the Li clan, and there was no blood of the royal family flowing inside of him. Therefore, he did not share the same position as him. When he encountered Yi Futian, he had committed treason because of his affinity toward his disciple. He had said once that he could allow the imperial advisor to make any mistakes, except treason. He was also willing to give the imperial advisor a chance, but he had declined. Therefore, he asked the imperial advisor to obliterate his cultivation and be imprisoned. Now, Yi Futian, the genius character who had caused the betrayal of the imperial advisor, had come here and surrounded the palace with his great armies, threatening him to release the imperial advisor. To release him or not? Yi Futian asked him to make a decision. But how? Yi Futian, in the world of cultivation, discussion of past rights and wrongs are meaningless. Li Yao killed your wife and those in your clan, but you also killed him. You want to rescue the imperial advisor, but the predicament the imperial advisor is in today is all because of you. If it was not for you having been the imperial advisor's disciple as the 7th swordsman, the imperial advisor would still maintain his honorable position in our Dali dynasty, and the imperial advisor's residence would still be respected by those in Dali. All of this was because of your plan for revenge. Emperor Li looked at Yi Futian and said, "Since you want me to make a decision, it will all end today. Everything started with you, and it shall end with you. Yi Futian, if you die, then the imperial advisor will still be the imperial advisor of Dali. I will forgive all the charges against the imperial advisor and his residents. And if they are willing, they can still be in positions of power in Dali dynasty. Of course, he can also choose to leave, and I shall send him off in a manner befitting his position as the imperial advisor." Those who were around were trembling inside, and countless eyes fell on Yi Futian. Emperor Li's decision was that for Yi Futian to die, and the imperial advisor would be released, and all transgressions would be pardoned. Now, the people of the Dali dynasty could naturally see that Yi Futian's progress posed a great threat to Dali. If he died, there would not be a Runhuang figure who might obstruct Dali dynasty. If he died, the great army would also fall apart. The Peacock Emperor and Kong Xian were most likely here because of him. And those figures of Nirvana Plane from the Crimson Dragon realm were also fighting for him. As long as Yi Futian was dead, everything would end. Yi Futian stared at Emperor Li. So, he asked him to die in exchange for the imperial advisor of Dali. The people of Emperor Xia's realm were angry in their countenance, and Emperor Xia also frowned. The imperial advisor is in this predicament today because of you, and he was willing to die for you, Yi Futian. What the imperial advisor could do, you cannot. Emperor Li continued, such a disciple is dishonorable. Emperor Li's voice emitted a strange authority. It penetrated Yi Futian's eardrums and directly affected his will. In addition to the words themselves, his voice also directly affected Yi Futian's emotions. It was as if his words were the truth. He wanted Yi Futian to exchange his life for the imperial advisors. Yi Futian's heart was shaking, and his mind was affected. He frowned a little, seeming to have felt the influence of Emperor Li's voice. However, he soon returned to a peaceful state of mind, firmed up his will, and he cast an indifferent look toward Emperor Li. My master exchanged his life for mine because he was unwilling to slay me. But you wanted me dead, so what my master did was in vain. Yi Futian said coldly, in addition, there are many elders of Emperor Xia's realm, as well as elders from Crimson Dragon realm, and the mighty army that joined in this battle because of me. What would become of their deed if I died? Furthermore, Your Majesty, you don't seem to understand the situation today. I am giving Your Majesty a chance to decide, not a chance to renegotiate the conditions of the exchange. Yi Futian's voice grew colder and colder. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly, the breath of many Nirvana figures bloomed, sweeping through the space and overwhelming the palace, shrouding the imperial palace in an atmosphere of terror. Many large armies marched forward, oppressing with an even stronger might of authority. If there was one misdirected word, there would be a bloodbath. And in the imperial palace of Dali dynasty, a great battle would erupt. Behind Yi Futian, the swordmaster of Lihin and the others reveal a look of relief. Had Yi Futian been influenced by the words of Emperor Li and agreed to such a ridiculous request, then they probably would have been disappointed. Otherwise, why did they fight? Because of Yi Futian's talent, because of his brilliant future, it was possible that he would be a figure who could influence the realms. If it was so easy to lose life over this, then what was the meaning of everything they had done? It was exactly as he said. What was the reason for the imperial advisor of Dali sparing his life? Now, would he be seeking his own death? The hopes of many were pinned on his life. Is it? Emperor Li looked at Yi Futian with sharp eyes and said, if so, you can order them to give it a try. He was still standing proudly when he spoke. The authority of Ren Huang was released to its fullest and shrouded the heavens. His eyes were so deep and unfathomable that it was hard to see what his thoughts were. He wanted to see if Yi Futian dared to issue an order to kill. For many things, there was a difference between 0 and infinity. Once there was a first time, then there, naturally, would be a second time. Today, Yi Futian led an army to press them, and Dali dynasty had no power to resist. The attack came straight inside the palace, and undoubtedly it was a shameful business to Emperor Li. However, today he was threatened by Yi Futian to compromise. After that, would the people of Emperor Xia's realm no longer attack? If not, then what was the point of compromise? What he wanted now was for Yi Futian to die. If Yi Futian didn't die, the situation would not change. And for Dali dynasty, it could only get worse. Because Yi Futian would only become stronger and stronger, and the outside forces could become even greater. Currently, he was only sane of true self. What if he became unblemished or entered the Nirvana plane? Once he entered the Nirvana plane, the combat power of him alone would be no less than the imperial advisors, and perhaps there would only be more people who would follow him. Now, it was a game between the two. Yi Futian wanted to force him to release the imperial advisor. He wanted to see if Yi Futian dared to make a move. Yi Futian was silent. Looking at Emperor Li's eyes, he knew that he had underestimated the power of Ren Huang. Emperor Li would not move first, but he was also betting that Yi Futian dared not to strike first. If it were rushed, then everyone would perish together. Rules were rules, and rules were meant to be broken, not last forever. Unless there were stronger forces regulating the rules, if the moment of life and death for Dali arrived, would Emperor Li still abide by the rules? Release the imperial advisor and return his freedom so that he is no longer bound by Dali. From then on, I, Yi Futian, will never step inside Emperor Li's realm, Yi Futian said. Knowing full well the concerns of Emperor Li, he felt that Yi Futian was too great of a threat, and even if he promised to release the imperial advisor, it would not change the situation in the future. Therefore, he wanted Yi Futian to die. It's not enough, Emperor Li said lightly. I can release the imperial advisor, but he still belongs to Dali and cannot leave the imperial city of Dali. Even if Yi Futian never entered the Dali dynasty, others still could. What's more, just how credible were Yi Futian's words? The threat to Dali dynasty remained. Either Yi Futian was dead, or the imperial advisor would continue to be controlled by Emperor Li. Emperor Li, this is hardly the kind of character befitting Ren Huang, Emperor Xia said casually. Wait until Emperor Xia's realm faces a moment like this, then ask yourself if you have the right to utter this sentence or not. Emperor Li responded indifferently. He was the emperor of the Dali dynasty. All of Dali dynasty was under his guardianship. He would never allow it to be threatened. Yi Futian looked at the figure standing proudly on the top of the stairs, his fists clenched. He was struggling inside. Emperor Li's thinking was spot on. Even if he never entered Dali again, he still had ways to deal with it. Emperor Li had hardened his heart now. He was unwilling to compromise and refused to let the imperial advisor go. Emperor Li, Li Yao and all who had grievances with me have died, and the imperial advisor lost his cultivation. All this was counted as even between us and will stop right here. The loss suffered by Emperor Xia's realm was repaid with the empty realm, so from now on, Dali dynasty will never be allowed to enter the empty realm. Yi Futian continued, going forward, I will no longer pursue any of these grudges. Many people looked toward Yi Futian. In fact, other than Chao Kong, others still had grudges with Yi Futian. Many cultivators, including the Prince Regent, had gone to the Crimson Dragon realm to kill him, leading to the situation with the Imperial Advisor. But, for the freedom of the Imperial Advisor, Yi Futian was willing to make concessions and compromise. In this battle, the army of Emperor Xia's realm participated, but he knew very well that it was not only because of him but also Emperor Xia. He couldn't gamble everyone's life because of his own grudges. At this moment, he has only one goal, and that was to take the Imperial Advisor away from Dali dynasty so that he could reunite with Yin Yuan and Fei Xue, no longer being oppressed by Dali and getting to choose as he wished. Concessions such as this should be acceptable to Emperor Li? After all, Emperor Xia's realm came to attack and had breached the palace. Along the way, many important strategic locations of Dali dynasty were taken by them, including the Medicine City and other important ruins. It could be said that Yi Futian had the absolute advantage. But now, Yi Futian had only one condition, and that was the freedom of the Imperial Advisor, and for that, he could let go of everything that had been taken. Next to him, Emperor Xia said nothing. This battle was for Yi Futian, and he should make all the decisions. That's not enough. A cold voice responded to Yi Futian. Emperor Li looked at him and spat out these words, not enough. Even if Yi Futian decided to give up the pursuance of this grudge, and his only wish now was to leave with the Imperial Advisor safely, and he would no longer pursue things of the past, that was all he wanted now. As long as Emperor Li would agree, he would evacuate from Dali. However, Emperor Li had refused decisively. When Yi Futian heard the response from Emperor Li, his face became extremely cold, and a chill was released from his body. His fists were tightly clenched. Today's situation, having surrounded the imperial palace of Dali, was an absolute advantage for them. It should be them who dictated the conditions to force Emperor Li to comply. However, the fact was that he stepped back and conceded, while Emperor Li still felt that it was not enough and refused to make any concessions and release the Imperial Advisor. The Peacock Emperor watched all this quietly in the void. He secretly transmitted to Kong Xian, saying, when both parties are in negotiation, whoever cares the most is destined to lose. Emperor Li is Ren Huang, after all, and dares to gamble everything and let go. But Yi Futian, he can't give up. He came for the imperial advisor, and his purpose is clear. He cares more than Emperor Li, so in this exchange, he is destined to lose. Kong Xian appeared to be deep in thought. Her father transmitted a secret message to her, was perhaps reminding her of something. In the future, she may also have the experience of an exchange such as this. Even those from Dali dynasty thought that the emperor might agree to Yi Futian's request and let the imperial advisor go, and Yi Futian would retreat. But they did not expect that Emperor Li still did not agree. The advantage that Emperor Li had, compared to that of Yi Futian, was that Yi Futian dared not gamble the lives of everyone. Unlike Emperor Li, he was the lord of the Dali dynasty. He could make any decision, and no one could disagree with him. He did not need to consider anything else. He only needed to consider himself. It was deathly still. Even though Yi Futian was angry, he was also helpless. He wanted to have a great fight and let the army sweep over the entire Dali dynasty. But just as everyone thought, he had more concerns, and he cared more. Your Majesty, then, means to make war? Yi Futian stared at Emperor Li and said, You came from Emperor Xia's realm and attacked until you came in front of me. Now you ask me if I chose to go to war? Emperor Li smiled sarcastically, saying, Yi Futian, I will give you two options, withdraw, and I release the imperial advisor, but he is still not allowed to leave the imperial city. The second choice is this. Now that the imperial advisor is suppressed under a pagoda, if you are willing to try to survive the 3 levels of suppressions of the pagoda in the stead of the imperial advisor, and you are willing to withdraw your army, you may leave with the imperial advisor if you live. Nirvana-level implements are not to be trifled with, Emperor Xia said, looking towards Emperor Li. The imperial advisor once served the Dali dynasty, but now you threaten us with his life. Emperor Li, don't you think this is unbefitting to your honor as Renhuang? The imperial advisor of Dali betrayed us because of him, yet he refuses to die for the imperial advisor. Now, I only ask him to bear the suffering of the imperial advisor. Emperor Li responded coldly, The imperial advisor suffered such pain for you daily, Yi Futian. What about you? His voice was the same as before. It was as if contained certain magic, affecting Yi Futian's will. Many understood. Before, Emperor Li had already revealed his desire for Yi Futian to die. Now, he did not directly ask Yi Futian to die for the imperial advisor, but this request was not far off. He wanted to use this to kill Yi Futian so as not to worry later. Otherwise, even if Yi Futian promised to let go of the grudge, Emperor Li would probably still be worried. Only a dead man would require no more guarding. What is the difference between this and asking me to die if Emperor Li takes control of the implement? Yi Futian said. Others will control it, Emperor Li said. Yi Futian seemed a little moved. No matter what means I use? Yi Futian said. Yes, Emperor Li answered. Means? Even if Yi Futian had incredible means, a saint of true self, if he dared to agree to it, there would only be one conclusion, and that was death. Even if he could use the external force to exert strength far beyond the realm, the result would be the same. Yi Futian, Emperor Xia called out and looked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned to look back at Emperor Xia, who said, You don't need to promise him anything. Obviously, he also did not want Yi Futian to save the imperial advisor in this manner. Since Emperor Li had proposed it, it meant that he had absolute certainty of taking Yi Futian's life. As soon as Yi Futian agreed, what awaited him could very well be death. What if your Majesty breaks your promise? Yi Futian asked again. The Peacock Emperor is here. He can be a witness, Emperor Li said, looking up at the Peacock Emperor. Gladly, the Peacock Emperor in the void nodded in agreement. Father. Kong Xian looked at him. The Peacock Emperor had agreed so decisively, but for Yi Futian, the result could be fatal. However, the Peacock Emperor seemed extremely peaceful. Yi Futian had chosen this path himself. He caused this war, and everything was his doing. The final decision, ultimately, was in Yi Futian's hands. Very well. Yi Futian spat these words, which made the hearts of many tremble. Xia Qingyuan stared at him. Had he agreed to such poor conditions? Yi Futian, Emperor Xia transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. Since Emperor Li threatens me with the life of my master, this is the only way. If I can't bear it, your majesty can interfere then by force. Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Emperor Xia. Since Emperor Li was eager for him to die, he would play ball with Emperor Li. Of course, he wouldn't want to die and trade his own life, so he reminded Emperor Xia. He nodded and agreed, but Emperor Xia did not. Since Emperor Li could intervene by force, so could Emperor Xia. Both King Tiandao and the Prince Regent flashed cold murderous intent in their eyes. They would dare to agree? If so, then the only thing left to do was to kill. They wanted to see how Yi Futian would manage to resist the slaughter of the pagoda. Since that's the case, let's go and check on the Imperial Advisor. Emperor Li now seemed rather calm and did not show any emotions. He turned around and walked toward the center of the Imperial Palace. All the cultivators of Dali were following him. Emperor Xiao waved his hand, and the mighty armies suddenly moved forward together, heading in one direction. After a short while, they came to a prison and saw the figure of the Imperial Advisor of Dali. This prison was not an ordinary prison, but was in a separate, independent space. In the sky above the Imperial Advisor of Dali, there was a giant pagoda, brilliant, sprinkling lights that turned into an independent prison. The body of the Imperial Advisor was enclosed within, like a prison in space. Traces of horrible will of the Great Path permeated from it, and there seemed to be an enchantment surrounding the Imperial Advisor. At that moment, he was sitting on the ground. His hair was a mess, his eyes were cloudy, and his hair had grayed much. He resembled the hero of yore, no longer possessing the brave spirit of his former self. Seeing the appearance of the Imperial Advisor, Yi Futian felt a little sad inside. How could this be the first person under the throne of Dali dynasty? Master! Yi Futian felt saddened, seeing what was before him. He still remembered that when he first came to the Dali dynasty, he had come from the lower realm and entered the palace. He met the disciple of the Imperial Advisor, Lu Chuan. Even though Lu Chuan was only the youngest disciple of the Imperial Advisor, he was still in a superior position, treated as a guest of honor by King Li, who ruled the lower realm as one of the four kings. After entered into the upper realm of Dali, he felt even more clearly how respected the Imperial Advisor of Dali was in Dali dynasty. He has been someone who stood at the peak top of all of Dali, but because he didn't want to kill him, he ended up like this. One could only imagine how Yi Futian felt at this moment in his heart. Leave. The Imperial Advisor looked at Yi Futian with murky eyes. His voice seemed weak and lacked energy. Leave. Seeing his master like this, how could Yi Futian leave? He walked forward. Behind him, Emperor Xia shrouded the entire palace with his might. If someone in Dali dared to make a move on Yi Futian, he would intervene directly. Master, I will leave with you, Yi Futian said. The Imperial Advisor had no more cultivation left. How could he leave his master here in this state? Seeing the master today, his breath of life was drying up. He was left on his own. He could really die. For cultivators, the loss of cultivation was the greatest nightmare. People of Emperor Xia's realm seemed to understand why Yi Futian wanted to save the Imperial Advisor of Dali at all costs. The former Imperial Advisor of Dali had ended up like this. Even those top characters of Emperor Xia's realm who had seen him in Crimson Dragon Realm still felt saddened in their hearts. How great was the Imperial Advisor back then? Even the great shaman was unable to resist him and was suppressed firmly by him. Just himself alone, he could battle several Nirvana characters at the same time. And now, he was on the verge of death. Futian, it's not worth it. The Imperial Advisor looked at him and said, it was not worth it for you, Futian, to save him. You were high above in Dali dynasty, but ended up like this because of me. Was it worth it? Yi Futian whispered, feeling pain in his heart. He went forward, step by step, and horrific breath was released from him. The flames now burned into the sky. Above the firmament, wind and clouds were changing. Suddenly, Yi Futian's body seemed to be devoured by the flames, but his eyes were still on the Imperial Advisor. He continued forward toward the area that was suppressed by the pagoda. Boom! A horrible illusion of the flaming god of war was condensed into existence. An elusive face seemed to appear in the flames above the sky. It was as if Emperor Kwa was summoned here and had descended. The sound of a roar came out. Yi Futian's body became immense, and the Zhonglo battle form was cast. It grew larger and larger, exuding radiance light of the sun. It was irresistible. The people of the Dali dynasty looked at this scene with shock. Could he exert such tremendous power? At this point, Yi Futian's breath was already that of the nirvana plane. The strength of that flame was so strong that it might really slay the existence of nirvana plane. Boom! With one step, Yi Futian entered under the pagoda. Suddenly, the lights of the pagodas fell down, and the violent force streamed down along his body as if to shatter his body. Do it! Yi Futian looked up and looked in the direction of Emperor Li. Emperor Li looked indifferent toward King Tiandao. The chance was best with King Tiandao controlling the implement to kill Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian's power was comparable to nirvana at this moment, he still would not escape the fate of death. Today, he would die. King Tiandao went up to the pagoda. His willpower entered into it, causing it to rotate. Golden light fell upon it like bolts of lightning. Outside the pagoda, the divine golden dragon was circling it, slowly materializing into what looked like a real dragon. Images of more pagodas fell continuously onto Yi Futian's massive figure. All was dead silent throughout the vastness of the sky. Everyone was watching the scene unfolding before them. This was the bet between Emperor Li and Yi Futian. It would probably determine the imperial advisor's fate. The imperial advisor of Dali dynasty looked at the figure in front of him. The once handsome youth had become incredibly large and tall. It seemed that he was trying to protect the old man. A hurricane swept over towards them, making his white hair fly in the wind. However, he had not yet used even the slightest bit of his power. His powers had been permanently damaged, and so there was nothing he could do other than watch everything unfold. The light of the pagoda was extremely bright in that suffocating space. After what seemed like a long time, King Tiandao was finally able to control the pagoda completely. He stepped forward with a cold look on his face. He looked down at Yi Futian. He knew why Emperor Li was doing this. The true killing power of the pagoda did not lie in what it displayed on the outside. As long as Yi Futian nodded, he would be killed beyond all shadow of a doubt. Even if it had been him who had to bear the 3 attacks that would happen when he activated the pagoda, he would still be in danger. So how much more so would be Yi Futian, who was merely a saint of true self. When Yi Futian died, the others from the Crimson Dragon realm would flee as well. The others did not know the imperial advisor or even Emperor Xia. They were not Emperor Xia's subordinates, so they would not necessarily give their lives for him. Moreover, Emperor Xia himself would not dare to gamble the lives of all his people here to save the imperial advisor. Die, said King Tiandao in a low voice. He finally made his move. There was a loud noise as shining divine beings were released from the pagoda. Boom! A shocking noise rang out as Yi Futian's massive body was smashed by a colossal pagoda that covered him completely. Endless destructive lightning ravaged his flesh, and he was crushed by a terrible pressure. The dragon roared as Yi Futian raised his head. He seemed to have appeared in the space in the middle of the pagoda. The divine golden dragon rushed down with a roar and entered directly into his mind, smashing into his spiritual willpower. The dragon's roar sought to shake his very soul. Crack, crack, crack. Inch by inch, cracks were appearing in Yi Futian's massive form. His mind shook, and he felt half dead from fright as his flesh was destroyed. He was too strong. This power would not only destroy his body, it would also destroy his spiritual willpower. So this was a weapon of mass destruction. Yi Futian's massive form could not even withstand a single attack. Everyone's hearts trembled as they watched. Emperor Xia's eyes were cold as he watched. It seemed like he was ready to get involved at any moment. If Yi Futian could not hold out, then he would get involved, even if it started a war. He could not watch Yi Futian die. Yi Futian had made a bet, but he did not want him to give up his life. Continue, said Emperor Li. His voice was calm. He did not ask for King Tiandao to stop. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to do it all with one sustained effort and not give Yi Futian a chance to breathe. You would have to crush him. You would have to destroy his body and cut out his soul. No matter how outstandingly talented Yi Futian was, today, he would be left behind forever. Very well, answered King Tiandao. He launched another attack that split the earth and cracked the sky. The endless divine light of the great path gathered together and fell upon the pagodas. The pagodas seemed to grow taller and rotated above Futian's head. All of the attacks were falling upon Futian. They were extremely accurate, and not a bit of power was wasted. The several unblemished saints by Emperor Li were protecting the imperial advisor with their will. Even though the attacks were incredibly accurate and would not hit him by accident, the imperial advisor was so weak that he could not bear even the slightest disturbance. Before Emperor Li made his decision, they could not let him die here. The endless divine light transformed into another pagoda that wrapped around Futian. The storm of golden pagodas spun, flattening everything, continuously shattering his Chonglu battle form. The terrible, destructive storm seemed to be at the nirvana level. Its fury was continuously renewed. The Chonglu battle form seemed about to collapse, and his legs seemed unable to support him as he was cut down by the terrible force. It appeared that he would fall. Endless arms of flames of the way stretched out, pressing against the ground to hold him up, but the terrible destructive light destroyed them. Boom! Futian could only feel a divine pagoda crushing down on him. Magma seemed to be condensing from his flames of the way, turning into an indestructible solid, but cracks still appeared in it. What was worse was that his body was relatively unharmed compared to what he was suffering in his mind. With pagodas and firelight dancing before his eyes, the imperial advisor of Dali's robes fluttered in the wind. He looked over at the battle form that was being crushed in front of him. Suddenly, he found himself thinking of a previous destructive battle. At that time, he had been in Emperor Li's good graces. Thus, when he had entered the Dali dynasty, he had been named imperial advisor. He had been devoted to the dynasty and trained many cultivators. Today, many of the amazing cultivators of the Dali dynasty had once been under his guidance. He did not want to see the future Dali dynasty suffer the kind of destruction he had once faced. At the same time, as the Dali dynasty was rising, he had taught disciples and found a place for Futian. He had thought that life would always be like that. If he could protect the dynasty as it prospered and spend more time with Futian, he would have been satisfied. Because Futian spent so much time sleeping, the two of them spent more time separated than together. The days had passed like this for many years. But since Futian was always in the realm of sleep and had been so young, he had had to move forward alone in order to protect Futian. Futian's appearance had changed everything. Everything in the world has a destiny. In the end, it had been impossible for things to continue as he had wished. But no matter what, everything that had happened before had been destined to happen, and so he could accept them with a clear conscience. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. But those disciples who had studied under him for a time were not willing to let him die. The destructive storm was tearing through Futian's battle form. It seemed like he was about to fall. A stronger force was brewing and could fall at any time. Emperor Xia's aura was growing stronger. It seemed like he was preparing to attack. But just at that moment, an even stronger aura burst out from Emperor Li. He did not look at Futian but at Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia, he said, the winner and loser of the previous battle have already been decided. Let's have another one, shall we? On saying this, he stepped forward and suddenly descended right in front of Emperor Xia. He had obviously guessed what Emperor Xia was thinking. He would not let Emperor Xia interrupt King Tiandao while he was killing Futian. Emperor Li was so strong once he decided to act. In a flash, the entire palace was filled with his power. Emperor Xia raised his hand to attack, forcing his opponent's energy to disperse. The great army of Emperor Xia's realm was behind him. The two of them shot up into the clouds. There was a loud noise, and destructive light boomed. If the two of them had not gone up into the sky, countless people would have been killed by their attacks. Emperor Li was gambling with the lives of everyone in his palace. He was betting that Emperor Xia would not put up a fight. His beloved daughter Xia Qingyuan was there as well. Boom! At that moment, King Tiandao launched his third attack. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly as they stared at Futian. His battle form was cracking inch by inch as it continuously collapsed. A lightning bolt shot into him, piercing through his body. The pressure was crushing him down. He turned his huge eyes towards the Imperial Advisor. "Why are you doing this?" The Imperial Advisor's long hair flew in the wind as he stared at Futian. This was not the outcome he had wished for. He did not want to see Futian gamble his own life for his. However, he saw that Futian was smiling. Blood was flowing from his mouth. As the heavens' movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. These words echoed throughout Emperor Li's mind. These were the words that he had said to Futian. Now, Futian was giving them back to him. When cultivating the great path, a gentleman should be continually improving himself. Why should he seek death? That was nirvana. Looking into those smiling eyes, the Imperial Advisor smiled as well. But even as he smiled, his eyes grew wet. He slowly stood up. Even though the years weighed down on him, he still stood straight. He had the backbone of a gentleman. As heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. The Imperial Advisor looked up into the sky. A terrible storm was whipping across the land, and a brilliant light was flashing. His body was still extremely fragile, and it seemed as if a gust of wind could knock him over. But within that weak body lay an unyielding heart. Boom, boom, boom. Destructive attacks were still shattering Futian's battle form and even smashing into his body. His spiritual will was also under devastating attack, but his eyes were still bright. "You're still not dead?" King Tiandao's face darkened. "You have had your 3 attacks. Release the Imperial Advisor," came a voice from up in the sky. "But as for the army that Futian is leading, destroy them." The words, "destroy them," fell from the sky like a bolt of lightning, entering directly into everyone's minds. It seemed that Emperor Li still wanted to do this. He had only promised to let the Imperial Advisor go. He had not promised that after 3 attacks, he would stop fighting altogether. King Tiandao could take this chance to kill Futian. Futian had no chance to escape. As long as he abided by Emperor Li's conditions, he would die for sure. "Yes, Your Highness," said King Tiandao clearly. He had a fierce desire to kill Futian. The unblemished saint's power disappeared from the Imperial Advisor's body, and at the same time, they tried to undo his bindings. "Don't trouble yourselves," whispered the Imperial Advisor. As he said this, the bindings on him shattered into pieces. The destructive hurricane swept out, sending the unblemished saints around him flying. Brilliant light shot up from his body into the sky. Just as King Tiandao launched another attack, he raised his fist. Dong! With a loud noise, an incomparably huge pagoda fell, but it was blocked by a huge palm print that covered the sky. It was big enough to block the entire sky in one direction. Countless beams of divine light fell upon the Imperial Advisor. His white hair gradually disappeared, and his wrinkles faded. His cloudy eyes became dazzlingly bright again. His calm voice rang out through the palace. "From now on, I will no longer obey Emperor Li. I am no longer the Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty." Everyone's hearts were beating fiercely as they watched. They saw the Imperial Advisor standing there in his worn-out robes. Although he had been rejuvenated, his body still looked frail. But even so, a brilliant divine light shone around him, and a formation flashed into existence. The ancient characters strong, flowing, leave, and threshold circled around him, making the storm of the great path grow stronger and stronger. He looked up into the sky and began to rise into the air. Everyone's hearts were pounding. The Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty had destroyed his powers. So what was happening now? He raised his hand, covering the sky and blocking the divine pagoda that was crushing down. Futian looked up a little bit. When he saw what was happening, a bright smile appeared on his face. As the heavens' movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. This was the Imperial Advisor. He had permanently destroyed his powers because he had not wanted to leave for the sake of Yin Yuan and the others. However, he had reached nirvana. When one reached the nirvana level, dying was not that easy. He may have destroyed his powers, but the nirvana within him could be born again. The Imperial Advisor had done this. This was true nirvana, even stronger than it had been in the past. King Tiandao looked shocked. He could faintly feel a transcendent power. It was frightening. The imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty had gone beyond the peak in a single step. His body may have been weak and frail, but he could shake the earth with his very thoughts. Boom! He activated the pagoda, and divine light shone, splitting the very air as it tried to flatten down everything below it. It was trying to kill the imperial advisor before he had been wholly revived. The image of a huge divine pagoda appeared, crushing downwards. It seemed strong enough to break someone's very soul. The imperial advisor looked up. Brilliant divine light was falling onto him from the sky. His aura was still quite weak, but when he stretched out his hand, a mighty figure appeared, moving in tandem with him. He raised his hand and pointed at the pagoda. At that moment, countless beams of light fell upon the pagoda at the same time. A loud dong rang out through the sky. In the next instant, countless cracks appeared in the divine pagoda as everyone watched with trembling eyes. The cracks spread and widened. Bang! The pagoda shattered as the divine light swept over it. A nirvana-level ritual implement had been shattered. What level of power could do this? Renhuang level? No. They could all naturally feel that the imperial advisor had not become a Renhuang yet. A Renhuang would be even more terrible than this. Moreover, to break through to the Renhuang level was not that easy. Even if your state of mind changed, it did not mean that you would necessarily be able to break through. But even though he had not become a Renhuang, he was still close to that level. The imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty was at the peak of the nirvana level. He was subordinate only to Emperor Li. His current breakthrough only proved that he had already touched the path of Renhuang. Yi Futian knew that he had already reached the level of ninth servant. Maybe he was even higher. But ninth servant looked down on all the nirvana-level cultivators. They had relied on forming the sword matrix of the void to hurt ninth servant, but even so, he had crushed Li Kai, and they were unable to block him. From this, the ninth servant's power and confidence were evident. And right now, the imperial advisor was giving Yi Futian a similar feeling of invincibility. He had destroyed a nirvana-level ritual implement by pointing at it. A look of shock came over King Tiandao's face. He shot up into the sky, trying to escape. The imperial advisor was too frightening then. He was making him afraid. King Tiandao, said the imperial advisor. He clenched his fist, and suddenly the sky-covering palm print shot downward. King Tiandao felt a suffocating pressure covering him and slowing his movements. The palm print grabbed King Tiandao. His aura surged with power, but he was unable to escape. The imperial advisor was still floating up. He kept going until he was level with King Tiandao. Imperial advisor, are you going to betray the Dali dynasty completely? Roared King Tiandao. I have already died once. I have no more association with the Dali dynasty. You wanted to kill me and even destroy my residence, causing a war between realms. So, I will give you a glorious death, said the imperial advisor. No. When King Tiandao felt the imperial advisor's murderous intent, a look of panic came over his face. He was King Tiandao of the Dali dynasty, the brother of Emperor Li. He had once almost taken the throne from the emperor. Bang! The imperial advisor did not give him a chance. He squeezed his fist, and countless brilliant beams of light shot towards it like a catastrophe of the heavenly path. They not only destroyed King Tiandao's flesh, they even destroyed his soul, giving him no chance of survival. King Tiandao, the leader of the Dali dynasty's army, had fallen. He had been killed in the grand palace of the Dali dynasty. Moreover, the one who had killed him had once been the imperial advisor for the dynasty. They had once been the two most important people below Emperor Li in the Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor was responsible for internal matters, and King Tiandao was responsible for external affairs. Now, the imperial advisor had slain King Tiandao. This scene was incredibly shocking for the cultivators of the Dali dynasty. Even outside the palace, countless people were watching the battle. When they saw the imperial advisor kill King Tiandao, their hearts trembled as well. The imperial advisor came a series of murmurs and shouts. The voices built up into a storm of noise that flowed in all directions. The imperial advisor may have been imprisoned, but he was still a prestigious figure. Many people still remembered him, especially here in the imperial city. The people within the palace were the same. He had trained many of them. Everyone had once believed in him. Everyone had once respected him. However, he had been imprisoned because of Yi Futian. That incident had had a huge effect on the Dali dynasty. The battle in which Yin Yuan and the others had left had probably been because of this. The imperial advisor looked around at the people outside the palace. Everyone was watching him. Their whispers reached his ears. He said, "My residence was destroyed several years ago. Because of the order that Emperor Li just gave, I no longer owe the Dali dynasty anything." Everyone was speechless. Of course, he did not owe the Dali dynasty. He had served them faithfully but had been imprisoned because of what Li Yao had done. These past few years, he had punished himself. He had still been repaying the emperor's grace. But Emperor Li had just used him to threaten Yi Futian and had even asked Yi Futian to die in his place. He no longer owed Emperor Li, or the Dali dynasty, anything. This was a new life for the imperial advisor. He was no longer the same person that he had been. He was no longer the imperial advisor for the Dali dynasty. Boom! Up in the sky, a terrible power swept out, covering the palace and enveloping everyone within it. Everyone's hearts trembled. They could naturally feel it. It was a Runhuang-level force, a pressure that had come from Emperor Li. He had already prepared his method of killing Yi Futian for when he agreed to his condition. Once Yi Futian died, the rest of his army would shatter. But he had never thought that the imperial advisor would regain his power and even transcend his limits. He had slain King Tiandao. Was the outcome of the war between him and Emperor Xia now? There was no suspense at all. Destructive attacks fell from the sky. Everyone knew that it was the battle between Emperor Li and Emperor Xia happening high up in the air. But at that moment, it seemed that Li Yao was trying to affect the battle below with his power. His will was falling. The Peacock Emperor looked up into the sky. "Emperor Li, since you asked me to witness this, I have witnessed it. You made Yi Futian promise you, and he did so. You lost your bet. Are you trying to meddle in the outcome?" 9-colored light shone from his body. He spread his feathers, covering the sky and blocking the falling power, separating it from the battle below. The Peacock Emperor was taking a stand. The people of the Dali dynasty went pale. The tables had turned completely in a single instant. It had been in the instant when the imperial advisor had come back into his power. "This was your choice, Emperor Li," came a cold voice that boomed through the air. Everyone looked at Yi Futian standing there despite his grave wound. He had suffered 3 attacks from a Nirvana-level ritual implement, and yet he was still alive. And he could still stand. "Kill Chao Kong," came a cold voice. Chao Kong had been taken and had lost his ability to fight. He trembled with fear and went pale when he heard Yi Futian. The cultivators of the Chao clan looked shocked as well. Wu Yong stretched out his hand and slammed his fist down on Chao Kong's head with flames of the Wei in his fist. His hand suddenly turned into a flaming fist. "No!" There was an intense look of fear on Chao Kong's face. "Your Majesty," he shouted. Now, only Emperor Li could save him. Boom! The flaming fist slammed down, and the terrifying flames of the Wei entered Chao Kong's mind, making him scream miserably. The flames burned his body. An incredibly powerful and talented figure of the Dali dynasty had come to such a miserable end. Yi Futian looked up at the imperial advisor and said, "Teacher, the Prince Regent always tried to destroy your residence. Kill him." The Prince Regent had been a part of many things in the past. It could be said that he had even urged the imperial advisor to go to the Crimson Dragon realm and fight Yi Futian. If it had not been for him, perhaps none of this would have happened. A look of panic came over the Prince Regent's face when he heard this. He had witnessed how the imperial advisor had destroyed King Tiandao with his own eyes. He had crushed him, killing him so decisively that he had had no hope of escape. If the imperial advisor acted against him, his fate would be the same as King Tiandao's. He would be crushed. As he thought of this, he turned to flee. In this hopeless situation, he chose to flee rather than fight. Up in the air, the imperial advisor cast his gaze over him. He strode through the air and appeared in front of the Prince Regent. The Prince Regent looked up and saw the figure overhead. Brilliant light flashed as if the power of the Heaven Great Path was falling upon him. Fall, spat the imperial advisor. When he said this, the divine power of the heavenly great path transformed into many divine swords that shot down from the sky, piercing through the air. The Prince Regent roared, loud as a dragon, loud enough to shatter the heavens and the earth. He raised his fist to strike, slamming into the oncoming swords. He tried to break out from the encirclement of swords, but at that moment, a beam of light shot into his eye. Slice. Another sword fell from the sky. The Prince Regent tried to block it, but the brilliant divine sword pierced through the true dragon and ran through the Prince Regent's body from the head on down. The Prince Regent's body was pierced in a flash. Terrible light shot out from him, and he gave a howling shriek. Under this brilliant light, his body was shattered into nothingness. First, it had been King Tiandao, and now the Prince Regent. Both of them had lost their lives. Including Chao Kong, the Dali dynasty had lost 3 of its top figures. Moreover, their former imperial advisor had slain 2 of them. Many of the people in the palace felt a deep sense of misery. Even the prince felt this way. Those who belonged to the Li imperial family harbored murderous intent, including King Tiandao's people and the Prince Regent's people. The Dali family had been opposed to the imperial advisor's residence and were always trying to bring about the imperial advisor's downfall. In the past, you all participated in the siege of my residence, said the imperial advisor. Up in the sky, a divine array of the great path flashed. Ancient characters floated around him. Kill them. The imperial advisor's eyes were cold. When he said this, divine light fell everywhere, destroying everyone. No one could survive it. The people of the Dali dynasty had once thought that the imperial advisor was too kind. He knew many powerful techniques, but he did not use them. Otherwise, the Dali dynasty would have been able to destroy Emperor Xia's realm. There would have been no reason why they should have lost the battle of the empty realm. But the imperial advisor had always been very careful about the techniques that he used. The imperial family all thought that he was too calm and was not fierce enough towards their enemies. Now, the imperial advisor had finally started to kill, but he had not killed the people from Emperor Xia's realm, but rather those of the Dali dynasty. He had given all his loyalty to the Dali dynasty, but even destroying his powers was still not enough. Emperor Li had still tried to control the imperial advisor's residence, and now, when the people of Emperor Xia's realm had come to save him, then Emperor Li had used his life as a way to threaten Yi Futian. He had asked Yi Futian to die in his place. Of course, this had made him completely hopeless. From now on, he owed the Dali dynasty nothing. He would no longer be their imperial advisor. And since he owed them nothing, it was time for payback. If the people of the Dali dynasty said that he was betraying them, then so be it. Qin Xiangang, came an angry voice from the sky. The world shook as terrifying destructive light fell. The imperial advisor looked up and stretched out a hand. He used the heavenly great path to block the falling destructive light. There was a loud noise as his fist was destroyed, but the imperial advisor was not harmed. Even Emperor Li's will could not kill him. Since you have already made your choice, Your Majesty, you have no right to be angry. The imperial advisor was looking into the sky. Qin Xiangang was his original name. Few people knew that. The people of the world were all used to calling him the imperial advisor. But Emperor Li naturally knew his true name. Emperor Li wanted to kill Yi Futian and had done all he could to do so. This was his decision. At the moment that he had made the decision, nothing could be changed. Fate was set. Anger and regret would be meaningless. He did not regret letting Yi Futian go in the past. He did not regret destroying his own powers to give Yin Yuan and the others a chance to live. Now, he had begun slaughtering the people of the Dali dynasty. Even if the people of the world spurned him for it, he would still not regret it. This was his choice. Another attack fell, and many people were killed on the spot. Imperial advisor. At that moment, Li Xian stepped forward. He rose into the air and stood before the imperial advisor. He and Li Yao had once both been close to the imperial advisor and had desired to study under him. The Dali dynasty has treated you shamefully. But is this what you truly want? Asked Li Xian. Imperial advisor. King Li and some others stepped forward as well. They all knew that as long as the demon peacock emperor was helping him block Emperor Li's attacks, then Emperor Xia's people would not even need to get involved to defeat them. None of them could stop the Imperial Advisor when he was like he was today. Imperial Advisor. On the ground, some people were even kneeling. They looked up at the figure in tattered robes up in the sky and begged him for mercy. Seeing all those figures, the Imperial Advisor sighed inwardly. He had so much bitterness in his heart, but after he had spent so many years in the Dali dynasty and trained so many of their youths, and there were those among the princes who had done him no wrong, and in the past, Emperor Li had treated him well. Otherwise, he would not have always done his all for the Dali dynasty. He sighed inwardly again, then turned and walked towards Futian. Futian watched him come. "Let's go, teacher," he said with a smile. The Peacock Emperor had no quarrel with Emperor Li. He was shielding them from Emperor Li's madness. He would not really ally with Emperor Xia to kill Emperor Li. If they could kill him, that would be great, but what if they couldn't? Emperor Li would vent his rage by slaughtering the people of Emperor Xia's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Could Emperor Xia and the Peacock Emperor keep a constant watch on him? And even if they watched him, could they stop him? Thus, they could not really destroy the Dali dynasty. And in principle, this battle between the three emperors had not broken any rules if it all ended here. This was a terrible defeat for the Dali dynasty. Emperor Li had displayed a fierce and decisive nature, but it had all been for the purpose of killing Futian. But he did not dare to harden his heart and try and destroy them both together. The Imperial Advisor nodded. He walked up to Futian, who had once had such a weak aura, and then returned to Emperor Xia's camp. "Disperse the army," said Futian. Throughout Emperor Xia's vast army, all the divisions began to disperse. None of the cultivators of the Dali dynasty dared to stop them. They had lost 3 of their great cultivators. Now they no longer had the Imperial Advisor, the Prince Regent, nor King Tiandao. They had lost a lot of their vitality. It would probably take a long time to recover, and they no longer had the resources to challenge Emperor Xia's realm. At the very least, they would be like this for a very long while. As for the future up in the sky, the great battle was still raging. It seemed as if the sky would collapse and the earth would split. When the great army of Emperor Xia's realm had dispersed, Emperor Xia's voice rang out through the air. "Do you still wish to continue, Emperor Li?" As he said this, beams of destructive catastrophe light fell from the sky, and 2 figures floated down slowly. The Peacock Emperor returned to his original place and stood beside Kongxian. Emperor Li swept a cold gaze over Emperor Xia. Then he looked and saw the situation that the Dali dynasty was in. In reality, he had already seen that before. How could he have imagined that the Imperial Advisor would break through his state of mind in a situation like this and advance to the next level? It seemed that he had already touché the gate to the Renhuang level. The Imperial Advisor was Futian's only condition. He would not lead the great army in an attack. The army would disperse, and he had promised to forget this grudge. But what about now? Not only had the Imperial Advisor left, but he had also gone beyond the limits of his power. The Dali dynasty had lost 3 Nirvana-level cultivators. Other than that, his previous agreement with Futian was not included in this. He might come back in the future. If Futian reached a level where he could threaten him, he would certainly not let him go. The reason he had not brought slaughter to his men today was that he still had misgivings about facing a Renhuang-level emperor. Emperor Li turned and descended. He walked back towards the palace. It seemed as if he was calmly facing this tragic defeat. He did not give vent to his rage. He did not even say anything angry. This was the way things had ended, so doing any of that would have been meaningless. He had not lost this game before, and in this case, he did not think he had done anything wrong. He had lost to fate. He had bet that Futian would not have the guts, so he had pressed him hard at every step. He had put forward his conditions, prepared to do whatever it took to kill Futian. But the Imperial Advisor had recovered, and thus he had been badly beaten. But he had not lost to Futian. Even though he had lost, he would not lose his temper and go on a rampage. He was at the Renhuang level, so his state of mind was better than that. But he had bet the Futian would not risk that. But now it was all finished. Things had come to their end and could not be changed. Now he should be thinking about the future. Emperor Xia knew that Emperor Li was merely threatening Yi Futian. In reality, he also would not give vent to his rage by going on a rampage. He would wait and see who backed down first. He looked up and nodded to the Peacock Emperor, and then the two of them left in different directions. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if they had never even come. Everything in the royal palace of Dali was in disorder. This was a day that the Dali dynasty would never forget. Throughout Emperor Li's city, countless people were standing there in shock, looking up at the disappearing figures. The famous imperial advisor was now far away. After what had happened, he had already been fated to leave the stage of the Dali dynasty's history, but he had still been in the royal palace of Dali. But now, the Dali dynasty had lost him forever. He had brought glory to the dynasty. Even when he left, he would never be forgotten. Now, what could the Dali dynasty use to fight Emperor Xia's realm? They had lost the empty realm, and in the future, they would probably lose even more. Of course, other than the imperial advisor, there was one other name that the people of the Dali dynasty would never forget. Yi Futian. Everything had started with him. Of course, who could blame him? From the start, everything had been caused by Li Yao, the prince of the Dali dynasty. The man who had once thought he could crush as easily as an ant and not only cost him his life. Now he had taken away one of the most significant figures in the Dali dynasty. Who could have imagined it? If Li Yao was still alive and had learned of today's battle, what would he have thought of it? In direct contrast to the Dali dynasty, Emperor Xia's realm had experienced a glorious victory. 10 army divisions had set out and swept away all in their path. They had attacked the royal palace of the Dali dynasty and laid siege to it. They had brought the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty to Emperor Xia's realm and killed 3 great figures of the Dali dynasty, including King Tiandao. Moreover, Emperor Xia's realm had paid only a small price for this victory. This glorious victory sent great waves throughout Emperor Xia's realm. From now on, the Dali dynasty would no longer be a threat to them. Yi Futian's fame grew even brighter. He eclipsed the princes of Emperor Xia's realm and even Princess Xia Qingyuan. Of course, as far as many people were concerned, Yi Futian and the princess were inseparable. This battle made more people think that the future ruler of Emperor Xia's realm might be Yi Futian. Within Emperor Xia's palace, the great army returned to their stations and all the top figures who had gathered left. Yi Futian immediately shut himself away to heal. It would probably be a long time before he was fully recovered. In the palace courtyard, Yin Yuan, Teacher Nanzhai, Mu Chunyang, Lu Chong, and Fei Shue stood before the imperial advisor. Teacher, called Yin Yuan and the rest. They were all smiling, just as brightly and simply as they had in their youth. Fei Shue walked forward, smiling. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. She took her father's hand and embraced him. "Father," she said. The imperial advisor hugged her gently, 1,000 feelings racing through his heart. It seemed as if he had been reborn. When Yin Yuan and the others saw this, their smiles grew even brighter. They sighed inwardly. Yi Futian had not lied to them. He had brought their teacher back. It had begun with him, and it had ended with him. After a few months, the news of the battle with the Dali dynasty had spread throughout Emperor Xia's realm. But no one was able to find out anything else, just that Emperor Li's realm had made concessions on all of the issues that had caused friction between them and Emperor Xia's realm. They had no other choice, as they no longer had any way to defend against Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Li did not make any earth-shattering moves. After all, they had suffered grievous losses, but the base of their power was still there. The royal family and all their children were still alive. The only thing he could possibly do was break the rules and attack Emperor Xia's people. And if he did that, he would pay for it with his life. Obviously, Emperor Li was not that desperate yet. Yi Futian was recovering, and Qin Xiangang was shut up for a period of time as well. After all, he had once destroyed his own powers, and his flesh had not yet completely reformed. He naturally needed to cleanse his will and recover to where he had once been. One day, everyone went to pay their respects to Emperor Xia. Although the people who had made names for themselves at the battle with the Dali dynasty were Yi Futian and Qin Xiangang, the former imperial advisor, they knew that the one they should be thanking was Emperor Xia. In addition, Yi Futian owed the Peacock Emperor his gratitude as well. Yi Futian, and the others reached Emperor Xia's palace and bowed slightly to the emperor. Your Majesty. Emperor Xia and Queen Xiao were sitting there. Emperor Xia looked at Yi Futian and Qin Xiangang and said, I trust you are recovering well? The worst part is already over, said Yi Futian with a smile. No need to trouble yourself over it, Your Majesty. I must thank you for my life as well, Emperor Xia, and the lives of the people of my household, said Qin Xiangang. Emperor Xia had come personally to save the people of the imperial advisor's residence twice. You should thank Yi Futian. If it were not for him, I would not have acted, said Emperor Xia with a smile. But although you should not feel like you owe me anything, you should still consider coming to serve my realm. What do you think? He had said that the imperial advisor did not owe him anything. He hoped that he would serve the realm of his own free will, not because he was returning a favor. Qin Xiangang naturally understood this, and he said, Your Majesty, perhaps the Crimson Dragon realm would be more suitable for me. Emperor Xia nodded. Very well. If Emperor Li does anything reckless in the future, you and Yi Futian will be the first people that I turn to. Moreover, Qin Yuan is there as well. With you there taking care of her, I do not need to worry about her. His precious daughter would probably not remain in Emperor Xia's realm. He had seen Qin Shuanggong's power on that day. He had been able to block Emperor Li's will. He knew that he had already come close to the marvelous gate to the Renhuang Plain, and even before, few were a match for him on the Nirvana level. Now, his level was truly at its limit. Even in a place like Crimson Dragon Realm, there would be few people at the Nirvana level who would be able to threaten him. He was much stronger than the people that he had secretly sent to guard Xia Qingyuan. After all, Emperor Xia's realm could not part with such powerful figures. I will do my best, said Qin Xiangang. Yi Futian, the people of the 9 great tribes are not needed here. You may take them all with you, said Emperor Xia to Yi Futian. These were people that Yi Futian had conquered in the Crimson Dragon Realm, and he had sent them here to help Emperor Xia's realm guard against the Dali dynasty. Now that the Dali dynasty could no longer threaten Emperor Xia's realm, he was letting Yi Futian take them back. Yi Futian nodded. Very well. He knew that this time when he returned to Qinya City, they would replace the ancient imperial city and become the foremost city in Crimson Dragon Realm. There was no doubt about it. This was something that he could not have imagined before he had come here. There is someone else who would like to see you, Yi Futian, said Emperor Xia. Yi Futian was curious as to who it was. Emperor Xia looked out of the hall and called, Lu Yu, bring him in. Very soon, Lu Yu brought a man into the hall. He was wearing a black robe, and his aura was very weak. He had obviously been grievously wounded. Moreover, his face was dark, as if he had been poisoned. Yi Futian stared at him. He seemed to be lost in thought. This is the one who poisoned your friend. His powers have been destroyed. How would you like to deal with him? Emperor Xia asked Yi Futian. Let him live or die of his own accord, said Yi Futian. In reality, who already knew who had been behind the whole thing. Now, Emperor Xia seemed to want to settle the whole affair. Father, came a voice. Xia Kuan walked inside the hall, then knelt to the floor, saying, I have made a mistake. Xia Qingyuan was watching everything calmly. This would all finally be settled. What do you think, Yi Futian? Emperor Xia asked Yi Futian. His opinion was obvious. They did not need to say too much about the things that had happened. They remembered them well enough. His Highness has admitted his mistake, and Linger and the others are in good health. You should be lenient, Your Majesty, said Yi Futian. In reality, this went against what he had originally wanted. If it were up to him, Xia Kuan would be destroyed. However, he had to consider everything that Emperor Xia had done for him, as well as Xia Qingyuan. Today, he and the imperial advisor had come to thank Emperor Xia. To turn around and punish the prince would show that they were not grateful. Of course, the reason he could say this was because in the end, everyone was still alive and well, and because the imperial advisor was standing there by his side. Otherwise, he would not be nearly so calm. His crimes were not just against you, said Emperor Xia. Xia Kuan, from now on, you are stripped of your status as a prince. It will be better for you to prove yourself in the outside world rather than conspiring behind the scenes. Xia Kuan went pale, but he still bowed and said, Yes, father. On saying this, he turned and left, not looking at Futian or the others. He knew that starting from today, he would no longer have his status as a prince of Emperor Xia's realm. He was just a saint-level cultivator. He would no longer have cultivation resources. From now on, he would have to rely on only himself. Futian turned and watched Xiaokuan leave. There was nothing wrong with Emperor Xia's justice. Xiaokuan had once tried to help Xiao Shang kill him, and he was indeed not the only one who had been affected by this. Xiaorong had nothing to do with this affair, but how should we deal with him for the things he did in the Crimson Dragon realm and all of their consequences? Emperor Xia asked Futian and Qin Xiangang. Qin Xiangang had been the one to suffer from his actions. Qin Xiangang bowed. Your Majesty, the prince had his reasons for making the choices that he did, so we cannot speak of right and wrong. I am able to stand here today because of your Majesty's grace. I do not wish to pursue this matter, and neither does Futian. Futian nodded as well. Since his teacher had said this, what else was there for him to say? Your Majesty, Xiaorong has always wanted to prove himself in battle. Do not blame him too much, pleaded Queen Xiao. After all, Xiaorong was the eldest son of Emperor Xia's beloved one. After Emperor Xia became a Ranhuang, he could only take a queen. Later, Emperor Xia had doted upon Xia Qingyuan, and the people of Emperor Xia's realm had all theorized that she would be his heir. This was probably quite troubling for Xiaorong. Emperor Xia nodded. Fine, then I will deal with him myself. He did not announce to the crowd how he would do so. He sighed inwardly. Xiaorong was not seeing things clearly. His eyes must be opened wider. What use was plotting against the imperial advisor and winning battles against the Dali dynasty? Emperor Li was still there, and so the Dali dynasty was still the same. Those who could truly decide everything were those who stood at the peak of their power. Xiaorong would probably never have a chance to reach that point. But in the future, Futian was destined to take over Emperor Xia's realm and the Dali dynasty. Thus, this whole affair was mostly meaningless. Very well, these matters have all been taken care of. You may all set yourselves at ease and depart. Emperor Xia suddenly smiled. Futian would naturally not stay in Emperor Xia's realm for long. He knew that many people of the realm were discussing whether or not he would be their new ruler in the future. But he knew that Futian did not belong to Emperor Xia's realm. If he truly took charge of the realm in the future, he could only bring it to even higher levels. But this all rested on the assumption that Futian would survive. If he died, then all of this would come to nothing. And Futian's family background was not simple at all. His future would undoubtedly bring great disturbance to the world. Thus, he would not live a pampered lifestyle. He was more suited to struggling and training in life or death situations, cultivating his state of mind, his will, and his authoritativeness. Futian was very smart, and his will was extremely firm. But what was holding his back was that he often cared too much. For example, during the bet at the royal palace of Dali. If he could have been more ruthless, he would not have lost to Emperor Li. This was his weak point, but it was also an advantage. Because this was the way he was, many people flocked to his side. Otherwise, how could the people who had once been of the imperial advisor's residence have appeared by his side? If he had not been the way he was, the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty would still be the imperial advisor. Futian nodded. For now, things in Emperor Xia's realm were settled, and there was nothing more to worry about. He already had a good base in the Crimson Dragon realm. He had already cultivated in the regional palace, and Qi Shang knew him. He was very famous there as well. It would not be long before he had a chance to leave. When are you preparing to leave? Asked Emperor Xia. In a few days. I'm sure that you hate to part with the princess and my friends, and I would like to go and see the Holy Ji Palace. We will leave when we return, said Futian. Ah. Emperor Xia thought for a moment. When the time comes, I will have some powerful people bring their descendants to the Crimson Dragon realm. You won't need to worry about them. The wider world will have a better stage for them, and let them advance even higher. They will be responsible for their own cultivation. Futian nodded. I understand. In reality, he had never worried about those people. They had seen to their training, and he had never been sure if they were in Qinya City or not. What Emperor Xia had said was exactly correct. Cultivation was his business, and he would help people as much as possible. Very well, You may leave, said Emperor Xia with a wave of his hand. Yi Futian and the others bowed and left with Qin Xiangang. As they exited the hall, Yi Futian let out a sigh and smiled. Teacher brothers, I never thought we'd have a chance, said Yi Futian with a smile. He had thought that he and the others were on different sides, and their relationship as masters and students would only last for a certain period. Are you satisfied? Asked Teacher Ninjai with a smile. No, I envy you all. You have all been lucky to have such an outstanding disciple like me, said Yi Futian with a smile. He walked away from them. Qin Xiangang, Yin Yuan, and the others watched his retreating figure with a smile. This guy was outstanding indeed. Qingzhou City was in the eastern sea region of the Nandu Nation in the 9 states, within the land of 100 nations. The island city was as quiet as ever. Although its status within the Nandu Nation was no longer the same as before, it still seemed to exist outside of the world, with very little in the way of excitement. Within the peaceful island city, Qingzhou Lake was still as beautiful as ever. Pleasure boats crisscrossed the surface of the lake without end, especially just as evening was falling, making the scene much more lively. Many of the people of Qingzhou City were gathered here, enjoying the beautiful scenery. 2 figures were playing chess in front of a residence on the lakeside. They sat in the cool breeze very comfortably. People would occasionally steal glances at them, but they were not disturbed. They had grown used to it. Father, you made a bad move there. It looks like you will never be a worthy opponent for Uncle Hua, not even in 10 years. Beside them, there was a beautiful woman who looked like she was about 30 years old. Her smile was bright and simple, and the years seemed to not have left their mark upon her. Haha, I'm getting old. It's getting easier and easier to be careless, said Qin Shuai. So if you weren't old, you would be winning, said the middle-aged man across from him with a smile. It was Hua Fenglu. He had a weathered and worn look to him, but you could still see on his face what kind of a hero he had been when he was young. You are truly ruthless, said Qin Shuai with a smile, putting down a piece as he spoke. The game isn't over yet. It's been so many years, and you still haven't gotten used to it, came a laughing voice. Qin Shuai turned in confusion and saw a boat coming across Qingzhou Lake. A white-robed youth was in it. He stepped ashore and walked towards them. This man was clothed all in white, and his hair was like silver snow. He seemed to be one with the world around him. It was as if there was nothing unusual at all about him appearing there. He seemed a part of the landscape. Qin Shuai stood up and stared in shock at the young man who had just appeared. He was even more obviously an outstanding person now, and he seemed even to be otherworldly. Hua Fenglu looked at him as well. At first, he was stunned, but then he smiled. He looked back to the chessboard and moved another piece. Aren't you cultivating far away from here? Why on earth have you come so far? He muttered. I was afraid that you would have carelessly gotten old. Yi Futian walked to his side and squatted. He looked at the chessboard and said, It's been 10 years. Did you not want me to come back? His trip had lasted 10 years. No, said Hua Fenglu. A sour look came over Yi Futian's face. Hua Fenglu was so unfeeling. A couple of days ago, someone was chattering about how that rascal Futian had been gone for 10 years and how unfilial that was. He asked my brother to go to the Eastern Barren Territory and see what he could find out. Why is this happening today? A figure walked over, holding a cup. The former foremost beauty of the Nandu Nation was now marked by the passage of time. She was still beautiful, but she had begun to show wrinkles. Masteress. When Yi Futian saw her, he felt a bit guilty. He had indeed been unfilial. When did that happen? Why don't I remember it? Hua Fenglu repudiated her. Nandu Wenin came over to look at him. Her eyes were slightly moist. She looked at her son-in-law Yi Futian as her own biological son. Why are you crying, Mastress? Isn't this a happy occasion? Yi Futian said as he took the cup from Nandu Wenin's hands. I'm back. I am not crying. It's good to see you. You've made me very happy. Nandu Wenin reached out and lightly touched Yi Futian's face and silver hair. This man was already one of the most talented youths in the 9 states, but in her eyes, he was still just a little boy. You lose, said Qin Shuai with a smile. Hua Fenglu looked at the chessboard. It seemed that his last move had been a fatal mistake. Let's not play anymore. This kid has ruined my mood, and I can't play right. said Hua Fenglu as he messed up the chessboard. Nandu Wanyin smiled brightly. This guy had said that he did not want Futian to come back, but if that was the case, then why had he played so badly? You're right, it's all my fault, said Futian with a smile. Futian gave the cup to Hua Fenglu and said, have some tea. Hua Fenglu took it, and Futian gave another cup to Qin Shuai. You still look so young and beautiful, sister, said Futian to Qin. Qin looked at him, and he saw that she was smiling brightly as well. Her eyes were wet with tears. He was just like he had been in the past. Other than the fact that his aura was more imposing, it was like he had not changed at all. Knock. Hua Fenglu rapped his knuckles on Futian's head and said, you're acting like your father-in-law doesn't exist. I'm sorry, said Futian with a sour look. Everyone laughed, even Hua Fenglu. Time healed all wounds. Hua Fenglu had made progress over the 10 years, and now Qin was like his daughter. She would often spend time with him and Nandu Wanyin. Let's go to the lakeside. Hu Fenglu stood up and walked towards Qingzhou Lake. Futian walked by his side. The evening was falling, but Qingzhou Lake was becoming more and more lively. There were more boats upon it, and whenever anyone would see Hua Fenglu or Qin Shuai, a look of respect would come over them. But no one disturbed them. Some people paid attention to Futian. They could not help but stare at him. He was so imposing that even if you only got a glance of him, you would never forget him. However, it had been 10 years, and the people at the lake at that moment were young men and women. None of them knew what the appearance of this silver-haired youth meant. After all, 10 years in a small city was a long time. Where are you cultivating nowadays? Hua Fenglu said lightly as they reached the lake. Nandu Wanyin was standing beside him calmly, and Qin Shuai and Qin stood on the other side. The Crimson Dragon Realm. I just returned to Emperor Xia's realm for a time, so I came to see you and the Masteress, said Futian. A realm, huh? Murmured Hua Fenglu. That must be far away. Futian nodded. Very, very far. What level have you cultivated up to? Asked Hua Fenglu. I'm a saint, answered Futian. Hua Fenglu nodded. Saint had once been the highest level that anyone in the 9 states had reached. He understood what it meant for Futian to have reached that level. But when he thought of the statue of Emperor Qing, the saint level must be far away from his goal. You must have gone through so much over the years, Futian. We want to hear all your stories, said Nandu Wanyin softly. All right, then I'll tell you. Futian nodded slightly. And so, before he left, he told them everything. He talked about Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan, as well as the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty and the Crimson Dragon realm. The breeze picked up, and fireworks cracked above Qingzhou Lake. They were extremely beautiful. As Futian spoke, the whole group was sitting on the lakeside. Hua Fenglu and the others listened quietly. Futian's voice was the only sound on the wind. Every story seemed to have taken place over an entire lifetime. Even though they had not experienced it themselves, Hua Fenglu and the others still felt the thrill of these experiences. They were scared for Futian sometimes, and happy for him other times. The imperial advisor is worthy of respect. He is even more worthy than I am of being called master, said Hua Fenglu. The masters that I have met at every stage have been the best ones possible. They are all worthy of respect. But you were my first master, and you are my father-in-law, so you must be the best of them, said Futian. I see you haven't lost your skill for sucking up, said Hua Fenglu. Then he thought of something and said, this Princess Qing seems pretty impressive. Futian looked at him in surprise, but Hua Fenglu smiled and said, Emperor Xia would be a good father-in-law as well. Futian saw that smile on Hua Fenglu's face. He knew his teacher was being sincere. He wanted to say something, but he did not open his mouth. He wanted to tell him the news that Jieyu might still be alive, but he was afraid that this faint hope would be extinguished, which would only increase his teacher's sorrow. Thus, in the end, he said nothing. He looked out over Qingzhou Lake. Many pleasure boats appeared before him. A small boat was coming towards them, with many people on it. It was very light. There was a young woman of 18 or 19 on the boat. She was as beautiful as a jade statue, and all the youths around her were looking at her. This woman was the foremost beauty of the city of Qingzhou, Mu Shiyu of the Mu House. She seemed to see all of them, and the boat came over towards them. As it drew near, she saw Yi Futian, with his handsome, unblemished face, his imposing manner, and his silver hair. He was clearly full of stories, and his eyes were dazzling. She had had many suitors and had seen all the heroes of Qingzhou City. But with a single glance at the young man before her, her previously calm heart began to flutter. But she had not come for Yi Futian. She turned her gaze towards Hua Fenglu and bowed slightly. "Greetings, sir." "Miss Shiyu." Hua Fenglu nodded politely. "I request that you take me as your student, even if you only teach me to play chess or music. Please take me as your disciple." Mu Shiyu bowed again, showing the utmost courtesy. Hua Fenglu was a legend in Qingzhou City. 9 years ago, he had looked with favor upon an ordinary youth, who had then left Qingzhou City. He returned a year later and was already a noble-level cultivator. A special man like this was a treasure. However, after returning, his first act had been to go to Hua Fenglu's residence to pay his respects and give his thanks. The people of the city of Qingzhou looked upon this conversation with approval. "Miss Shiyu, I've already told you that I won't take you as a disciple," answered Hua Fenglu. "Then might I be your servant?" Mu Shiyu was still being polite. Hua Fenglu shook his head. "Please leave, Miss Shiyu." A disappointed look came over Shiyu's face. At that moment, Yi Futian spoke up, saying, "Let's go back, teacher." Hua Fenglu nodded. The whole group of them left. Mu Shiyu was stunned. She looked at Yi Futian, but the silver-haired youth did not so much as glance at her. It seemed that her beauty was not that enticing to him. She looked a little disappointed. He wouldn't take her as a disciple? And why had the silver-haired young man called him teacher? Yi Futian and the others returned to the house. Hua Fenglu said, "All right, it's time for you to be going." "Teacher, you don't need to be in such a hurry to see me go. Are you so cold-hearted?" Yi Futian was almost speechless. "I'm old. The masteress and I like our peace and quiet. We don't like people watching us," said Hua Fenglu lightly. Yi Futian had shown his face, and the people of Qingzhou City would soon come around to see him. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. He stopped walking. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenyin both looked at him. "All right, then I'm off." Masteress," said Yi Futian. Nandu Wenyin had tears in her eyes, but she still nodded. Yi Futian bowed to them, then waved to General Qin and Qin Yi. He turned, and his figure flashed as he shot into the sky, becoming a star. Hua Fenglu looked up at him, watching the rapidly dimming starlight. His eyes were a bit moist as well. He's gone. Soon, that little bit of light had disappeared completely. Nandu Wenyin took Hua Fenglu's hand and looked into his eyes. "You're being so open and unrestrained. Why are you crying?" "It's just the wind. It's irritating my eyes." Hua Fenglu led Nandu Wenyin back into the courtyard. Qin Shui and Qin Yi watched the two of them as they walked away. Even though they were smiling, their eyes seemed a bit wet as well. They turned and left. Back on Qingzhou Lake, Mu Shiyu was sitting dumbfounded in her boat. A middle-aged man was waiting by her side. When he saw the disappointment in her eyes, he said, "Were you refused again?" "It seems that he really won't take me as his disciple father," whispered Mu Shiyu. His daughter was also once the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou City. "If you keep going back, he will accept you eventually," said the middle-aged man with a smile. "But there was already a young man there who called him teacher," said Mu Shiyu. "A young man? What young man?" The middle-aged man frowned. "A young man with silver hair. He was incredibly good-looking and had an imposing manner about him. I've never seen such an outstanding young man. He was not the least bit disturbed when he saw me. He did not even spare me a second glance. He is different from other people." Her mind was filled with the image of that young man. For someone like that, even after a single glance, it would be impossible to forget his face. Silver hair, an imposing manner. He called him teacher. The middle-aged man was trembling. Then he turned, and in a shaking voice said, "Quick, go back to Teacher Hua's place." "What's wrong, father?" This was the first time Mu Shiyu had seen her father like this. His whole body was trembling. His legs seemed like they would not support him. The middle-aged man looked at her and held her face with both hands. "Shiyu," he said, "the silver-haired young man that you saw is probably the legendary king of the 9 states." When Mu Shiyu heard her father's words, it was like she had been struck by lightning. She began to tremble slightly as well. She turned and looked in the direction they had come from. The legends circulating through the city of Qingzhou had seemed so distant, but now it seemed so close. He was the figure from that legend. Back in the Crimson Dragon realm, everyone had been gone from Qinya City for several months. Before they left, Futian had used the sword matrix of the void to attack the ancient imperial city so that they would not dare to do anything foolish. The ninth servant had indeed not done anything foolish. He did not care about anyone else in Qinya City. His only target was Futian. In the time after Futian and the others had left, the ninth servant had officially left the city. He had sent people to Qinya City, and they had destroyed another sword matrix of the void there. Moreover, he created a spatial matrix in the ancient imperial city. It was a two-way teleportation matrix, and the other side of it was in a residence in Qinya City. At the same time, the ninth servant and the people of the ancient imperial city captured Futian's former subordinates and prevented them from leaving the city to spread the news. He had lost that battle in the past because he had been the first to be injured by the sword matrix of the void. This had profoundly affected his combat ability, giving his opponent a chance to find a way to beat him. Now, Futian and the others had actually dared to leave in such a careless manner. All they had to do was destroy the sword matrix of the void, and once Futian returned, he could teleport to that residence in Qinya City. At that time, if he wanted to go and watch, who could stop him? Otherwise, Futian would never come back. This way, he would take the most vicious vengeance possible for Xing Kai's death. Many people in Qinya City were worried about Futian. For example, a man of the Situ family knew that if an enemy like the ninth servant would be so daring as to directly come here even under the threat of the sword matrix of the void, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. If Futian came back, it would be a disaster. Now, the cultivators of the ancient imperial city had conquered Qinya City. No one dared to stop them, nor would they be able to. At that moment, the head of the Situ family, Situ Zhong, asked the man who had come in, "What is the situation outside?" "The ancient imperial city has almost conquered Qinya City. We are being watched, and we can't go out. Otherwise, the ninth servant will probably act against us," said the man. Situ Zhong sighed miserably. What was Futian thinking? Without a great weapon like the sword matrix of the void, how could they deal with someone like ninth servant? Unless they had carved defensive sword matrices of the void in other cities before they left, they would have no way to return to Qinya City. But could it be that Futian had no idea what was going on in the city? Once he got back, things would go very badly. "How are there so many people from the ancient imperial city here?" asked Situ Zhong. The ancient imperial city was the foremost city besides Crimson Dragon City, but this was because of the ninth servant's prestige. In reality, the ancient imperial city did not have a huge population. The ninth servant was the symbol of the city. There are also those from Xiang City. They probably have not forgiven us for the death of that Nirvana-level figure, and they want revenge, answered the man. Xiang City again? Situ Zhong frowned. Ever since the Battle of the Crimson River, when Yushang had crushed Xiang Nan of Emperor Xiang's realm, they had always been looking for trouble, and every time they were frustrated. They seemed to be unwilling to give up. "It is probably because they are jealous," said Situ Yin, walking up. "Ever since Yushang defeated Xiang Nan, he has not gone out at all. It has affected his state of mind. Even to this day, he has not become a saint." Afterward, Xiang Zhe had come to participate in the peach banquet. However, with Futian there, he had not managed to gain any benefit from this. He was merely reduced to the role of villain. This must have been hard for Xiang Zhe to bear. This was added to his previous grudge against Futian. He is definitely mixed up in this as well. So Emperor Xiang's realm retreated, and then allied with the ancient imperial city. With their power added to that of a high-level cultivator like Ninth Servant, they are probably feeling confident, said Situ Zhong coldly. At any moment, the people from Xiang City could retreat and go back to Emperor Xiang's realm. Xiang City was just their foothold in the Crimson Dragon realm. They could afford to lose it. "What can we do now?" asked Situ Yin. "In this situation, there is nothing we can do. We can only hope that our Lord has some plan. Now that he has led all of our cultivators out of the city, He has probably thought about how Ninth Servant would deal with him and see how he should react, said Situ Zhong. Situ Yin nodded. There was indeed no other way. It was not just them. Everyone in Qinya City knew the situation they were in. The ancient imperial city had completely invaded them. Everyone was worried about Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian still had an imposing reputation in Qinya City. This man, whose name resonated throughout the Crimson Dragon realm, and Yu Sheng were two of the most powerful figures in the land. They were on the regional king ranking. These legendary figures were from Qinya City, and thus the people of the city felt honored. In a great palace in the ancient imperial city, Ninth Servant had his eyes closed in meditation. At that moment, someone came forward. Ninth Servant opened his eyes and looked at the man. It was the prince of Emperor Xiang's realm. Xiangze, what is happening below the palace? Ninth Servant asked indifferently. There are some matters of cultivation that I wish for you to teach me, said Xiangze. They had sought an alliance with the ancient imperial city, and Ninth Servant had not opposed them. Some of the cultivators of Emperor Xiang's realm were stationed in the ancient imperial city. Once Yi Futian appeared, he would head over directly using the space teleportation matrix. He would kill him in a single blow, not giving him any chance. Fine. The Ninth Servant nodded. Xiangze was taking advantage of his opportunities. He had asked him for guidance on many occasions, but he did not refuse. Xing Kai had been killed, and now all he had left was the little master Xing Chou. It would be advantageous for Xing Chou to make friends with good backgrounds. Ninth Servant gave Xiangze some pointers about his cultivation, after which Xiangze said, Yi Futian and the others have been gone for a long time. They will probably be coming back soon. I am not worried, said Ninth Servant indifferently. Xiangze smiled and nodded. With your great power, there is indeed no need to be worried. As long as no Renhuang-level figures interfere, you will be able to easily kill Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm. There is no need for you to wait here. The Ninth Servant did not say anything. He naturally could not leave the Crimson Dragon realm and go find Yi Futian and kill him. If he ran into Emperor Xia somewhere, he would die a horrible death. He was strong, but not as strong as a Renhuang-level figure. Here in the Crimson Dragon realm, he had protective charms. There was almost no one below the Renhuang level who could be a match for him. As they were talking, a bright flash of spatial light shot up into the clouds far away. The Ninth Servant looked up at it. He suddenly stood up straight and walked out into the air. A figure flashed over towards them incredibly quickly, then bowed and said, My lord, Yi Futian has returned to Qinya City. When he heard this, a powerful aura bloomed from Ninth Servant. Let's go, he said in a loud, clear voice. He stepped through the air as he said this. Many figures from the lord of the ancient imperial city's residence stepped into the air at the same time. Gai Huang was there as well, and the cultivators that Xiangze had brought along. Let's go, called Xiangze in a clear voice. They were all moving extremely quickly. They had to get to the matrix and activate it before Yi Futian and the others did. In but a moment, the line of people that Ninth Servant was leading descended upon the matrix. The brilliant spatial light of the great path shone, seeming to cut through the ancient road of space. They all disappeared in a flash. Once Yi Futian and the others reached Qinya City, they felt that something was wrong. It seems that someone is sending us some information, Wu Yong whispered to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded, but his expression did not change. They had left, leaving behind an empty city. How could the Ninth Servant not have made preparations for this? This was, without a doubt, a great opportunity. If his teacher were not fully recovered, this would be a problem. But now, there was no need to think about anything. If the Ninth Servant was not going to give up and was going to attack them directly, then he would have to stay here forever. The group walked towards the city lord's office. All along the way, things seemed to be wrong. At that moment, a voice came up from below them. Lord Yi, I am a member of the Situ family. Don't go back to the city lord's office. Yi Futian looked down there. There was a figure on the road below them, but he was not looking at them. Suddenly, Yi Futian knew exactly what was going on, but he did not stop walking. Before long, the city lord's office appeared in their field of vision. Before they descended, a blast of powerful aura rose from the direction of the city lord's office. It swept out through the sky, covering them within it. A group of figures appeared there, and among them were the ninth servant, Gai Huang, and others. Their auras were mighty, especially the ninth servant's. His will bloomed, covering everything up to the far reach of the sky. Everyone in the area felt a suffocating pressure. Futian swept his gaze over them. Besides the ninth servant and the others from the ancient imperial city, he also saw Xiangzhe of Emperor Xiang's realm. Moreover, there was cold, murderous intent in Xiangzhe's eyes as he looked at Futian, as well as a sense of mockery. He had really come back like this, dragging the people of the 9 major tribes along with him? But even though they had a few more Nirvana-level cultivators, could any of them stop the ninth servant? Futian had a death wish. The ninth servant stepped through the air, only taking a single step and yet still reaching Futian. He raised his hand and struck up into the air. When his fist fell, the worldly great path seemed to shatter. The area where Futian was standing seemed like it was about to break. The earth shook as the ninth servant's fist turned into thousands of fists that then slapped down in the blink of an eye. But at that moment, another figure stepped forward from beside Futian. He stretched out his hand, and the light of ancient characters wrapped around him. A divine matrix of the great path appeared in the sky, shielding Futian and the others from the front. The ninth servant's fists slammed into it, and the air shook without stopping. Heaven and earth seemed like they would split. However, the dazzling matrix still shone brightly. Qi Xinggang slammed his fist out again, pushing the divine matrix forward and breaking all of the fists as it shot towards ninth servant. The ninth servant's expression changed. He struck out with both his fists, breaking his opponent's attack. He was sent flying backward. He stared at the figure that had strode forward. His eyes were bright, and his heart was pounding. Who was this man? Gai Huang. The others from the ancient imperial city, and Xiangzhe all looked shocked as well. How could this be? Such a terrifying figure had suddenly appeared beside Futian. People at the ninth servant's level were not easily found. It was the same in all the realms. They were as difficult to find in Emperor Xiang's realm as they were in Emperor Xia's realm. That is the imperial advisor of Dali dynasty, said a figure behind Xiangzhe. It was his brother, Xiangnan. He had been there at the Battle of Qinya City. Was the imperial advisor on Futian's side now? And he had grown even stronger. Xiangnan was not the only one to have realized this. Some of the other people there had been in the battle all those years ago. In particular, the people of Qinya City had all witnessed it, and they all recognized the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor had once stood in opposition to Futian and the others, but he had not been able to bring himself to kill Futian. Now the two of them were walking together. Moreover, the imperial advisor had been unstoppable in that battle and had overpowered the ninth servant, forcing him to withdraw. Everyone's hearts beat wildly as they felt the intense tension. How could they be calm in this situation? They could all feel that this battle would not play out like they had imagined it would. Instead, it would go in another direction. What would happen once the imperial advisor and ninth servant started fighting? The people from the Situ clan understood what was going on. This was why he had not chosen to disperse after they had warned him, but had instead continued to face the ninth servant. Without a doubt, the most confused people were the people from Emperor Xiang's realm. The look on the two brothers' faces was marvelous to behold. The reason that they had allied with the ninth servant for this battle was that there was no risk in doing so. If they had a chance to kill Futian without putting themselves in any danger, why would they not do so? Even if the ninth servant were defeated and could not kill Futian, they would still easily be able to escape. And a cultivator of ninth servant's level would probably be able to crush Futian anyway. But now? Xiangzhe could feel a cold pair of eyes gazing at him. It was Futian. Futian stood there, his deep eyes filled with icy coldness. He had not planned to get entangled with Xiangzhe and Xiangnan again. The two of them may have plotted against him, but the two of them had a Runhuang realm to back them up. As long as they did not affect him too much, it would be too much trouble to deal with them. He did not want to create enemies everywhere he went, especially powerful enemies like a Runhuang realm. This would make it very difficult for him to travel around. But he had not counted on his enemies targeting him no matter where he was. This time, they had come here to kill him. Who did not know of the conflict between the ancient imperial city and Qinya City? Xiangzhe's face fell, Then he looked in another direction, towards where the ninth servant and Qi Xiangang were. The fight between them would decide the outcome of this battle and would determine the outcome of the struggle between the ancient imperial city and Qinya city. However, Yi Futian did not bother to wait for the outcome of their fight. "Take them all," he said calmly. As he said this, a group of Nirvana-level cultivators stepped forward, including Zhu Kai and others. At that moment, his Nirvana-level cultivators completely outnumbered his opponents. "Your Highness, we must retreat," said a Nirvana-level cultivator of Emperor Xiang's realm. Just as he said this, a fist descended. This was the elder of the Zhong tribe's attack. Now they had no way to escape. They could only honestly submit to Yi Futian. They naturally had to try their hardest to get back into his good graces. Thus, they took a more active stance than Wu Yong. The great battle broke out in an instant. Gai Huang was strong, but several Nirvana-level cultivators targeted him and trapped him. Another fierce battle broke out at the city lord of Qinya City's office. The people of Qinya City were already numb to it. This was not even as bad as things normally got here. Yi Futian stepped forward, and Wu Yong stayed behind him, guarding him. Yi Futian could use his skills to fight. Thus, it was most optimal for him to stay near Yi Futian. Xiang Zhe looked frightened as Yi Futian came near him. He tried to flee. "You want to flee, even now?" Yi Futian grabbed for him, and space will fell. Xiang Zhe felt like his body had frozen. It was as if he was under an immense amount of pressure. Brilliant light bloomed from him. The divine light seemed to be Ren Huang's brilliance. However, the brilliant light did not bloom in time. Yi Futian was already there. The star-plucking handprint reached through the air with a loud whoosh. Xiang Zhe was not strong enough to resist it. He was grabbed easily, and his face instantly turned pale. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Xiang Zhe cried out in pain as his bones seemed to snap. Yi Futian waved his hand, and the giant handprint slammed into the ground with a bang. Xiang Zhe was smashed into the ground so hard that his body made a dent. He struggled to crawl out of the hole his body had made, but he saw a foot coming down toward him. It forced him back down into the hole with another bang. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A furious look came over his face. Yi Futian was humiliating him this much. Not far away, Xiang Nan's face was as pale as ash. As he watched what was happening to his brother, it was like he was looking at himself. Does Xiang City think that Qinya City is a good target to bully? Yi Futian stepped forward and picked Xiang Zhe up from the ground, holding him by the throat. He lifted him into the air until he was dangling. He pressed down with a tiny bit of pressure, and Xiang Zhe felt like he could not breathe. Xiang Zhe went pale. "Do you want to make all of Emperor Xiang's realm your enemy, Yi Futian?" he said in a hoarse voice. "I don't want that, and so I never sought you out to settle our debts. But even though I don't want to make Emperor Xiang's realm my enemy, you still tried to kill me. You tell me, should I kill you?" Yi Futian was filled with cold, murderous intent. His gaze seemed to pierce into Xiang Zhe's eyes. "From now on, I won't cause you any more trouble," said Xiang Zhe. Yi Futian smiled bitterly. Could it be that simple? He saw that Xiang Zhe was still watching the other battle. Yi Futian knew that he still had hope for the ninth servant's battle. He hoped that the ninth servant would defeat Yi Futian's teacher. "Since you want to watch so much, you can watch. Afterward, we will settle our debts." Yi Futian rotated Xiang Zhe as he held him by the throat, holding him up in the air where he could watch the battle. This kind of humiliation was practically a fate worse than death for Xiang Zhe. Over at the other battle, Qi Xiangang was moving forward, forcing the ninth servant to retreat up into the air. The light of the ancient characters of the Great Path flashed as they wrapped around everything in the area. A person like the ninth servant would naturally be able to feel how strong Qi Xiangang was. Someone at his level could tell what level his opponent was after only a single exchange of blows. Ninth servant knew that Qi Xiangang was, without a doubt, not at a lower level than him. He had already touched the door to the Runhuang level. He stepped forward, ignoring the distance between them. Billowing will swept out from him, shaking and shattering the very air. He smashed out with his fist, and the sky trembled and shrieked. His fist seemed like it could cross any distance to kill him. An incomparably bright light flashed, and a character that read strong was created in front of the ninth servant, like a stone of the great path. The character was filled with wild fist will. All the ancient characters trembled violently, causing a terrible roar. However, the characters seemed to be one with the worldly great path, so they could never break. Whoosh! Another ancient character flashed to life on the ninth servant's other side. It read Earth. Whoosh! 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 These sounds rang out continuously as characters that were filled with the will of the worldly great path descended, falling all around ninth servant. They seemed to have sealed off the whole area. Everyone was trembling as they watched the scene unfolding in the air. The ancient characters of the great path wrapped around ninth servant and spun, giving off incomparably brilliant radiance. The whole area seemed to be bound up within them, and the ninth servant was trapped within. Someone as strong as the ninth servant, who was on the regional king's ranking, had been trapped in but an instant. No one would have thought that the battle would come to this conclusion. There was someone who could dominate the ninth servant. The ninth servant took a deep breath. He had a solemn look on his face. He knew that he had encountered the greatest opponent he would ever face in his life. After all, as a saint-level figure, he could not fight with Ran Huang-level cultivators. And the man before him was the strongest man he had ever faced. He formed seals with both his hands, and his body became misty and hard to see. He turned in place as a bright light shone from him. Soon, everyone saw many figures that looked like the ninth servant appear, seeming to have superhuman powers. The air all around him trembled violently, as if it would shatter under the weight of the will that filled it. Terrible fighting will burst out from his body. A beam of light shot straight up into the clouds, trying to cut through the very heavens. But up in the sky, it was smothered by the rotating characters. Rumble. A terrible aura burst forth, and countless ninth servant figures appeared at the same time, heading out in all different directions. These were not exterior incarnations. Each image seemed to have been formed out of his will. Thousands of figures appeared in every direction, lashing out with their fists at the same time. Bang! 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 Incredibly loud noises rang out, and the ancient characters trembled. In every direction, the countless images seemed to overlap in an instant, and their thousands of fist wills merged, forming a single fist. Overwhelming power exploded from it. The sound of cracking rang out continuously from the wall of ancient characters. It seemed like it would shatter. And that was not all. More images appeared. They seemed to be endless. Before them, the wall of characters was about to be destroyed. Qi Xinggang stepped forward in front of the wall of characters. He reached up as if he was holding up the very heavens. And then, everyone witnessed a scene more shocking than any other. Endless ancient characters were born into the world and fell continuously into the wall that was about to shatter. A terrible divine light appeared up in the sky. "Leave," said a voice, and the brilliant divine light descended in a straight beam right to where the ninth servant was standing. It seemed like it would pierce right through him. And then, all of the rotating characters shattered and seemed to turn into endless beams of light that pierced through one of the countless images of the ninth servant. The whole area was about to be destroyed. Ninth servant stood at the center of the area. Countless beams of light shot toward him. His body swelled, destroying much of the oncoming burst of energy, but the images around him were continuously pierced through and shattered. As the endless divine light fell, yet another beam of light shot towards him. In the next instant, all of the other countless beams of light pierced through his body. The ninth servant was frozen there. He looked up into the sky. At that moment, his life seemed to be flashing before his eyes. "Your Highness, I have failed you. I have not lived up to your trust in me." The ninth servant sighed inwardly. There were tears in the corners of his eyes. He thought of how he had been bullied when he was young. It was only when he received the care and support of His Majesty that he had been able to have a future. At that moment, he was not sad about the fact that he was about to die. His heart only ached because he was about to let down His Majesty when he had placed so much trust in him. He had tried to help the young master become the emperor with all his heart, but he had never thought that he would meet his end like this. If he had done anything wrong, it was only because the young master had come up against the wrong opponent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the battle up in the sky. Was this the end? Divine light fell, piercing everyone's eyes. Although the battle was taking place high up in the air, everyone in a vast area could feel the strength of the divisive and destructive will. When they opened their eyes, the ninth servant's figures were no longer in the air. Qi Xinggang was the only one standing there, his plain robes flapping in the wind. However, the radiance of the great path that was around him was beautiful and dazzling. The ninth servant was the city lord of the ancient imperial city and a cultivator of the regional king's ranking. He was called the most powerful city lord outside of Crimson Dragon City. He had died in battle at Qinya City. He had been slain. Everyone still felt like they were in a dream, like this was not really happening. After all, that was the ninth servant. His name had resonated throughout the Crimson Dragon realm for so many years. He had stood at the peak of the Nirvana level. He would have thought that he would have died. The former imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty was much more powerful than he had been at the Battle of Qinya City all those years ago. He had decisively crushed the ninth servant. He must truly be as powerful as was possible while still on the Nirvana level. Who below the Runhuang level could be a match for him? There were several other Nirvana-level cultivators on the regional king's ranking in Crimson Dragon City, but would they be able to resist him? Futian looked up at his teacher. Although he was more powerful than he had been, in reality, he was no more dazzling. On the contrary, his aura was more restrained now, as if he had dropped all affectations to return to his original simplicity. He stood there in his plain robes, and if he did not release his aura, he would seem just like a common person. His magnificence was all on the inside. This was what it meant to truly change one's state of mind. But his combat ability had increased by leaps and bounds. He naturally understood the ninth servant's power. He had learned of it at the Battle of Qinya City when he had wounded him with the sword matrix of the void, and yet he had still been able to force his way out and escape. The fact that his teacher was able to trap him and then slay him in combat showed just how powerful he had become. The death of ninth servant meant the end of an era for the people who lived outside of Crimson Dragon City. The ancient imperial city, which had once been the most powerful, had fallen. A new king had risen. Qinya City replaced the ancient imperial city as the foremost city besides Crimson Dragon City. But was Futian worthy of being called the most powerful city lord? After all, he may have been the city lord, but he was only a saint of true self. There was a considerable gap between his combat ability and that of many other top figures. But many people thought very highly of him, even the former imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. He had left the dynasty to stand by his side and fight for him. Such was his charm. This man had created a legend for himself and was considered by many to be the top talent in all the Crimson Dragon realm. It seemed that his legend had been kicked off by stepping on the back of the ancient imperial city. Would the next era be his? He had slain Xingkai despite their difference in level. It was said that after he entered the regional king's ranking, no one of the same generation was willing to fight with him anymore. Which of them would be able to withstand him? Perhaps Yusheng would, but Yusheng would not fight him. Ninth servant, Gai Huang, who was still fighting, turned pale as ash. It was over. Everything was over. Even someone as powerful as ninth servant had died here in Qinya City. He had some regrets. If he had not been so arrogant in the past and intervened when all those cultivators had besieged Qinya City to seize Emperor Qua's ruins to give as a gift to Xingkai, there would not have been such hostility between the two sides. At that time, he had not considered Qinya City to be worthy of his notice. How could they have ever imagined that the city would one day destroy them? Xiang Zhe and Xiangnan felt the same way. Their faces were also as pale as ash. It could even be said that they were utterly without hope. Futian was still holding Xiang Zhe up in the air to watch. He witnessed the ninth servant's death with his own eyes. His death destroyed his hopes. The battle was already lost. The victory was Futian's. Who could save him? How could Futian humiliate him this much? It was indeed over. The outcome was decided at the moment of the ninth servant's death. The ancient imperial city no longer could resist at all. They had wanted to launch a single decisive attack. They had tried to eliminate Futian and the others at the moment that they landed and had not yet had a chance to settle, relying on the ninth servant's power. But now, ninth servant was dead, and their opponent still had Qi Xinggang, who was strong enough to kill the ninth servant. Even if Qi Xinggang did not do anything else, and just watched, they still would have no way to withstand the nirvana-level cultivators of the 9 major tribes. Moreover, they still had Yin Yuan, Yaya, and Shantianjian. Their formation was so much stronger than theirs. The battle was completely one-sided. Gai Huang tried to flee, but several nirvana-level cultivators surrounded him, blocking off his avenue of escape. Everyone knew that he was doomed. In the last battle at Xinya City, he had not shown the least bit of grace. How could Yi Futian let him go? Does that put an end to your hopes? Yi Futian asked Xiang Zhe, who he was still holding out. What are your terms? With Yi Futian holding his throat, it was hard for Xiang Zhe to speak, and so his voice was very hoarse. Yi Futian looked at him coldly, though he felt a bit sad. Even now, he was still talking about terms. He relaxed his grip, freeing Xiang Zhe. Then he slammed out with his fist, hitting Xiang Zhe in the torso. The sound of snapping bones rang out. He groaned as blood flowed from his mouth. Take him away and imprison him in the city. Lock him up with Xiang Nan, said Yi Futian. Wu Yong walked forward and took Xiang Zhe. Xiang Zhe looked up with great difficulty and saw Yi Futian staring straight forward. He was not even looking at him. Xiang Nan was taken as well. The two brothers felt sadder than they ever had before. Were they going to be imprisoned in Xinya City? What made Xiang Nan even more afraid was that Yi Futian did not even seem to care about whether he lived or died. He had said only one thing: imprison him. The feeling that this gave him was that he was not even worthy of Yi Futian's consideration. The only thing that Yi Futian was concerned about was the Runhuang realm that was backing them up. Or rather, it was only their father that concerned him. Yi Futian had initially wanted for Xiang Zhe to give him a reason to show him mercy. But unfortunately, it seemed that Xiang Zhe did not know his place. He still sought to make a deal and to talk about terms. What terms could Xiang Zhe possibly offer him? And even if they were going to talk about terms, it would be Emperor Xiang who sent people to do the negotiations. It was just like the ancient imperial city had been in the past. Now, Xinya City was the foremost city besides Crimson Dragon City. They did not have to worry about other Renhuang-level figures. Here, they were nearly without enemies. The reason he did not kill Xiang Zhe and Xiang Nan was not that he valued them. On the contrary, it was because he did not think they were worth killing. What would be the point of killing two useless people and, in doing so, earning Emperor Xiang's enmity? While they were in the Crimson Dragon realm, Emperor Xiang could not do anything to them. And what if they were able to leave one day? This was bound to happen. It was not a good thing to be remembered by a Runhuang-level figure. Of course, just letting them go was not something he could do. So, he had chosen to imprison them and let Emperor Xiang send people to negotiate. Before long, the battle had quieted down. The cultivators of the ancient imperial city had been destroyed. Yi Futian swept his gaze over the crowd. He discovered that Xing Kai's brother Xing Chou was not there. At the start, it had been because of Gai Huang and Xing Chou that their enmity had grown so deep. Now, the ninth servant had not brought Xing Chou along with him. Had he feared that this great battle would affect him? After all, Xing Kai was dead, and so the ninth servant would probably not want to put his last young master, Xing Chou, in any danger. Spatial teleportation. Yi Futian smiled mockingly. The ninth servant had ordered people to set up a two-way teleportation matrix between the ancient imperial city and Xinya City. That was really Yi Futian was almost speechless, but he said, "Let's go to the ancient imperial city." On saying so, he stepped forward, and many cultivators followed him. They headed towards the teleportation matrix. The ancient imperial city is finished, everyone thought as they saw what was going on. It was completely finished. In the ancient imperial city, Xing Chou was standing there calmly. He had been waiting all along for news from the other side. It had been so long, and they had still not come back. The battle must have already broken out. As long as the fighting had started, then Yi Futian must be dead, without a doubt. He was staring farther. At that moment, beams of brilliant spatial light flashed, seeming to form an ancient road of space. Xing Chou felt his heart surge with pride, and an excited look came over his face. "Have you returned in triumph?" He stepped forward with a smile, preparing to welcome teacher ninth servant. The light of the great path of space shone, and a group of figures appeared in Xing Chou's field of vision. As soon as he saw clearly who these figures were, he froze. His face went deathly pale as the blood drained from it. His heart pounded in his chest. In a flash, all of his thoughts ceased. How was this possible? How could this be? How could Yi Futian be the one who had come? What had happened to the ninth servant? Yi Futian swept his gaze over him. He stepped out, straight towards him, moving extremely quickly. Only then did Xingqiu react. A powerful, saint-level aura burst out from him. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed through the air, and Yi Futian descended right in front of Xingqiu. He pointed at him. The finger that he pointed with seemed to be made of the Great Path itself. Xingqiu's face was filled with fear. Powerful fighting will surged out from him, but it was pierced through and destroyed by Yi Futian's finger. Snap! Yi Futian placed his finger on Xingqiu's brow, and destructive will surged into his mind, destroying everything. Xingqiu's eyes widened, and he stared fixedly at the figure before him. Was this really how he was going to die? Yi Futian did not say a word. He was simply going to kill him. At that moment, Xingqiu felt incredibly sad, as if he had just realized that he had never been an important figure. Instead, he was someone that Yi Futian could kill with a single finger. Bang! A beam of light shot out of his finger and into Xingqiu's brow. A terrible killing will shot into his mind, destroying everything there. In a flash, Xingqiu's body fell lifeless to the floor. From start to finish, Yi Futian had not said a word, as if Xingqiu had not even been worth talking to. Young master! The other people in the city lord's office trembled in their hearts. Yi Futian had been able to slay Xingqiu like that? Destroy the powers of the Xingqiu and the ninth servant's trusted aides. Let everyone else go. If they cause any problems in the future, kill them, said Yi Futian coldly. The rest of the people he had brought with him shot through the air, preparing to sweep through the ancient imperial city. In an incredibly short period, the most powerful city besides Crimson Dragon City had fallen to this level. After years of hegemony, they finally had to withdraw from the stage of history. Yi Futian swept his gaze over the once might ancient imperial city. If they had not acted aggressively towards him, he would not have acted against them. He left everything in the city to be coordinated by the people who had previously done so, and he returned to Qinya City. The matter had finally come to an end. Now there were no more forces that could threaten Qinya City. The war between Qinya City and the ancient imperial city was over, and Qinya City was completely victorious. The ninth servant, the city lord of the ancient imperial city, was dead. It was said that Xing Kai and Xingqiu, the descendants of Emperor Zhan, had been slain by Yi Futian. Emperor Zhan's bloodline had been completely cut off, leading many people to weep ceaselessly. Afterward, Yi Futian named the chief of the Bailey tribe as the city lord, giving him command of the city. Other than Wu Yong's Wu tribe, all the other tribes moved into the city as well, so they were in complete control of the city. However, everyone knew that the ancient imperial city was still a vassal of Qinya City, and the status of the Bailey tribe seemed to have changed entirely. As for Wu Yong, Yi Futian had originally thought to make him the city lord, but he wanted to stay by Yi Futian's side to cultivate, and so he gave up the prized position of city lord. After some time, Emperor Xiang's realm sent envoys. Emperor Xiang had sent them. They brought many cultivation resources as gifts, and they were willing to cede Xiang City and promised that from now on, Emperor Xiang's realm would leave the Crimson Dragon realm. As long as Yi Futian was there, they would not set a foot there. They also promised that they would never seek revenge for this in the future. They were willing to write off this grudge with a single stroke of the pen. Many people sighed inwardly at Emperor Xiang's courage. Although they had suffered great losses in their struggle with Yi Futian, if they continued to pursue this grudge, their losses would further outweigh their gains. First of all, Yi Futian's power within the Crimson Dragon realm was nearly unmatched, and Emperor Xiang's realm could never compete. Secondly, he had Emperor Xia's realm backing him up. And finally, there was his infinite potential for the future. If Emperor Xiang's realm hardened their hearts and continued fighting Yi Futian, then even if they were able to kill him, the price they would have to pay would be far too high. The envoys that Emperor Xiang sent also secured Yi Futian's promise that he would not pursue this matter any further and release Xiang Zhe and Xiang Nan, who had been tortured horribly. He would let them return to Emperor Xiang's realm at any time they pleased. He knew that the two of them would always hate him fiercely, but without Emperor Xiang's support, what trouble could the two princes stir up? Moreover, even though Emperor Xiang was making a promise, the two princes would still be well disciplined. Yi Futian would trust the word of a Ranhuang-level cultivator. After all, this was not a matter of life or death. After the people from Emperor Xiang's realm left, there was still the matter of Xiang City. Yi Futian talked about it with his teacher. In the end, Qi Xinggang and the people of his household went there to renovate and reorganize the city. The reason Yi Futian sent his teacher was that he wanted to let him have his own space. There he could fulfill his ideals and continue to teach even more outstanding heroes. And Yi Futian believed with all his heart that the Crimson Dragon realm did not lack for outstanding youths with great potential. As for Qianye City, he was still the city lord. He had top figures like Wu Yong, Shun Tianzhan, and Yaya by his side, and thus no one could threaten him. And he was making preparations to link the three cities via space matrices so that he could travel between them as he liked. In this way, Qianye City, the ancient imperial city, and Xiang City formed the greatest force in the Crimson Dragon realm. No other cities could threaten them. After this was all worked out, Yi Futian returned to the regional palace, where he locked himself away in cultivation. Now he had cultivated up to the saint of true self level. His next goal was to become unblemished. He was sure that although he had removed many of the obstacles in his mind, it had not all been done through his own power. Most of it had been done with the help of the people beside him. But now, the Crimson Dragon realm was completely stable. As long as he did not offend any Ranhuang-level cultivators, no one could threaten him. The days passed, and the 10,027th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar came to an end. A piece of shocking news spread through the Crimson Dragon realm, but thankfully it was good news. Qishang, the prince of the Crimson Dragon realm, was going to officially wed Yu Shifei of the Yu clan. This pair of heroes of the Crimson Dragon realm were going to be together from now on, which made everyone in the realm very happy. Countless women were jealous of Yu Shifei. Not only was she a superior specimen, but she was also able to marry someone who she loved and who loved her. And in addition to that, she was of extremely high status and was eminently talented. Prince Qishang and Yu Shifei of the Yu clan both had wonderful personalities as well. One of them was natural and unrestrained, and the other was gentle and elegant. They had never offended anyone, and naturally, no one would ever offend them. This made them a divine couple in everyone's eyes. They were so perfect that people almost could not even be jealous of them. They were only happy for them. At the end of the year, countless people in the Crimson Dragon realm set out on a journey to the center of the realm, Crimson Dragon City. They wanted to witness this perfect wedding. Many powerful figures also went to pay their respects and to present them with gifts. When the end of the year came, Crimson Dragon City was busier than it had ever been before. Yi Futian and Yu Shang, who was cultivating in the regional palace, also received invitations to the wedding. They had been sent out in Qi Shang's name, and they were invited to come to the palace itself. Not many people in the Crimson Dragon realm received such an honor. The vast majority of people would only be able to watch from outside the palace. The 10,028th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar finally arrived. That was the day of Qi Shang's wedding. There was a sea of people outside the lofty palace. They seemed to be able to see a floating stage in front of the brilliant golden palace. The stage was covered in dragons and phoenixes, giving it a happy and auspicious atmosphere. There were all kinds of people from the Crimson Dragon realm within the observation area in the palace. As they walked up the stairs, they looked up at the high-hanging stage. Faint smiles came over their faces. Yi Futian had brought the others as well, Yu Shang, who had been cultivating in the regional palace, Xia Qingyuan, Pei Min, and Yin Tianjiao all came together to pay their respects. And they were giving respects on behalf of the Ranhuang realms that they represented. Yi Futian, came a voice. He turned and saw a man coming towards him. He smiled when he saw him. The man who was walking towards him was Duan Wuji, who had come from the Eastern Palace to pay his respects. An extraordinarily imposing and elegant woman was beside him. It was his sister, the princess of the Eastern Palace. "Long time no see," called Yi Futian with a smile. "It has indeed been a long time." But with all the great deeds you've been doing, I hear your name all the time, said Duan Wuji with a wide smile. This guy had actually managed to destroy the forces of the ancient imperial city. Xingkai had been unlucky the day he made an enemy of Yi Futian. Let me introduce you. This is my sister Luoyu. She is always asking about what kind of man you are. Now that you can see him, what do you think? Said Duan Wuji. Yi Futian looked at Duan Wuji. This guy, the woman beside him, could not hide her embarrassment at what Duan Wuji said. She could not help but hit her brother, and her pretty face looked like all the blood had drained from it. How could her brother be like this? It was true that she wanted to see this legendary figure, but when he heard her brother's words, he would not be in any doubt about that fact. Yi Futian smiled and nodded to hear. Princess Luoyu. He was someone who had been in all kinds of intense situations, so this was nothing. Princess Luoyu smiled slightly and bowed. Let's go. The ceremony is about to begin, said Xiaqing coldly from beside him. Her gaze was fixed straight forward. Let's go together. Yi Futian smiled at Duan Wuji. Duan Wuji nodded and grinned at Xiaqing Yuan. They walked until they reached the bottom of the observation platform. Everyone who was allowed to come here was someone of high status, and so Yi Futian saw many familiar faces, like Luo Yang, who he had first met at the Peach Banquet, and Jiang Taiyi of the Jiang clan. They watched him coming. Yi Futian had displayed his unparalleled talent at both the Peach Banquet and the Battle of the Crimson River, where he had defeated Xingkai. Now that he had become a saint of true self, they did not know just how strong he was. But this was not a time for fighting. Soon, their gaze shifted. They looked back to the ceremonial stage. Up in the sky, radiant sunlight shone down. A golden rock appeared amidst the sunlight, flying by means of rule power. It flew down and seemed to form a real body for itself. There was a figure standing atop it. It was Qishang. On the other side, a strange phoenix that was the color of ice crystals appeared. A beautiful figure was standing atop of it, wearing a dress of ice phoenix feathers. The golden rock and the ice phoenix circled in the air, gradually coming closer together. The two people riding them clasped hands. Qishang was bathed in divine fire, and Yu Shifei was bathed in snow and ice. When they stepped onto the ceremonial stage, it seemed like the rest of the world had lost its color. The Yu clan cultivators all smiled brightly. They had waited a long time for this day. Dazzling light shone down from the palace as the two figures stepped forward. The Crimson Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Queen appeared. One of them had a majesty that eclipsed all else, and the other was elegant and poised. She could have been a model for all women everywhere in the world. Greetings, your majesties. Congratulations on the wedding, someone called out as they bowed. In an instant, countless other voices rang out as well. Greetings, your majesties. Congratulations on the wedding. The sound roared through the palace. Countless people were there to witness the wedding. All the women in the palace were looking at Yu Shifei like she was the luckiest woman in the world. She's very beautiful, whispered Xiaqing. At that moment, Yu Shifei was indeed blindingly beautiful, and even Xiaqing could not help but express her appreciation. This must have been the happiest time of her life. Her smile was warm enough to melt the world. Her beauty engraved itself on everyone's hearts. All the women in the world could only dream of having a moment like this, of being this beautiful. Would she have a day like that? On the first day of the 10,028th year of the divine prefecture calendar, an incomparably magnificent wedding was held in the royal palace of the Crimson Dragon realm. All kinds of famous figures had come, including the Crimson Dragon Emperor and Empress, who had come to personally witness the wedding. Everyone there was a witness. Yi Futian and the others had been watching quietly from below the stage, up until the point where Qishang and Yu Shifei bowed to each other, then smiled and took each other's hands. Hand in hand, they would live together to a ripe old age. But it would not be easy for the two of them to reach old age. Today, the whole world shares in Qishang and Shifei's happiness. We welcome everyone who has come here to pay their respects to enjoy the feast, said the Crimson Dragon Emperor. His voice resonated throughout the palace. A beam of brilliant light shone, and a divine tree seemed to appear up in the air. The tree swayed, and fire-red fruit fell from it. This fruit comes from the Ganyuan Fusang tree, and contains the essence of flames of the way that have been gathered over 1,000 years. It belongs to whoever it falls upon, and no one is allowed to fight them for it, said the Empress from beside the Emperor. The tree covered the sky, and many pieces of fruit fell from it towards those waiting below. Everyone looked up with a look of longing. Eating this fruit would be equivalent to absorbing a powerful burst of flames of the way. But the Empress had said they could not fight for it, and so naturally, no one would dare to do so. This was the Empress's way of livening things up. Futian and the others were also watching the fruit fall. When he saw the fruit falling towards him, he could not help but reach out for it. But then, the piece of fruit fell into a pale white hand. Futian smiled at Xiaqing Yuan beside him and said, "It seems like you are very lucky." She looked at him and smiled, which made Futian think she looked beautiful. She smiled so rarely. He did not know what happy thing she was thinking about. All of the people who received one of the pieces of fruit smiled as they were overcome with joy. Then the banquet started. Many pretty serving maids weaved their way through the crowd, and soon a feast that was both delicious and pleasing to the eyes had been laid out. In addition, all of the food and drink at the banquet was rare and precious. Many people from powerful forces began to present their wedding presents. Futian and the others also gave their present in the name of Qinya City. Although it meant little to Qishang, it was still a heartfelt expression of their good intentions. The gift was not important. It was only a tradition. Obviously, those who were able to come to the palace today were all people of high status, and so none of them would give a shabby gift. "Wait, there is one more thing," Qishang said suddenly. Everyone looked up at him on the ceremonial platform with a look of surprise. Qishang took off his ceremonial robes, and his bright smile was unrestrained. A gasp of surprise came up from the crowd. They all seemed incredibly excited. There was a custom in the Crimson Dragon realm that if the groom was willing to give his ceremonial robes to someone else after the wedding feast, it would bring them sacred blessings. Usually, the groom would only do this for his siblings or good friends. Obviously, Qishang meant to do this now. But who was he planning on bestowing this blessing upon? Even the Crimson Dragon Emperor and Empress looked surprised. They clearly had not known that he was going to do this. This was Qishang following his own will. On this day, the groom could decide these things for himself. Qishang and Yushifei walked down from the ceremonial platform towards the crowd. Everyone's eyes were on them. It seemed that Qishang was not going to give it to any of his brothers. Then, would he give it to one of the top figures of the Crimson Dragon realm? Who would it be? They all watched as he stopped before a young man. The silver-haired youth still looked dazzling as he stood there among the crowd. His handsome features were no less magnificent than those of Prince Qishang. This hero of the Crimson Dragon realm was known as the greatest talent in the realm. Was Qishang planning on giving his blessing to him? And indeed, everyone watched as Qishang placed his ceremonial robe upon Futian's body. He smiled and said, "I hope that one day I will be able to witness the rise of Qinya City." Yushifei smiled at him as well and took off her ceremonial robe as well. She put it on Xiaqing Yuan. Xiaqing Yuan did not respond. She just stared at her blankly. Qishang and Yushifei turned and left, walking naturally and unrestrained. "Good luck." Yushifei's voice rang through her mind. Xiaqing Yuan watched her retreating figure. She did not know what she had meant by that. At the peach banquet, both Qishang and Yushifei had known that Xiaqing Yuan was experiencing unrequited love. Later, they had found out how things stood between her and Futian, and thus they knew everything. The silver-haired young man and the princess of Emperor Xia's realm would have their own magnificent story. Some of the people of the regional palace were stunned by this, like Pei Min and Duan Wuji, but then they smiled. That was just the way Qishang was. He always acted in a carefree manner. Maybe he had not had any particular reason for doing this. It was just his casual nature. However, for the two of them to have received Qishang and Yushifei's blessing above so many others was truly special and was making everyone stare at them. "Thank you, Your Highness," said Futian with a smile. That was all he said. Xiaqing Yuan looked at Futian beside her, then was silent for a while. The cultivators of the Luo clan, the Jiang clan, and many others were all looking at Futian. This palace lord of Qinya City had swept away all of his opponents, and then not long after had stolen all the glory from the other cultivators of the Crimson Dragon realm. His fame had truly been set when he had fought with Xing Kai and defeated him. Now, Qishang was clearly watching him. They did not know that at the divine martial road of the Peach Banquet, Qishang and the other people of the palace had already found out which cultivators were the most powerful. The banquet commenced, and the atmosphere in the hall became much more lively. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. Calm. A figure walked towards the people from the regional palace. It was Jiang Tai. He looked at Futian and Pei Min, then raised his glass in a toast. I've heard that after you broke through to the Saint of True Self level, you have found no opponents of your level at the regional palace? There are many talented people in the regional palace. I do not dare to say that none of them can match me, said Futian modestly. Jiang Tai looked at Pei Min. He had heard that he had beaten all comers. In that case, he probably had no one else left to fight. You are too modest, Lord Yi. If we have a chance, I'd like to come to Qinya City and spar with you, said Jiang Tai politely. Futian nodded his agreement. Of course. Jiang Tai turned and left. Luo Yang was also looking at Futian. He wanted to spar with him as well. It was not that he was jealous of him. It was that he truly wanted to test himself against someone as tough as him. Ever since his defeat at the Peach Banquet, he had wondered what would happen if the two of them fought a battle in which they held back nothing. After toasting his elders, Qishang walked over to them. It seems that everyone is itching to test their skills. This group of people had all participated in the Peach Banquet. It seemed that they had all come together, whether by chance or on purpose. No one knew. Please do not blame us, Your Majesty, said Jiang Tai. Of course, I understand. As members of the regional king's ranking, you must not have many opponents within the Crimson Dragon realm. There are so few that you can actually have a good fight with, said Qishang with a smile. In reality, after he had become a saint, he had found the Crimson Dragon realm to be a little bit boring. Given his status, people who were stronger than him did not dare to fight him. What are you saying, Your Majesty? Luo Yang seemed to realize that Qishang was hinting at something. After the ceremony, we will go and settle this. Shifei and I are planning to take a trip to the Heavenly Mandate realm, said Qishang. Everyone's hearts beat faster when they heard this. Apparently, Qishang wanted to train. Before he did that, he would finish this wedding. Once he and Shifei were officially a couple, they could go there hand in hand. The Heavenly Mandate realm, everyone whispered. The name was both strange and familiar. They had naturally heard of it. It was one of the 9 supreme imperial realms. How could they not know of it? The Heavenly Mandate realm was at the head of several hundred Renhuang realms, 10 of which were of particular note. The Crimson Dragon realm was one of them. That was a place where the greatest figures of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path could gather. Heavenly Mandate realm? When Futian heard what Qishang had said, his heart beat faster. He looked up into the sky. That peerless empress that Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan had told him about was there. He had waited for this day for so long. He had asked Yushang to enter the regional palace to come to this point. Now his name was famed throughout the Crimson Dragon realm. Now he was able to come to the palace itself and get close to Qishang. He had finally heard the words, Heavenly Mandate realm. Lord Yi, do you want to continue to be a city lord, take up a post in the Crimson Dragon army, or go with us? Asked Qishang. If Futian wanted to join the Crimson Dragon army, he could give him an important position. In the future, he could become a powerful figure in the Crimson Dragon army and guard one of the borders of the realm. But Qishang hoped that would not be Futian's future. Given the talent that he had displayed, his life would be even more significant than that. That had been his dream all along, to reach higher and higher levels. I want to go with you, said Futian without the slightest bit of hesitation. Beside him, Xia Qingyuan nodded as well. She seemed to be a little bit sad, but she quickly raised her head and smiled indifferently. This day had finally come. Sooner or later, he would know everything. He would know whether or not Hua Jieyu was still alive. She would help him find the truth as soon as possible. She knew that this matter had been pressing upon Futian's heart for so many years. These days, he had been spending all his energy to move in this direction. Excellent. Qishang smiled and nodded. He looked at the others and said, How about you all? The people on the regional king's ranking do not need to say anything. If any of you are willing, you can come with me and see how powerful the cultivators of a supreme imperial realm are." Everyone's hearts were trembling. Many of them nodded immediately. They could not miss a chance like this. They wanted to go and see a higher place. They wanted to see what kind of heroes lived there. Everyone returned to their homes after that grand wedding was over. Many were still steeped in the mood, but some top-notch geniuses were only feeling very restless deep down. It was not due to the wedding itself, but what Qi Shang said. The Grand Matrix in the royal palace of Crimson Dragon Realm would be activated 7 days later, opening up the vast great path of space and paving the way to a supreme imperial realm. Such matrices came with a hefty cost with every activation, and the numbers would have been astronomical. So much so that even the top-notch forces found all over Crimson Dragon Realm would have been unable to afford such an expenditure. It was quite a huge to Crimson Dragon Emperor, who was the overlord of the entire region of realms. As such a matrix was only found within the royal palace, and only important figures would have been allowed passage. No one knew when would the next opportunity to head to a supreme imperial realm have been. If they were missed the upcoming one. Qi Shang had also taken the opportunity to extend his invitation. No one would have wanted to miss such an opportunity, which was why all those top-notch figures were feeling restless, getting ready for that trip happening days later. That place was a supreme imperial realm, which was a main realm of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, that very type of realm which all of the 3,000 realms revolve around. It was said that the number of top-notch mighty ones found in the 9 supreme imperial realms would have eclipsed the total amount of all mighty ones found in the other 3,000 realms. No one found that notion unbelievable. That was because all the most powerful cultivators found throughout the 3,000 realms were found there. There was a reason why the likes of Crimson Dragon Emperor, who was the lord of the main realm in an entire realm region, were few and far between. When one reached Renhuang Plain, they would have ruled over a realm, like the emperors of Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm. Renhuangs who were unable to rule a realm themselves would have submitted to the rule of Crimson Dragon Emperor all the same. There was simply no reason for them to not head to that supreme imperial realm. There would have been more of their peers in that realm, and what they sought after would have been found there as well. As such, those who were at the very pinnacle in all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would have either ruled over a realm themselves or train in the most powerful of realms, a supreme imperial realm. It could have even been said that those top-notch forces found at Crimson Dragon Realm, forces who had holiness of nirvana serving as anchors, would have been hardly worth mentioning once reaching Heavenly Mandate Realm. Their background would have been rendered meaningless. As such, despite being top-notch geniuses found in their respective turf, they would have been moved one way or another. But then again, other than being somewhat anxious, what they would have actually felt was more in the area of excitement and anticipation. That was how cultivation was after all. Futian returned to Qinya City, and his state of mind was not all that shaken, behaving as his usual self. That was because to him, that was something that would have happened sooner or later, and he long had the psychological readiness for it. It had always been his goal after all. Be it for Jieyu or for unraveling his hidden past, it was destined that he must reach further heights. He gathered everyone around after returning to Qinya City. Qin Xingang, Yin Yuan, and the others headed to Qinya City from Xiang City. There were also the holiness of nirvanas from the tribes coming all the way from ancient imperial city. All of them gathered at Qinya City. That grand matrix of space's activation allowed all of them to bring their own people for the trip. Futian was thinking about who he would have brought on that very trip. Yu Shang and Xiaqing Yuan were definitely included without a doubt. They were definitely neat around. His elder brother, the Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, and the others would have been taken along as well. That department had been easy. The key, however, was the holiness of nirvanas that he would have taken with him. Qinya City was considered firmly established in Crimson Dragon Realm, and no one would have had any ideas about the city without good reasons. But there was still a need for someone to stay behind nonetheless. I'd be bringing Chunyang. Lu Chuan shall head out with you people. Yin Yuan and Nan Zhai would stay behind in Xiang City to look after Fei Xue, Qi Xingang said. He needed to head out to a place like Heavenly Mandate Realm with them. I'd be coming too, father, Fei Xue said. She wanted to come along as well. No, you can't go to the Supreme Imperial Realm, Qi Xingang said. There were simply too many mighty ones found in such a realm. All manner of people with peculiar abilities and personalities across the board would have been found there. The risk of taking Fei Xue along was simply too high. Once the secret with her condition was exposed, Qi Xuangong's status as a holiness of nirvana at the pinnacle of his training would not have been enough to protect her. As such, he did not want Fei Xue to head out to a place like a supreme imperial realm until Fei Xue had grown powerful enough to control the powers in her body at will, even incorporating it into her own powers. But by the time she became able to do so, she would have probably surpassed her father. Fei Xue was capable of sensing emotions of others. She naturally knew that the imperial advisor would have absolutely forbidden for her to come along. She was understandably exasperated, but she did not say anything else, feeling only somewhat dejected. The plains of Yinyuan and Nanzhai had stabilized, and they had exceptional states of mind. Yinyuan was already a holiness of nirvana, and it would have only been a matter of time before Nanzhai reaches such a plane as well. As such, he chose to bring Mu Chunyang and Lu Chuan with him on the pilgrimage, to have a look at heavenly mandate realm with their own eyes. Yinyuan and Nanzhai were left behind to take care of Fei Xue. Futian, I'll leave the rest of the candidates up to you. Just be mindful of not bringing too many. It is our first time heading out there, and we still haven't got a foothold after all. We would have another chance in the future, and then we shall bring more with us then, Qi Xinggang said to Yi Futian, seemingly reminding him. Yi Futian understood that an overly huge group would have meant difficulty in moving around. Read the next chapter on our VIP novel. Calm. It was especially so if they were to run into any trouble, and the large size would have only proved to be a hindrance, setting them back. All right. Yi Futian nodded. He naturally understood what Qi Xinggang meant. Big brother, don't leave me behind. Long Linger looked at Yi Futian with a begging look. She had a bad feeling about things. Kids need to stay behind here and train. Yi Futian knocked her head a little, and Long Linger was baffled. Kids? Me? I'm almost an old hag now. Long Linger mumbled in a speechless manner. However, Age of Cultivators was looked at differently from how it was with common people. Despite her advanced age, she looked young and spiffy nonetheless. She had been making progress throughout the years, but when compared to Yi Futian, she was still rather nothing much. In truth, it was not just her. Everyone was making progress as well. Those are still not yet saints. It is better for you people to not head out this time. Yi Futian continued, devote your time to train here in Crimson Dragon Realm, and get to St. Plain as soon as possible. Many looked dejected at Yi Futian's words. No going in this trip before becoming a saint, huh? There were many who had yet to become saints. But then again, Yi Futian had also told them to first train in Crimson Dragon Realm. There were still many places in the realm that they had yet to explore, so they held off going to a supreme imperial realm for now. Everything was to be decided later after making a breakthrough into St. Plain. They would have only served as baggage otherwise. 7 days were over in the blink of an eye. Mighty ones gathered in Qinya City on that day to send their city lord and his entourage off. Even Zhuge Mingyue elected to stay behind due to yet becoming a saint. She would have been able to head out in that trip still, as her might as the second sister was still there nonetheless, but she just did not want to be of too much trouble to Yi Futian and the others. It was as her little brother put it, they had to first dedicate themselves to their training and strive to make it through St. Plain to catch up. Yi Futian left behind sacred spirit stones and training methods. Even if they were to simply boost their training only with resources, they needed to at least get to the pinnacle below St. Plain. So long as their states of mind proved to be sound, getting into St. Plain would not have been much of a problem. The St. Plain was a threshold in itself, and one's state of mind was of the utmost importance. Wait for me to come home. Gu Donglu stood before Zhuge Mingyue and said, Relax, I'm not running off with someone else. Take care of our little brother. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said. Yi Futian felt rather speechless, finding her second sister to still be that tough and unyielding. Second sister, you seriously think I'd need looking after? Yi Futian shrugged and said, Yeah, right. Zhuge Mingyue glared at Yi Futian and said, Why do you think these people are here for? Who among them is not looking after you? Yi Futian felt speechless again and then looked at the ones beside, before saying, Touché, second sister. Good to hear. If Jeyu is still here, you have to bring her back to see me, Zhuge Mingyue said in a solemn manner. She and Hua Jeyu were like actual, biological sisters. It was her who picked up Jeyu from the land of 100 nations and had the younger woman train in the Zhuge clan. Zhuge Mingyue really wanted to see that woman who had the looks of a fairy, who was strong yet delicate at the same time. Yi Futian felt rather sorrowful hearing what his second sister said and nodded solemnly. He then turned around and walked, saying, "Let's go." All of them headed out en masse, waving goodbyes to their loved ones. That trip was truly an expedition. The distance between where they were and their destination would have been a lot further than what was between Emperor Xia's realm and Crimson Dragon realm. The place they were heading to, a supreme imperial realm, would have had mighty ones all over the place, and that place would have been at the very pinnacle of the 3,000 realms. That would have truly been the place where Yi Futian belonged. He would have met the most extraordinary of figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, as well the greatest of the best of geniuses. He would have truly found his match there. And of course, he would have found friends there as well. Many were already at the royal palace when Yi Futian and the others arrived, and people from all corners of the realm had mighty ones among them. Yi Futian saw many familiar faces: Pei Min, Duan Wuji, Yin Tianjiao, Luo Yang, Jiang Tai, and many other legendary figures. All of them would have headed out, and all of them brought many mighty ones with them as well. Qishang and Yu Shifei were naturally there as well. They looked like a match made in heaven just by standing together, and that probably had to do with both of them being very much in love with each other. Crimson Dragon Emperor had also sent his people as well, but there were but a handful of them, and they have all definitely been top-notch figures as well. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Qishang." He nodded after seeing Qi Xiangang, who was by Yi Futian's side. People like Qi Xiangang, who had been able to cut down the 9th servant, was hardly found even in the royal palace. "You're too kind, Your Highness," Qi Xiangang answered. "The regional palace is getting ready to list you on the regional king rankings, and maybe we might see another Renhuang rise in Crimson Dragon Realm." Qishang smiled and said. Many people around them were busy getting ready while they talked. An extremely huge grand matrix of space gradually lit up. Countless images brightened and shot to the skies. That grand matrix had many stone pillars around, which increasingly brightened as they were entwined with the images below. A beam of light shooting to the sky appeared at the center of the grand matrix, as if it was cleaving a great path of space. "Let's go, everyone," Qishang said, and everyone headed to the grand matrix. The dazzling beam of light became increasingly terrifying, swallowing their surroundings, and a strong will of the great path of space shrouded even the extremely huge and vast royal palace. That grand matrix devoured space powers in a frenzy, extending its area of effect outside the royal palace. The world around them rumbled, and as a beam like no other lit up, the intense shock was felt throughout the incredibly vast area. Everyone was able to see a beam of light of space shooting up to the heavens. The 9 supreme imperial realms served as the absolute center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The Heavenly Mandate realm was one of those 9 realms. There were countless cultivators found among the massive population of Heavenly Mandate realm. Many Renhuangs opened up their own clans and forces at that realm due specifically to the realm being such a place, establishing their own orthodoxies and imparting their own ways. There were several supreme forces being a cut above the rest in that realm, positioning themselves at the very peak. They pursued true supremacy and transcendence, which was also the final goal for all Renhuangs. There were too many regions with Heavenly Mandate realm, and every single region was extremely vast, with populations of cultivators each reaching hundreds of millions. They were Renhuang class beings who reigned supreme over all, but there were also many weak cultivators eking out at obscure places. But of course, the bulk of the population was found somewhere in the middle. They struggled in the harsh environment around them as they advanced, making their way towards greater heights and accomplishments. The Celestial Swordly clan, the Demon Slayer clan, the Yun clan of Luo City were all such forces. They were all at the very pinnacle in their respective regions, but they still struggled to move to higher heights nonetheless. However, that proved to be an arduous challenge. At that moment, in the sky above the Buzhou Ridge, mighty ones from the 3 major forces stood against one another around a mountain. Sword will permeated the sky above that ancient peak, as if countless divine swords were circling in the heavens. A group of people somewhere was seen wearing ancient swords on their backs, with their sword aura sweeping the vast area. Their might, which originated from the Great Path, was incredibly fearsome. In another corner, there was a group of people wearing golden attire. Their might of the Great Path shrouded the entire area as their auras burst, as if golden rings were fired, clashing with the sword auras in an invisible manner in the air. In yet another corner, a group of people of extraordinary aura had their brimming will shrouded their surroundings, bursting with their own power just like the other two. The three forces almost seemed that they were at even odds with one another. All of them wanted that peak for themselves, or precisely put, a piece of the cut cliff. That cliff seemed to contain a huge mural, which somehow also looked like a statue. The brimming will of the Great Path on it seemed to suggest that it was left behind by a Runhuang. It was apparent that all three forces were fighting for that piece of item. We of the Celestial Sword shall have the mural. The leading woman of the Li clan stepped forward at that moment. Her voice was cold and the will of her sword swept all over the sky as she declared, striking out at the other two persons standing across her. We'll see if you'd be able to take it in the first place. A mighty one from the Demon Slayer clan responded. A loud clang was heard, and her sword will seem to have clashed with the aura bursting from that mighty one. The ones from the Celestial Sword clan were known for their peerless offensive prowess, yet the mighty ones from the Demon Slayer clan practiced very overbearing methods. They were not about to just yield a piece left by a Runhuang to others. There were many inklings or ruins left behind by Renhuangs throughout Heavenly Mandate Realm, and those places were always targets of all manner of forces and why they fought each other. Those sites or items were used for cultivation purposes, as well as some other uses at times. The mighty ones from the Yun clan did not say anything, yet the auras bursting from them remained just as overbearing, shrouding the place and getting ready for war. However, at that moment, a beam of dazzling light shot from the air, and it fell before any of them were able to react. The beam of light burst through the will of Great Path surrounding the area and blasted onto that peak. The expression of the crowd changed slightly after they reacted to what was happening. Their eyes were all on that beam of light, before hearing a rumble indicating the crumbling of the ridge. When they looked at where that beam of light landed, everyone's faces were ashen and they looked extremely grim. That wall which all of them was after had ended up crushed. That wall had writings left behind personally by a Renhuang, containing complete will of Great Path of a Renhuang. However, that piece was not actually some kind of ritual implement or treasure, and as such, was not all that sturdy to begin with. The writings were no more as soon as the wall broke, and that will of Great Path within dissipated as well. It's gone? The eyes of the ones in the crowd looked fascinating, and their hearts raced. It seemed that everyone was baffled over what happened. All of them were wondering what that beam of light that blasted the wall had been. Someone emerged from the rubble of the crushed wall at that moment. His clothes were ragged and looked rather unkempt. It was only one person. That person seemed to still look dazed. He shook his head for a bit, and his silver hair billowed. He then looked up around him and found angry, cold eyes glaring at him. That silver-haired figure was none other than Futian, who came from Crimson Dragon Realm. Where are the others? Futian looked around him. None of the others were around. He recalled when they traversed the space, he seemed to remember hazily a very powerful being who happened to pass by, intending to intercept that great path of space flying through the air. Despite that being having been too slow to actually do so, that being nonetheless cut up the great path of space that was just about to open up, severing their path. And then, what just happened? Is this Heavenly Mandate Realm? Futian muttered to himself. He had no idea if he reached his intended destination. That being would have probably been a Runhuang-class Mighty One. They would not have been able to intercept such a great path of space otherwise. They had definitely ran into a super being when they traversed space, who wanted to intercept them and find out who they were. That being was unable to do so, for the energies that sent them there, contained with the grand matrix of space, was extremely frightening. But then again, Futian realized that he did not seem to have the time to figure out where he was. His top priority at that moment was to stay alive. Those eyes that were glaring at him seemed to be saying that they wanted to kill him where he stood. After he steadied himself, he cupped his hands and said to the crowd of the three forces, "Some issues happened with the teleportation. I'm very sorry to cause all of you trouble." He was about to leave after saying so. Yet, he sensed towering sword will zipping past his body as soon as he moved his legs. That sword will was extremely sharp, and terrifying killing intent of the sword shrouded him. The howling current of the sword above seemed to be able to kill him right where he stood, forcing him to stay where he was. Those people all sported very powerful auras. There were some who were actually unblemished saints, and it was apparent that there were many of them. "You think you could just leave like that?" A mighty one from the Demon Slayer clan asked with a cold expression. The leader looked imposing as his eyes glared at Futian below. He then turned to the other two forces and continued, "Seems like we've gotten all riled up for nothing. How do you suppose we deal with this?" The one who talked turned his attention at the leader of the Celestial Swordly clan, who was a beautiful woman wore simple attire. Her form-fitting garb was clean and without frills, making her look dashing as sword will coiled around her. Her eyes were cold as she glared at Futian. "You have any Runhuang treasures with you?" the woman asked coldly. Futian frowned and answered, "No, I don't." He naturally denied right away at that moment. If he were to hesitate, those people would have had second thoughts about him. "Hand over all valuables you have on you. If any one of them was worth a Runhuang's item, you get to live." Li Rushuang's voice was cold as she continued, "Otherwise, kill yourself right here, right now." She had been very fixated on that thing left over by a Runhuang. That item was ended up destroyed by Futian. What was done was done. What is the point of killing him? He is but an unlucky which had gotten thrown around by a teleportation attempt. Just let him leave. An elder from the Yun clan of Luo City. There was no point crying over spilled milk after all. If even such a teleportation had gone haywired, he knew that Futian could not have been someone from some noteworthy force, and there was no point backing him to a corner. It was better to just spare him. "You're very generous indeed, Elder Yun. But who shall be responsible for that broken Renhuang relic?" Li Rushuang continued to say with a bone-chilling tone. The way she looked at it, that piece which ended up destroyed had belonged to her. The destruction of that item would have affected her future plans considerably. "So what if you kill him?" Elder Yun then continued. "You have superb talents, Li Rushuang, and you're a one with rare potential among the celestial sword practitioners. Too bad that your state of mind is too brutal and cold, and you're too fixated with the way of the sword." "You're the one to talk," Li Rushuang responded coldly. Her eyes did not look at Elder Yun, making as if the elder was not worth her time. Mighty ones at her side stepped out and walked towards Futian as soon as she spoke. Cold sword will shrouded Futian's body, seeping with intense killing intent. It was apparent that they were being serious, and they truly wanted Futian to pay for their loss with his life. Futian frowned hard. While it was true that he was to be partially blamed for the incident, he did not do so intentionally, and it was all an accident. He had no control over anything back then. From the way the conversation was carried between those people, he realized that he seemed to have destroyed a mural left by a Renhuang. "While I do not have a Renhuang treasure, I would make it up to you to the best of my ability." Futian looked at that woman and said. Li Rushuang was unmoved. Her eyes remained cold as she said, "Take everything in his storage ring." "Li Rushuang, I suppose we of the Demon Slayer clan should have a cut as well," the mighty one from the Demon Slayer clan said. Some of his mighty ones stepped out and walked towards Futian as well. They looked emotionless. There was not a hint of compassion in their eyes as they looked at him, only uncaring coldness. Futian sensed that he was being enveloped by killing intent and did not say anything more. He unleashed his aura, sensing the will of the great path around him. A saint of true self? Those who sensed Futian's aura looked rather puzzled. Futian looked rather young, and they somehow were unable to get why he was already at such a plane. An elder from the Celestial Sword clan, who too was a saint of true self, stepped out and his sword will was towering, seemingly having turned into a sword himself. He arrived right before Futian within an instant and lashed out with his finger. The sword at the tip of his finger flowed, and sword will of the great will washed all over them like a river of the heavens, bursting within an instant and intending to end Futian right away. Boom! Light of stars coursed all over Futian's body. The starry battle form of his was shining brilliantly. He lifted his arm and pointed a finger as well, clashing with his opponent without flinching at all. "You have a death wish then." That elder was cold as he pointed. Countless might of killing swords tore through space as he pointed. At the same time, Futian's finger reached his target as well, the finger of his opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Extremely terrifying wave of entropy seeped right into the finger, breaking it right away. The surge of power ran all the way up the elder's arm and burst into his body. A loud rumble was heard, and then explosions were heard within his body. His back seemed to have been busted by a force. All of his internal organs crumbled in a frenzy. His eyes were frozen right there and then, staring straight at Futian. Futian pulled his finger back and saw his opponent slowly dropping to the ground. A finger attack was it took to kill his opponent. He had just gotten to the realm, and he had already killed a saint. The sword aura dissipated, and a mighty one from the celestial swordly clan was killed outright on the spot. Those from all three forces were dumbfounded. From their perspective, that person would absolutely not have been someone from some top-notch force due to having even such errors happening with the teleportation process. Only lone cultivators would have made such mistakes, as grand matrices of space of greater forces would have been stable, and there was no way such errors could have happened. They naturally did not think that the person who just appeared out of nowhere before them had actually transcended regions and happened to have a Runhuang class being interrupting their travel. Furthermore, competition between cultivators at Heavenly Mandate Realm was extremely intense. The fighting was far more brutal than even what was back at Crimson Dragon Realm. That Supreme Imperial Realm was even more vast, and there were even greater number of mighty ones. Even cultivators were practically limitless, and there were few rules binding anyone. They needed to fight over any cultivation resources they were able to find, and more so when it came to items left behind by Renwangs. Futian broke one such item, and that disrupted all of their plans, which was why the ones from the Celestial Swordly clan and the Demon Slayer clan both wanted to kill Futian and take whatever there was to take from him. However, the attack with that one finger from him clearly indicated that he was anything but weak. He just killed a cultivator from the Celestial Swordly clan who was the same plane with him, and that meant that his attack would have been extremely overwhelming. Li Rushuang's expression remained bone-chilling cold, yet she was rather surprised nonetheless. She thought that taking on such might of the sword head-on would have killed him outright. It was apparent that she had underestimated Futian's powers. Several swordsmen took to the sky and sword wills howled above Futian's head, as if they were about to rain down on him at any given moment. There was one unblemished Saint Elder stepped out, and his might was frightening. Futian frowned hard. If that was an unblemished saint, that meant that the upcoming fight would have been tough. It was a given that the Elder intended to wipe him out right there and then, but there was no way he would have just sat around waiting to be dealt with. If he were to be backed to a corner, he would have had to unleash the will of Emperor Qua. However, he was nonetheless a newcomer to the realm, and he did not want to do so as soon as he had arrived. The recoil would have been bad as well after all. The halberd of time and space appeared in his hand, and will of the great path pulsed on it, containing intense will of space. The eyes of the people around him flashed. That ritual implement seemed to be very powerful, and it looked as if he still had some treasures with him. Voom! Dazzling flash of the sword of the great path rained down from above in a straight line, targeted right at Futian's body. He disappeared from where he stood within an instant. Two swordsmen charged at the same time at him with their swords drawn, moving at blitzing speeds. Sword auras came at Futian like bolts of lightning. Overwhelming will of the great path emerged from Futian's hand, charging into the boundless sword wills in a straight line, heading for a mighty one. The halberd of time and space lashed out. Raging currents of sword aura coming from everywhere parted in the middle, as they were being destroyed in a frenzy. That swordsman noticed something was afoot and intended to back away, but felt his will of the great path being blocked. PFFDD. A crisp sound was heard, and Futian, who had been standing far away just moments ago, burst through the current of sword aura right away armed with the halberd, piercing his brow at blinding speed. However, that unblemished Saint Elder stepped out and charged. Towering flash of the sword rained down as he stepped out, with terrifying hurricanes of the sword whipped up in the sky. Swords rained down one after another. The speeds at which the blades move were unbelievably fast. Futian lifted his hand and lashed out with a palm print. Rumbling explosions were heard. The palm print continued to shatter as his body kept being pushed down. That river of swords washed at him, threatening to bury him in blades completely. A cold snorting noise was heard at that moment. That leading elder of the Yun clan stepped out and came right above Futian, bursting with a terrifying storm of lightning. He lifted his arm, and there seemed to be a god of thunder appearing behind him, extending its hand. Said god's lightning palm print repelled the attacks and burst with boundless lightning within an instant, blasting on the current of the sword that was raining down. The sky was lit right away and devastating powers were all destroyed up in the sky. However, countless sword wills in the sky coalesced into one single blade, which was then materialized into a giant sword, pointing at the ground below. Hurricanes of the sword circled around that blade, with boundless sword auras surging into it. That unblemished Saint Elder stood beside the sword and pointed downward, saying, "Kill." Their surroundings howled in rage as he said so. That giant sword wrapped in hurricanes disappeared right away, cleaving a line downwards. The elder from the Yun clan looked up and towering might of lightning was coalesced into a single beam within an instant, which then streaked through the sky like a blade. That terrifying lightning bolt seemed to be out to tear the sky apart. Devastating light drowned the sky around them. Mighty ones backed away one after another. That terrifying beam raised the ridge all around them. The sword in the sky and the lightning then dissipated altogether. The Yun clan elder and Futian both retreated to the side where the Yun clan cultivators were. "Liku, you're an old man yourself, and I'm afraid bullying someone a lot younger than you isn't the way to do it." That Yun clan elder looked up at that mighty one from the celestial swordly clan and said. Liku's expression was cold and sword will was seen in his eyes. He then moved forward burning with intense killing intent. Futian killed 2 of their saints and was definitely anything but weak. It could have even been said that he was very powerful, which meant that he needed to be dealt with on the spot. He had no intentions of letting Futian leave alive. However, that elder from Yun clan acted in Futian's defense, which put those from the celestial swordly clan in a difficult spot. But then again, those 3 forces had always been competing with each other. They were of antagonistic relationship, so it was entirely normal for that elder to act. "So your people of the Demon Slayer clan is just going to sit and watch?" Li Rushuang said coldly as she looked at the mighty ones from the Demon Slayer clan. Come to think about it, Yun Tang was right. That thing was already destroyed, and there was no point killing the kid. We'll just let the matter slide and have no intentions to pursue the matter further. Excuse us. The mighty ones from the Demon Slayer clan made up their mind on the spot, leaving immediately as soon as that one mighty one finished talking, without staying around for even a second longer. That silver-haired young man who appeared out of nowhere was very powerful, which caused them to re-evaluate their opponent, as well to weigh the pros and cons of cutting him down. Furthermore, the Yun clan stepped in on his behalf, so they saw fit to just give up right away. By the way, they had no score to settle with Futian to begin with, so it was better to just leave and pretend that nothing happened. Guards. Li Rushuang's expression remained cold. Sword will circled about her as she cast a glance at the mighty ones of Yun clan. She then said, Yun Tang, he killed 2 of ours. Are you sure you are going to cover for him? Indeed. Yun Tang replied coldly. Li Rushuang was superbly talented and was one of the best to be found in that region. As such, she showed no fear nor respect towards that elder at all. However, it would have been difficult if she were to insist on taking Futian. Sword auras howled in the sky around them, making that space extremely stifling. Li Rushuang glared at the one standing across her. She eventually waved the sleeve of her robe, turning around and saying, "Let's go." Her group turned around and left right afterwards. It would have been difficult to kill Futian in such a situation. Futian himself was of formidable powers as well, meaning that it would have been difficult to even just take him on. The only option for the time being was to give up. Yi Futian then cupped his hands and said to Yun Tong, "After the ones from the celestial Swordly clan left, thank you for saving me, senior." "That is nothing. I'm Yun Tong, of the Yun clan of Luo City," the elder smiled and said. He saw Yi Futian mumbling when the young man arrived. Looking rather dazed yet was clearly formidable. All of that piqued the elder's interests. "My name is Yi Futian." Yi Futian replied, "Elder Yun, is this heavenly mandate realm?" Yun Tong's eyes flashed and he looked puzzled. He then stared at Yi Futian with inquisitive eyes. "That kid is asking if this is heavenly mandate realm?" The elder then continued after that thought, "This is indeed heavenly mandate realm. Are you here from other realms? Something wrong with your grand matrix of space?" Yi Futian was rather relieved hearing what that elder said. It seemed that he did not end up in the wrong place. He was worried that he was left behind in some other realms. They were probably at the edge of heavenly mandate realm when some Renhuang class person happened to see them and intended to intercept them, and that person failed and caused what happened then instead. "Indeed. I'm from Crimson Dragon realm around these parts," Yi Futian nodded and answered. While the grand matrix of space had indeed been disrupted, the others should have arrived at heavenly mandate realm nonetheless, and they would not have been all that far away. He was only hoping that they had better luck with things than he did. It was fortunate that he only brought saints with him on that trip. While being at St. Plain did not mean one would have been considered strong at heavenly mandate realm, it would have at least meant that they were able to stand on their own. Nothing would have happened if they were to not run into any messy troubles. According to what I know, it is rather difficult for other realms of other regions to come to heavenly mandate realm, which is a supreme imperial realm. I could see that you are of considerable powers. So that is how it is then. I assume that you're a descendant of a Ren Huang at Crimson Dragon realm? Yun Tong smiled and said. Yi Futian looked like he was a total mess when he first arrived, with his hair and clothes looking very unkempt. However, after he brushed and straightened himself, it was not difficult to see that he was of extraordinary bearing. "I'm not." Yi Futian shook his hand. "We're on this pilgrimage to heavenly mandate realm with the Prince of Crimson Dragon realm. Something happened with teleportation, and we were all thrown all over the place." The elder nodded and said, "So that was what happened. You've just arrived and is separated from your friends. How about we head to the Yun clan of Luo City for a bit? I'd get someone to help you find your friends and see if they're around these parts. What do you say?" Yun Tong continued. People who were capable of traversing realm regions with the prince would have definitely been someone extremely talented, even if they were to not be a descendant of Crimson Dragon Emperor. They would not have had the right to be on such a trip otherwise. Heavenly Mandate Realm was a supreme imperial realm and powerful people were everywhere, but that did not mean that all of them would have been aloof, arrogant pricks. The Yun clan of Luo City had always intended to become a Renhuang class force. People who came from Renhuang class forces of other realms would have definitely been very exceptional, even when compared to those from Heavenly Mandate Realm. It was just that they were unable to compare to those at the very pinnacle in the realm. Yi Futian stayed silent for a brief moment before nodding and saying, "All right. I'm sorry to have been of trouble to you, senior." He had just gotten to Heavenly Mandate Realm, and he knew next to nothing. He, too, wanted to find out more about the realm, as well as the parts where he actually was. Yun Tong proposed to let him go as soon as he showed, so he assumed that the elder had little to no ulterior motives and would not have done him any harm. He was getting ready to look for Yushang, Xiaqing Yuan, his teacher, his elder brother, and the others. "Let's head out then." Yun Ting nodded, and everyone made a move. Yi Futian followed by Yun Tong's side and asked, "Senior, what is that stone wall that I've just destroyed?" "Probably something written by a Renhuang when they stopped by these parts to train. There are many Renhuangs here at Heavenly Mandate Realm, but to us which are not of Renhuang force, anything left behind by Renhuang would have been extremely valuable, and so we came to fight for it, which you just happened to have broken." Yun Tong then elaborated further. "The region that we are in now is where Luo City is, as well as the Celestial Swordly clan and the Demon Slayer clan you just saw. All of us belong to Emperor Qi's territory. According to what I know, Li Rushuang had intended to take that thing to be brought to Emperor Qi's palace as a gift, so as to earn teachings from the Emperor. Your arrival broke her plans, and that was why she wanted to kill you." Yi Futian nodded, realizing that Renhuangs had their own territories in Heavenly Mandate Realm as well. Luo City was one of the cities in Emperor Qi's territory. The Yun clan of Luo City was the most powerful force to be found in that ancient city. Futian found the city to be an extremely bustling one after entering it, which was comparable to Qinya City in terms of liveliness. That city was considered a medium-class city in Heavenly Mandate realm. While it was without doubt stronger than the smaller cities, the city itself was considered a small city when compared to top-notch cities. The key lied with the city it was being compared to. Many in the city took notice after Yun Tang and the others entered the city, and everyone seemed very respectful, which showed that they apparently knew who Yun Tang and the others around him were. The group came to a grand, majestic-looking manor. That was the manor of the Yun clan of Luo City. Someone was seen coming out of that grand building to receive them. "How did it go, father?" A middle-aged beautiful woman of St. Plain looked at Yun Tang and asked. There had been some hiccups. "Yun and I, this is Futian," Yun Tang said and introduced the young man to his daughter. He then said, "See to our guest here, and send men out to see if there are any who seems to have ran into predicaments similar to Futian in the region. I'd need to be elsewhere." "Very well." Yun and I nodded. The clan was a huge one and her father still needed to report to her grandfather. Yun Tang nodded slightly to Futian before leaving with a group of people. Yun and I gave the order and then said to Futian, "Sir Yi, we of the Yun clan still has some influence in Luo City. If your friends were to have landed in Luo City or somewhere nearby, it shouldn't be difficult to find them. If they were to end up in territories further away, things would have been considerably more difficult." "Thank you." Futian then nodded. "Please come in, Sir Yi." Yun and I extended her hand and said. Both of them walked, and then she asked, "So you have fought with the Celestial Swordly clan, Sir Yi?" "Indeed." Futian nodded. "The people of the Celestial Swordly clan wanted to kill me. I owe my life to Senior back then." "Father was not actually doing it all for you, Sir Yi." Yun Ni's eyes turned rather cold and continued, "The way the Celestial Swordly clan carry about their business and how Li Rushuang is being so aggressive now, it is just normal for father to butt in." The group came to an elegant compound, and there seemed to be a young woman training before them. Sparks of lightning dazzled all over her, contained auras of rules. She extended her hand and slashed. The resulting lightning shot forward like a serpent. However, that did not seem to be the result she was after. She turned around and saw Yun and I and Futian. She then called, "Mother." "This is my daughter, Yun Qianyue." "Qianyue, this is Sir Yi," Yun and I introduced. "Sir Yi." Yun Qianyue took a look at Futian and bowed slightly. That silver-haired young man had extraordinary bearing and was probably not common folk, but he looked very young, as if he was her age. However, his aura was very reserved and his training would have probably been of very high levels. Her mother, who was a saint, would not have addressed him as Sir otherwise. "Is the Yun clan mainly practicing the ways of lightning? I have seen Senior Yun's lightning ways and the power shown was extraordinarily overwhelming," Futian said. "You're too kind, Sir Yi. The lightning arts of the Yun clan is naturally considered powerful in Luo City, but we're not even at Runhuang class. If we were to take the entire Heavenly Mandate realm into consideration, we wouldn't even be considered strong at all. Furthermore, there is also an insurmountable mountain in the realm," Yun and I elaborated. "You mean to say Futian was feeling curious?" "Nothing much. It is still all too far away," Yun and I said as she shook her head. She did not want to say more, and that was not part of her world after all. "All lightning arts in the world originates from the Heavenly Palace." Yun Qianyue's voice sounded rather serious when she said it. That violet palace high up in the clouds was to be known number one throughout the 3,000 realms in lightning arts. As such, it was said that all lightning arts in the world originated from the Heavenly Palace. Due to the Heavenly Palace being a part of Heavenly Mandate realm, there were many forces training in lightning arts in the realm. "All lightning arts in the world originates from the Heavenly Palace." Futian mumbled to himself and then continued, "Boisterous indeed." The Violet Heavenly Palace was the most powerful force to be found practicing lightning arts. Countless lightning arts found throughout the 3,000 realms of the Great Path have all been derivatives in one way or another of what is practiced by the Violet Heavenly Palace. "This is not actually boisterous at all," Yun and I smiled and said. What about Brahma's pure sky then? Yi Futian asked all of a sudden. Both Yun and I and Yun Xinyue were stunned. They then looked at Yi Futian with peculiar expression. Yun and I then smiled and said, "While you're of formidable training, Sir Yi, but it is best to not venture into a place like the Brahma's pure sky." Brahma's pure sky was simply too far away for them, yet it was where all women in the world wanted to go to. An empress was enlightened to the great path at Brahma's pure sky, and that place was lauded as the #1 mountain in the world. The Jyotian goddess who served the empress was a figure that countless worshipped. There was simply none of them who were not legendary Renhuang. It was not a surprise for Yun and I to tell Yi Futian to not think too much about it. Even the virgins who served the Jyotian goddess had already been a holy figure that countless deemed unreachable, let alone a supreme force like Brahma's pure sky. Is the Lord of Brahma's pure sky that powerful? Yi Futian asked. What you're saying now, Sir Yi, is probably heard by the Lord of Brahma's pure sky. Yun and I continued. That is a being whose will reaches the 3,000 realms. It is said that she is possibly someone capable of breaking through the heavenly path. Yi Futian's expression was a solemn one. That Lord of Brahma's pure sky was indeed too far away from him. However, if he were to be clear of Jieyu's situation and wanted to know about whether his wife was dead or alive, he would have had to get to Brahma's pure sky sooner or later. He turned his eyes around and looked at Yun Xinyue, saying, "The lightning arts that you intend to practice before, is it something like this?" Yi Futian said and slashed at the sky. Dazzling flashes of lightning shot out, seemingly cutting the sky. Indeed. Yun Xinyue's eyes sparkled. She nodded and said, "Somehow I just don't seem to get the hang of it. I'd be honored to have your guidance." Forget what you've learned before and forget the rules that you've come to comprehend. Just focus on practicing the technique and spend some time repeating it, and see if you have learned something new by then, Yi Futian said. Yun Xinyue was steeped in thought for a bit, before nodding and saying, "Will do? Continue your training then." Yun and I said to Yun Xinyue, and then brought Yi Futian to a compound. The place looked elegant and Yun and I asked, "How about you stay here for the time being, Sir Yi?" "Thank you indeed," Yi Futian said. "You could come and look for me if you need anything, Sir Yi," Yun and I said and then left the place. Yi Futian took a look around. The Yun clan of Luo City seemed to be a place like Qinya City back in Crimson Dragon Realm, with holiness of nirvanas ruling over a city. There was definitely a holiness of nirvana among the Yun clan. Yun Tong was out to report, and he would have probably head out to report to the clan leader. Yi Futian felt rather restless when he thought about his people scattered all over the place after the teleportation turned haywired. It would have been fine if they were dropping out somewhere nearby. If they had ended up somewhere too far away, the size of Heavenly Mandate Realm would have made it very difficult to locate them, unless they were to cause a ruckus large enough to shake a region. Let's just see if they have any useful news about, Yi Futian told himself and put it behind him, closing his eyes to train instead. Someone else came not long afterwards, but did not bother Yi Futian seeing that he was training with his eyes closed, electing to stand far away instead. Yi Futian opened his eyes and then saw Yun Xinyue smiling. He then asked, "Is there anything I could help you with, Miss Xinyue?" Yun Xinyue stepped out and came before Yi Futian. She was dressed in blue attire, facing Yi Futian before bowing to him, saying, "Please guide me in my training, sir." "You've learned something?" Yi Futian's expression was peculiar. He had only reminded her of something, and did not expect her to be able to get something out of it in such a short period of time. "Indeed." Yun Xinyue nodded. "I'd like you to be my teacher. I was simply giving you pointers. That was just a way of training, and I didn't actually teach you anything. You owe being able to get it so quickly to your own intellect. It has little to do with me, and I'm afraid I'm unqualified to teach you," Yi Futian smiled and said. He had many teachers throughout this journey in cultivation, and every single one of them played key roles in various stages in his life. He totally did not expect someone to want to take him as their teacher. However, he had actually fulfilled all the requirements for such a role. The only inadequacy was that he appeared too young. "If you are unwilling to take me as your student, would you mind if I come here often to ask for guidance then?" Yun Xinyue continued. Yi Futian had really simply given her pointers, and that was something that could not have been applied in everything. However, she was able to get what she sought in an extremely short period of them, picking up the lightning arts that she sought. It simply proved that Futian was extremely learned in such ways. Not at all. Futian nodded and agreed to it. Chinua smiled and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sir." A group of people arrived from the air at that moment, who then walked up to him. Tung flashed and came to him as well, who then addressed the crowd, "Sir, Yi is a guest of mine. You shall not be rude in my place." Those people backed away one after another. Tung frowned and said, "Many mighty ones from the Celestial Sword Clan came. Li Rushuang led those people personally to the Yun clan, demanding that we hand you over." Yunni's expression became somewhat colder at the mention of the Celestial Swordly clan. The same went with Yun Chinua as well. "Aren't the Celestial Swordly clan enemies with the Yun clan of Luo City?" Futian asked. "Why is Li Rushuang able to come all the way here to make demands?" Li Rushuang was extraordinarily talented among her generation in the Celestial Swordly clan, and it was extremely possible for her to train under Emperor Qi. Ting elaborated, "Emperor Qi often picks a bunch of people in his territory, and they stand a chance of being personally taught by the Emperor. Li Rushuang's talents are such that the probability of her making it is extremely high. As such, she has been very proactive in making the necessary preparations. If Li Rushuang were to succeed, then the status of the Celestial Swordly clan would have changed considerably, and they would have been able to loom right over us." Yun Xinyue's aura was that of extreme cold. She had been training very diligently in her clan, just so to one day surpass those from the Celestial Swordly clan. She saw Li Rushuang as her goal, driving herself forward. Futian was even able to sense faint killing intent from her. He looked at Yun Xinyue in a curious manner, and Yun Tang at the side added, "Chinyue's father died by the hands of those from the Celestial Swordly clan." Futian's pupils constricted slightly. He only understood why Yun and I said that Yun Tong was not only doing what was done for him back then. Sword Wills howled outside the Yun clan manor at that moment. A group of mighty ones rode on their swords, and the woman leading them was none other than Li Rushuang. They knew that they were not able to kill Futian back then and gave. They also knew that Yun Tong had considerable enmity for them. At that moment, however, she came directly to the Yun clan and demanded they hand over the man they were looking for, and it was to see if the Yun clan would have complied. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.